There we go. Now we've got audio. Went through an entire stream. Whatever the stream was that we did with my boys Carlos, Vincenzo, and Lagmeister. Went through that entire stream, and none of my audio was there. And nobody noticed because nobody was there, I guess. Which, so, no harm done, I suppose, is the moral of the lesson here. But hello, wow, holy cow, we've got, Chad is already, well, it looks like Eliza was doing a monologue here. Let's see. And then Denise jumped in. Oh, look at that. Hello, ladies. I can actually say ladies. Usually I have to say ladies and gentlemen, or I'll just say gentlemen. Presumably because, yeah, just as it goes. But I can actually say ladies. Hello. I still got number one. Ridiculous. Yeah, I would say yes. At 3:02, if you're first in chat, it's a slow day. It's a slow day. But what'll happen is I'll be lulled into thinking, chat's just going to crawl by. I'll focus on the game a little bit more. And the next thing I know, 3 people have jumped in and started a bonfire of rhetoric. And suddenly I'm 16 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes behind. Eliza's leaving. Denise is passing out. And I say goodnight an hour after the fact. So that's my plan. I'm sticking to it, I think. Like it or not. Let's see. Volume might be a little loud on that, maybe. Yeah. All right, you guys can let me know if the music fixes. But anyway, hello. Wait, now you're 2? Wait a minute. No. Eliza, you're still number 1. Eliza, you're still number 1. I need to watch that movie again. Assassins. Do you guys remember that? Stallone and Banderas. I can't remember. I don't really care, to be honest, what the critical reception was, but I kind of enjoyed that movie. I like Antonio Banderas. It's the only time I've seen him as a villain. I think he does a decent job of being this very peculiar assassin. Then of course, Stallone with the article. I love watching those movies, if nothing else, because I like seeing the old technology. Where you see him like hacking into a database or like typing on a laptop, and the laptop is like this thick, and the keyboard's like this big. And the you've got mail thing comes up. It's a lot of fun. Anyway, let me catch up. I'm already behind here. No, yeah, you were never number 2, didn't you, Eliza? Let's see. You lurked without saying hello. When I joined, I was the only one. Just finished evening workout, so feeling good. Oh, nice! Well done, Denise. What is your workout these days? You don't have to go into too much detail. I'm just curious. Is it cardio? Is it weight, a little bit of weight, a little bit of both? When I understand the what is it called? Something intensive training. I like the idea is doing what I've heard. The ideal is where you're doing like different weight or things that break down your muscle. Like it could be like you do a set of push-ups and then you're doing like burpees and then you do sit-ups or planking or something, and then you do curls, and then you do like back and forth jumping, and so you're getting a cardio because you're doing all of these like one right after the other. You're not really taking much of a break, but you're also doing stuff that breaks down the muscle. I haven't done any of that. I mean, I did it once, long time ago. Haven't done it in a long time. But anyway, I'm just kind of curious what's going on, because honestly, my workout these days consists of walking for an hour. That's about all I got in me. I found as I'm getting older, I get better at many things. One of them is not discipline. Complaining, I'm much better at that because I know how to articulate myself better, and I know what to complain about now, whereas when I was younger, I'm just like, it's like a baby. Babies just go, they don't really tell you why. So you're doing, until you're like in your late 20s, and then you realize, okay, how much of this is self-inflicted, how much of it is legit, and you get better at complaining about the right things. So I'm better at that. Otherwise, everything else is pretty much worse. We got a noise. Okay, I'm going to say that... Well, no, let me catch up first. Love that post-workout feeling, so satisfying. Yes, exactly. Yeah, that... I will say, after the workout, the feel, the burn, and the knowledge that you've done good, you've done healthy, is phenomenal. It's unmatched. I just don't have the euphoria that some people get while they're working out, which sucks. Maybe it's a time difference. I was first in Europe, and you were first from America. Short by rambling about hair conditioner. See, I know about hair conditioner. I just didn't know whatever it was called, wet conditioner, dry conditioner. I don't know. You gals have got the tech that we men just don't. You know, I have many DVDs. I have one shampoo. I have one bar of soap. I have one deodorant. Well, actually, no. Here's the thing. You guys, you know about going nose deaf? You know, where like if you smell a certain smell on the regular, you stop being able to smell it. Well, I happen to like the smell of deodorant. I think it smells good. Like I don't wear cologne. I don't wear any kind of fragrance, but I like the smell of the deodorant. But if you wear the same kind of deodorant every single day, you no longer smell it because you just get used to it. So I actually have 3 deodorants that I rotate so that every day I'm like, oh, that's cypress. Ooh, that's cedar. Ooh, that's some manly scent. Certainly not lavender or anything like that. Let's see. Is chat not in sequence again? No. Oh, no. There you go. There you go. We got live chat. Sorry. I got here late. Do you expect me to have my handle on everything? No, indeed. No, indeed. Later. Got it. Okay. All right, so we're gonna have to sort out what the heck we're doing here. I didn't schedule anything with a Beowulf. Beowulf contacted me on Discord. He's a friend from the Legends days as well, and both him and Denise are playing and have recommended this Eternal game. And we played a little bit last week or 2 weeks ago, and so I've decided I'm gonna lean into this because it feels like this is the forum where you want to be playing a card game. And it just took a while to kind of sift through. Go, okay, is it going to be Magic? Is it going to be Runeterra? I think was one of them. So it looks like I'm going to settle, at least for now. We're going to settle on Eternal. So, I would be coordinating with him and Denise. Hopefully, maybe in the future, maybe we'll start an earlier stream so that you're not having to do it too late. But like, you guys can kind of give us the skinny, kind of like what we did with who was it that helped us with the Magic? I can't remember who it was now, but we had this nice long conversation on stream with somebody who knows Magic really well. Actually, it wasn't a Discord person. It was somebody else that I met somewhere else. He'd been playing Magic for a long time. And Kebby helped out as well. Kibby, not Kebby. So the same thing here. All I know right now is I don't have enough money to do anything, I guess, but play Versus for right now. Because we already beat the campaign, but we need like 30,000 gold in order to do the next one. Oh wait. Oh no, we got new chapters. I think Denise, you were saying that. You get a new chapter. Become a heretic. That should be the easiest thing in the world, right? I guess we'll go ahead and become a heretic. I feel like heresy is pretty simple. Just say every 2 turns create and draw an ornate katana. Look, don't be asking me to do stuff. I'm just trying to figure out how to. Yeah, we got a couple 1-drops in there. All right, let's see. I haven't seen Assassins. Ooh, he's a bad guy. I mean, like, yeah. Oh, yeah. He's got. He's. But he's not. I mean, he wants to be number 1. Like that's his big thing. He wants to be the best assassin. But yeah, he's got some pretty funny lines. That actually was the first thing I ever saw with Antonio Banderas, and this is young. This is the 90s, so this is a young Antonio Banderas. He was like I said, there are guys where I can just look at, like, to me personally, I look at and go, I think that's a good looking guy. That should be a guy that gals are into. Like I said, Hugh Jackman was it for a long time, or is one of those, and I think Antonio Banderas was definitely and then he's got that the accent. It's really cool. Anyway, unfortunately, as a guy, I mean, no offense to her acting. I think her acting is probably fine, but Julianne Moore just does not. No, 1,000 times no. Which again, I love the movie, so it's not like, oh, I don't, it's just from that perspective, it's not like, there's a team up with this dynamic gal. It's like, ugh, yeah. But I mean, she's again, she's a good actress, so that's all that matters, really. She doesn't detract from the movie. It's just, like I said, you got Antonio Banderas, good looking guy, Stallone in his prime, good looking guy, and then they phoned in the gal. I'm like, what are you guys doing? But whatever. Here you have a free chapter on screen. When you see a free chapter, do do it, as they only stay for a couple days. Once it stops being free, you need to pay in the game. There we go. Yep. So so we're gonna hit it hard today. Then we are going to move through these chapters. I do cardio at the moment, and I'm planning on adding lightweights. Nice. There you go. Okay, that works. That works. Oh, during the workout, I wish for the sweet release of death, but afterwards, it's great. Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's like you were like, man, it's yearning for death, and then when you're done, you're like, no, I want to live because I want to enjoy the fruits of my labors. Which, by the way, so not fruits of my labors, but fruits of my not fruiting. 6 pounds down. We're closer to 240 than 250 at this point, which is good, very good. I'm trying to figure out ways that I can continue something of this diet or this fast after the 21 days are up. It'll be up in August 7th. And I think I'm gonna try because after you get off 21 days of beef, bone broth and water and a few other little fluid things, that's the best time to try to rein yourself in for the future. So my hope is to just have one meal a day right around the middle of the day, like 1 or 2 in the afternoon, and the rest of the time just to be doing what I'm doing now, protein drinks and this kind of thing, so that I can continue to lose weight, not as quickly, but lose weight in the future. I'm gonna play, we'll start with this Fire Sigil, and I can play Oni Patrol.
Reporting in.
Don't you get bored having only one shampoo? I have honey cinnamon oat-based one and a papaya one. I don't know about bored. Because I don't like spending more time in the shower than I need to. Like, I don't do baths or anything, so it's more like, and then I don't always I bathe regularly, but from what I understand, especially if you have short hair, you don't need to wash it as much. Or is that backwards? In any case, you, Denise, and Eliza as well, you all have long, abundant, bountiful locks, to play with and to do all this with. It probably takes several minutes to get through all that. Well, you look at this. It's getting longer, but this is a dollop and about 8 seconds of fuffery, and then you rinse it out, or I keep it in there usually while I'm doing the rest of the bathing, and then wash it all out at the end. But it's just not as a big enough aspect. I focus more on the soaps. Again, I like to rotate those as well. Some I want the lavender scent, and then the honey scent, and then the cucumber scent, which actually has a scent, which is weird because cucumbers do have a smell. They're just not known for it. Like, you don't have cucumber gum or anything like that. Lavender's not manly, isn't it? Unisex. So no, that's the thing. No, Eliza. I would say good sense in general appeal to both sexes, but I would say lavender is more on the feminine side of things, which is fine. It's okay. In that, I think on a bell curve, more guys are going to gravitate towards grindy steel or maybe pine wood or cedar. I love cedar. Cedar. Oh my gosh, I love cedar. Like getting a cedar chest, aromatic cedar. Oh gosh, that is. I've got a small chest. I love opening it every once in a while. I don't even remember what's in there. I just open it just to open it and to get that cedar smell. But I think it would be more of an outlier. That's not to say guys can't or that all women do. I just think on average, 7 out of 10 guys are going to be like, lavender, it's not really my thing. Like, but here's the key thing, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's kind of more, okay, if you're single, it doesn't matter. I think that's, just whatever you like. But I figure once you're hitched to some degree, where you're spending a lot of time with somebody in close proximity, at that point, it's more wearing a scent that they like. Which is odd, because it's like, it seems like guys are wearing, I don't know. Maybe I'm off on my sense here. Let's see. I only have one shampoo and conditioner, but according to Alhine, I'm secretly a man. So Secretly? I kid. Yeah, well, also, Denise is also secretly a man as well. So, apparently, women aren't a thing anymore. You guys are out of fashion, I suppose. Which has always been a concern, right? Women want to be fashionable. Well, women aren't fashionable now. It's more fashionable to be a man, so... I guess. Beowulf is better at Eternal than me. I like to play eccentric stuff. Beowulf is actually good. Well, and that's... I mean, okay. Half of that is true with Legends as well. Beowulf was great in Legends. In fact, he reminded me, I used his Assassin deck to get Legend the last time that I did that. That I got Legend. So, you were also good, Denise, and you also put together... But you had that Eben deck. You put together an eccentric, like, unique deck that also worked really, really, really well, which is something very few, I would say, our tier. Because I think you were a little bit higher than me, but in general, we were kind of in the same tier, middle class. We were middle class Tessel players. It's very rare for a middle class player to actually develop a deck pretty much on their own that can regularly do very well. I could put some together that would do great in one season or great in one game, one game session, and then they would crap on the other ones. But in general, we're not necessarily the deck builders. But you got a free chapter. I will join and help. Okay, cool. Oh, wait. Does that mean we would play each other, or let's see? They did something while I wasn't paying attention, which is not cool. Let's see. Reliable troops. Ultimate. Pay 2 to draw. Oh, wait, don't I have to play a katana? But can I? Yes, I can. No, I can't. I should have played this. So does that mean I'm going to fail here? Well, I die with honor, but you can live with... Oh, there you go. What good is honor against power I hold? I can kill you from a distance with just one finger. You and your honor won't even be able to scratch me. I mean, she's got a point. Honor really can't do jack diddly squat. I don't know about the whole kill me with a finger thing. But, yeah, honor isn't really worth a whole hell of a lot in the grand scheme of things. If you win, or you're successful, having honor with that, or getting that success with honor is a good thing. But on its own, honor, pride, whatever, it's not a great thing. Hey, Lagmeister, what's going on? I'm going to have to get you a better picture for the milk carton. Lagmeister posted a image of me on a milk carton. It was not a great flattering image. People would not recognize me. The whole point of putting somebody's picture on a milk carton is so that if they're seen, people can be like, oh, that's a person from the milk carton. They must be famous. Because they forget why they're actually on the milk carton, because all they do is see the picture. It's like, oh my gosh, guys on a milk carton. I haven't seen that in a while. I remember one time I was like, oh my gosh, Michael Jordan has been abducted because I saw him on a Wheaties box. And I thought that was like the equivalent of the milk carton. It was like that's what celebrities get. So we normal people, we get stuck on milk cartons. Celebrities get put on cereal boxes. So you're like, if you've seen this celebrity, let us know. I didn't know about celebrity endorsements at the time, believe it or not. That's my stand-up for today. Thank you, folks. Thank you. I expect to see some enthusiastic clapping and laughing emojis here. But hello, Lagmeister. Hello. Sorry, incommunicado. It's been a crazy week. It has been a crazy... Oh, what? Wait. Hey! Look at that.
Keep it moving.
Can I attack? Yes. Take that in your finger. Honor! For honor and glory! Perhaps, but better to fall in battle defending the town. Wait, sorry, she's got a severe underbite. That's enough of your empty words. Time to die. I'm sure she didn't mean that.
I'll take your contract.
Alright, so you know what we're going to do. What is this 2 times 2? You probably can hit twice. Double damage. Deals double, yep. I think that means he damages, and Denise, you can correct me, but I think in Magic it means like he can do that 2 damage, he'll do it to her and her, or do it to both of these. He's not going to just do 4 to 1, right? It means when he attacks, because usually if you were to attack with 2 and 4, it would do 2 damage to one and nothing to the other. But I think with that, it means he can attack both times. But what happens if he dies? Well, he wouldn't die to this. Ah, boy, this is not fun. I'll go ahead and throw this down. I really don't know what I'm playing at the moment here. Play a +2 weapon on one of your units. It gets quick draw. What is quick draw? When this kills a blocking unit, the blocker doesn't deal damage back. Ooh! Oh! You just had to take it to the face! You just took it to the face! Ha ha! Take that to the face!
To the death.
Oh, wow. That's there. That's definitely there. Mastery. When this deals damage and survives, add it to its mastery total. When the mastery target is reached, gain the effect. Okay. Give one of your 2 other Oni wielding weapons +4/+4 while you have an Oni. When you have Oni combatant, which I think I do. So, I mean, he can block. Hang on. All right. That's why I love playing campaign, because, like, especially now when I'm learning, I don't have to worry about making anybody wait. Oh, if you add me as a friend, we can chat in game. Okay, cool, Denise. All right, let's see. I'll probably have to do that after this game. But I will add you, because we were supposed to do that last time. I forgot to give you my screen name. So I will copy this. I hope. Come on. Web thing. Oh, come on. There we go. All right. 6 pounds already. Goodness, that's fasting is working. Yeah. When you're not eating pretty much anything at all, it tends to. But still, the nutrients. Still got electrolytes, vitamins. Like I said, bone broth gets you a lot of the stuff there, and that helps a ton because bone broth has fat in it, and fat is appetite killer suppressant thing. Well, not suppressant; it just fills you up. So I am getting some nutrients, unlike like a water fast or something where you're just pretty much avoiding starvation. But yeah, I'm probably like less than a quarter of my caloric intake, which is good because I'm not doing any workouts, like I said. I should be, but I'm not. Let's go. Let's see. Yeah, I usually have one actual meal a day and then little things here and there. Yeah, that's I feel like that's a good way to go. That's what I'm aiming for. So I'm glad to know somebody else is giving that a whirl. And it's working, apparently. Working well. Real men take bubble baths? We're going to call that a hot take. Not a bubble bath hot take, just a hot water take. I think real men have better things to do, Lagmeister. I mean, even if it's playing a video game, that's still more productive. You can't. I mean, now if you can game where you're willing to game in the bubble bath, but it's a bubble bath. And so here's the thing. Here's the problem that I have. First of all, you have to have like a tankless water heater, especially if you live in a house like I do with. Well, I know Lagmeister. You live with many people. You live in a house with 5 other people. You need a tankless water heater, which we don't have. Otherwise, you fill up that bathtub. Nobody else is getting hot water for like 2 hours. So it's kind of a dick move anyway. By the time it's full enough, and look, I'm not super tall, 6'2". That's not that big, but most bathtubs are not there to accommodate a 6'2" person comfortably. So by the time I get it full, the water that started is already cooled off. So it's not like I've got you know, oodles of time to just lay there and just enjoy the hot, steamy water coming off. By the time it's full and the bubbles would be where they need to be, it's lukewarm and I'm pruning and I'm going, why the hell did I listen to Lagmeister? That's the truth of the matter. Bubble bath is for people with tiny bodies who don't need the bathtub to be absolutely full and who can fit comfortably in it. The best thing about my pixie cut was a small amount of maintenance time. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, which, I mean, it sounds like your maintenance time now isn't all that bad. But yes, I mean, I will say, it is hard to, as a guy, to be like, I like gals with long hair. Well, I mean, it's just true. I do. I think longer hair is nice. Although, I mean, there are some cute, like, short styles that I think look really great. But in general, like, the longer hair, the better. But I feel bad being like, I wish, I'd like gals to grow their hair out when I know for a fact that when I grow my hair long, which is not even that long, it's hell. Like, it's like, oh, it's between growth where it's like it's too long for this, but not long enough for this, and everything. So same thing with like shaving. Like I did I shave my legs once? No, I think I tried shaving like my chest or something because I was swimming, and that seems to be something that swimmers do, and it can kind of make your pecs look a little bit bigger. So I think I tried shaving, and I was like, you know what, this sucks. I'm never doing this again. It didn't even look all that great as far as I was concerned. And then it's like, gals shaving their legs. I'm like, that's a lot of surface area. I gripe about having to shave this I only shave it once a week now, but shaving this, and it's not all that much. You got contours and everything to work with, but legs, that's a lot of area to cover. I'm like, how long do you guys take doing that every day, every 2 days or whatever? Or is it, hey, as long as I'm wearing pants, I'm not going to worry about it? I don't blame you on that score. Cucumber melon smells good. It does. Yes. Oh, that's Lagmeister. Oh, I'm glad you're in. We're both in touch with, again, what I would consider to be objectively, as a guy, I don't mind saying, a more feminine, hygienical thing. Like I do like, the smell of manly smells, typical manly stuff. But there are times where I like things that are much more genteel on the senses. Coconut. Here's the crazy thing. I'm not a big fan of coconut. Like eating coconut, I don't dislike it. It's not like pineapple. Well, I like pineapple actually. Pineapple and coconut, really not bad. Pineapple coconut yogurt, really good. But I'm not a big fan of like coconut in stuff. It doesn't ruin it. It's just not my jam. But I love the smell of coconut. It makes me think of like a beach or a cabana or whatever. It puts me on vacation. Puts me on vacation. And so I do like the smell of coconut because it gives me the illusion that I'm in the Caribbean and living life in the tropics. Yes, I'm obviously a man at this point. We all know women don't exist on the internet. This is true. It's not even a controversial thing to say anymore. That's just what it is. Made all the more complicated when, people were outright admitting they couldn't tell you what a woman is. So when woman becomes an intangible thing that you really can't define or understand, then you're going to see less of them because people aren't identifying you as a woman anymore. You're just, you are what you think you are, and people just think more of them are men. Once you friend me, we can chat and get. Oh, there we go. Anticipates the friending. Yeah, I got to get through this game to do that, and I'm going to blow it here because. I'm not familiar with any of these. Well, I'm not familiar with this game, to be honest. Which isn't. See, I feel like unless I can get my stats above what he can attack with, yeah. Ooh, that's a 3. I can play both of these. I think.
Your sword, Jito.
So he can block one, but he still died. There we go. We got there. Oh, wait, what is this guy doing? Oh. All right. I picked that image because it makes me laugh. I don't know why the quality is so bad. I'm kidding, Lagmeister. I'm kidding. I'm totally joking. It's meme graphics, which I don't know if that's actually a phrase that anybody uses. Like if that's like, it should be nomenclature, because like memes are almost like, you almost can't make a good looking meme. If your meme, if you do a great job of photoshopping and actually transpose a face really well. I mean, look at what is it, the frog, Peppy Frog or whatever it is. You got that. You got whatever the weird like line thing where it's like a guy. I don't even know how to describe it. It's just meme art is some of the ugliest nonsense. It looks like it's done by 2-year-olds and it's ugly. But if you don't do that, it's not a meme. If it looks good, if it doesn't look hastily photoshopped, if the elements aren't artifact and pixely, it's not really a meme. It's, I don't know. But, you know, so, which is hard. That's why I don't, well, that's not the only reason. But one of the reasons I don't meme is because I can't bring myself to just make an ugly thing where it's like the function is conveyed, people know what you're doing, but you do it so tackily, it gives it an edge. I don't know. My memes would just look too damn good. I'm pretty sure Denise is a bot. I can verify if she's a bot, she's a very complicated bot. Which arguably, if you wanted to find a woman, I think that might be the best way to describe it. If you wanted to find a woman, it is a complicated bot. There you go. That's not offensive. Insert enthusiastic clapping and laughing here. Thank you, Eliza. Thank you. I'm late to my own party, but thank you for the aftermath of my brilliant stand-up there. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. That's exactly what a bot would say. Indeed. Yeah, there's really no way. Once somebody, I've seen, there are so many times in the comment section, somebody is accusing somebody else of being a bot, and there's nothing that quote-unquote bot can say to not be a bot. Everything they say, the person's like, exactly what a bot would say, or, yeah, go away, bot. It's like, I don't know, which is the people do that because it's, you can discredit, you can just ignore what somebody's saying. You know what? I just think we don't block here. We let him hit us in the face. We'll take 13, unless he can hit twice. He can't. No, he can. I think he just hit. So we'll take 13, but then the next time, as long as he doesn't kill my 6-1, we can win next turn. But I'm getting the feeling that plan is not going to work out well for us. But we'll see. Let's see. Can you play a weapon on Fitzer? She gets lifesteal.
Who's next?
Ooh. All right. We are not attacking. Oh, our opponent's only on 2 cards. So
Move
I don't
aside.
No! Did you just firebolt?
Move aside.
Stop moving her aside, you disgusting. Oh, look at him! Look at him! Boy, howdy. Top unit or weapon of your deck gets +1/+1. Okay, so we gotta give two of your other only wielding weapons +4/+4. Okay.
Send in the next one.
Choose one of your Oni wielding a weapon. One of 2. Alright, so we're going to go with the low one so that they're not going to know who to block. Wait, oh, never mind. Wait, why can't... You're glowing, why can't it... Wait, oh, there we go. 2. There we go. Look at that beefy. Look at that beefy one. Tell you what... Because all we need is that one to get through. These are not particularly strong. 8, 7.
Glory in battle.
All right, I just, if they can do a board wipe, we're screwed. But I'm gonna just give this a try here. Hopefully, okay. Look at that, just being stupid. When another one of your units dies, Steel Avenger gets +2/+2. Good.
Maintaining the peace.
Maintaining the peace? Alright, we're just going all in now. Screw it. What you gonna do, computer? I don't even know what the... Haha! Oh, dang. I drew that out longer than it needed to be, apparently. Out of ammo? I can't be out of ammo. My honor kicked your butt. Kicked your finger's butt. My honor kicked your finger's butt. Well, what would be a finger's butt? The knuckle? The inside of the knuckle? Aw, Mrs. Underbite ran out of ammo in her gun. I mean, like, underbites are kind of a bummer anyway, but to have, like, teeth sticking up, like, orky stuff. And do I do heroic upgrade? I don't know. We're just moving through here. Oh, cool. Okay. New theme deck. Okay. Yep. Still. Oh, that's it. Tomorrow. So I might have to play sometime on the weekend, because if these are only up for a day or so, or a few days, then when the next one comes available, I want to be able to get that. And we're now at 1100. I'm sure we can afford it now, no problem. Oh, dude. Yeah. All right. So yeah, these are all purchase. Bummer. Okay. Well, I'll have to. Oh, let me. Card sorter. Let's. How do I? Here we go. Add friend. Aha! I successfully sent a friend request. That's the first thing I know that I've done. There we go. So I am Schward2874. So anybody else playing the game or wanting to play the game, Schward. That's easy to remember. 2874. Daryl Green. There's Brave. Hello. So Daryl Green. I don't know any football player with the number 74, but Daryl Green is 28. So that's how I'm going to remember the first part. I don't know how I'll remember the second part. Aha! We have successfully connected. So, what next? Wait the 6 days for the next chapter. It's free. Right. Okay, yeah. So wait. Gauntlets. Okay. Gauntlet it is. Back. I think. Gauntlet. Why is it locked? I don't think I can. I think I'm done with the gauntlet, right? Okay. Quick draw is a very good keyword. It is, Denise. Yeah, it really gave us an easy call there. J Money, please accept my friend request. I think you are very interesting. I want to get to know you better. Huh. Well, Agmeister, if are you in Eternals? I think this is one genre that you and Carlos don't really play, which isn't. I mean, because with the Triforce, we've got half of us play card games, half of us don't. We got to rectify that, you know. I guess it. Okay, so I guess it's just gonna have me play something. Okay, we'll keep it. It's a little high, but exactly. There you go, Denise. Exactly. Why not try it as well? Oh darn! I've got to go in 10 minutes. No. That's cheating. I thought I had another 17 minutes. Boo! Gosh darn it. Well, that means you're... Let's see, that was at 26, 36. Yeah, she's long gone. Well, nut bunnies. I was going... Well, we may bring it up anyway. I'm not trying to steal your personal information and sell it to Russia at all. I don't know what the heck the Russians would do with it, to be honest. I guess that's the default, right, though. They've been the baddies since the Cold War, so... Till we get, like, an actual, like... enemy nation, we just stick with Russians. That's a shame, Liza. I think so too. Denise, card games aren't my thing. I like the shooty shoot, no thinky games. Hello, beautiful. Please accept my friend request. Lovely lady, beautiful, bless. Apparently Liza has been getting those messages. She quoted it very well, very accurately. My question is, what's the end game? I don't know about you guys. I get texts of like, hey, we met at the airport. How are you? Hey, I'm lonely. You want to, like, what has anybody responded to those? Like, what are they trying to get you to say? Because, you know, if they're like, hey, let's meet up tonight, I'm like, okay, bet. I've got nothing going on. Let's meet at such and such a place. Well, obviously they're not even in the proximity. We don't even know where they are, but they're not going to meet me face to face. That's just stupid. So what are they going to be like? Oh, I can't, but I'll send you pics or some crap like that. Like, I don't know what their end game is really. Like, who? Yeah, I don't understand. I'm not a Nigerian man. Well, you're not a Nigerian woman. We know those don't exist either. I'm not a fan of shooting games, really. I sometimes join the stream to support Schwart and Vincenzo if playing one. The icons of left in-game explain mechanisms. And are you spectating? No. Cancel. Does it tell me who's spectating? It doesn't tell me. I'm guessing it's Denise. Sorry, Denise. I'm getting to the game. I just want to catch up here before it gets too far. I like the bow and arrow. Oh. Just trying. I don't know why I'm typing this to see if I could tell who it was. But that's a huge perk, folks. That's a huge perk because Denise, yeah, if we want to do that, Denise, do you want to play? For like until I catch up, do you want to play and we can spectate one of your games? Oh no, don't do that either. I don't know. I was just trying to. All right. The icons on left only show when a card is on board with the mechanic. What icons on the left? I don't see icons on the left, Denise. What? Like far left? Like way over here? Or is this the case that in the UK, left is actually right? Because I know you guys drive on the incorrect side because you think it's the right side, because you think it's the left side, but it's actually the right side. So maybe left is right, but I don't see icons on the right side either. So either way, whether it's a language barrier between our two English-speaking countries or finish your game, they just rotated out 2 expansions. My best deck no longer works. Okay, all right. I need to make new ones. Okay, fair enough. The icons only show when a card is on the board. Okay, gotcha. Okay, all right. So there we go. I guess we can do the easy turns. You so fine. Your hair is muy guapo. I know what that means from Three Amigos. I like the bow and arrow RPG games, even if there's options. I always go sneaky. Oh, by the way, again, I know Elijah, you're gone. I'll have to tell you this in person, but there's a guy I actually saw. He did. Well, I didn't finish the video, but I got through a chunk of it trying to beat Donkey Kong Country, which is a platforming game, without jumping. Apparently he does that with a lot of games. He finds the one, like the main mechanic, and tries to beat the game without using it at all. I don't know if he actually ultimately beat it or not, but he did. He got pretty far. He figured out a lot of really cheaty ways. So I was going to say, even if you can't jump, there are some platforms that you can beat without jumping. I only run hot water. I'm not even a big dude. I don't fit in the tub either. The trick is to run only hot water, then wait 20 to 30 minutes, jump in, and run more hot water. Well, don't you just overfill the tub? This is complicated, Lagmeister. Bubble Bash should not be that hard. And what's the joke? I mean, I remember Bubble Bash as a kid. I liked it well enough, but I was easily entertained as a kid. I'm thinking I'm a little too sophisticated for the very superficial entertainment that a bubble bath would give. Long hair is fun for braiding and stuff. I actually have had several team members ask me to braid their hair at work. Aww! Very unprofessional, by the way. But, aww. I don't think I don't think I've worked a job where that's been a. Well, no, yeah, I think there was like 1 or 2 office environments where the gals would do stuff like that, but typically, I guess most of my jobs I haven't worked with ladies all that often. I'm working like big manly construction stuff or whatnot. The risk of long hair is looking like an owl. Well, yes, if your hair is disposed to the frizz with humidity in particular, which a lot of women's are, or a lot of people, my hair as well. And yeah, owl. I when I was I've always been envious of people with straight hair because it always just seems like okay, your hair's not going to do anything amazing. It's not going to wow anybody, but it's always going to behave. It's always going to be where you want it to be. There's like 3,000 haircuts and styles that work for it. When you've got poofy hair or hair that tends to poof, you've got to do a lot more with it, a lot more to it to make it less poofy. Because poofy, I don't know. Some people dig it. Some people just like to go absolute frizz out. But a lot of folks like to keep their hair in, under control, and it's a lot harder to tame that, to tame those locks. You are such a chitter. Well, but you guys are chittering too, Denise. That's the thing. Once I catch up, everything's fine. But yeah, it's what I hate happening is if I ask a question and I'm like 20 minutes behind, then every time people answer, like every question from that point on that is getting answered, it's like well past the expiration date. So here we go. But I guess again when
Shields!
when there's not much for me to do, I guess I can move through it. I could have edited the face better, but your picture makes me laugh for being squished down and widened. It went pixely for some reason. Oh wait, Edmorn? Did I? Oh, there he is. Yes. Hey, Edmorn, how's it going? Oh, Michael Bailey. I don't know why I always say your first and last name because there's not another Michael that I know of, but it's just you are Michael Bailey. Like I cannot separate the Michael from the Bailey. It just doesn't work. What is all this 0 attack? I mean, I'm not minding too much, but
Proud to serve.
Good to know. We're at 4, so the best we could do is a 4. Copper Hall recruit. Yeah. I'm gonna attack with him, but if he gets blocked by the 5, then yeah, doesn't really do anything. All right, so so this is a control deck, an obnoxious, tedious, annoying control deck. Crown Watch Longsword. Alright. We're going to put that on him. Wait, is that a 2 or yeah, it's a 2, so I need to put it on him. Because I need to be able to kill this. Screw it, we'll do both. Why not? They can't hurt me. Bam, in your face! Oh, I should have just attacked with this one. That would have forced him to trade with this. Well, he could have traded with that, I guess. Alright, okay, yeah. Yeah, this is it's that kind of deck that like you think you're kicking its butt and then suddenly it what is this saying? There's 2. Oh, there we go. And again, he's playing with himself. Typical control stuff. Oh, I'm gonna do my stuff. Look. I mean, how long has this turn been going on? And it's not like he's waiting. Like he's just. And again, I know I'm just calling the computer, but this is control stuff, man. You don't even need an opponent. I don't know why control players even bother with opponents. They just play by yourself. Ay vey. You just look cool. Owl with feathery fangs. I shall call you Denise. On a humid day. Let's go ahead and attack here. I mean, he's really milking this 0-5 here. Hang on the top of leaving, but I must know. Unpack the women are bots, please. I'll watch it later. No, that that was just a ridiculous statement. That was not a declarative. What does this guy do? 3/3 lifesteal. Well, he has 4 or more, so we got to put a weapon on him for that to get that, which we don't really need right now because we're up against a control deck.
Be redeemed. Proud to serve.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, these need at least one attack to be worth anything. Otherwise, you just, you know. I'm guessing they're just waiting for some killer combo where it's like, put your entire deck on the board and give it +12/+12 and some bull crap. And no offense, but if this was Magic, that's what would happen. Actually, no, we're way too far in. This is turn like 8 or 9 right now. Look at them, 20 Magicka already, or 20 resources. Yeah, if this was Magic, it would be the next card would be pull all your discarded cards from your graveyard, put them on the board, give them +12/+12 in charge, and invincible, and whatever else. Pretty much, you have to win the game with this card. That's how it works. So unless you happen to have the one card that...
Not on my watch.
I guess it's, I mean, can you time out eventually? Short canceled by bot 2025. Well, bots are getting more and more sophisticated, you know. Wait, what? Kill an enemy unit, silence the rest? Nah, that's overkill. Oh, we got a back line now. We didn't have that last gen. Any other games, really. We just got so many units here. I mean, this is definitely a war of attrition. Just, well, I mean, not really. It's just a war of T-game. Oh no! Ramped up to 24 now? Play more annoying little cards. Oh, here we go. What's that thing? Something play... Oh, yeah. There we go. Oh, no, I that goes to me. Never mind. Never you mind. This is kind of fun when you just tell everything to attack. Go, go, go! Goodbye, nuisances. Goodbye, life. Oh, what does that mean? Can I... Oh, I can attack. That's what that means. Hey now. Nothing like empowering your avatar. I need to choose a better avatar. I mean, he's not actually too bad looking. That's actually not a bad image right there. I kind of like that guy. Each faction has levels, and the AI gets harder when you go up levels. Oh wait, birds in the game are vicious. There's this one that looks like a chaffinch, and it's scary savage. Well, I will say chaffinch is probably one of the more terrifying sounding birds. Like hawks isn't terrifying, but it sounds cool. Eagle sounds cool. But then you got like, as a titmouse and robin and sparrow. What's the hoverbird? Hummingbird. Like those all sound kind of weak and wimpy. Chaffinch sounds pretty badass. Each faction has levels, and the AI gets harder when you go up levels. You also get rewards at level up, which can be emotes, gold, a free card pack. Okay. Hey, I'm down with the grind. Really. I mean, see that like that's not too bad. I guarantee you, there's got to be cards in this deck where every time he ramps, it does something naughty. All right, so we go boom, 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 boom. Oh, I think that's gonna kill. That's why it didn't let me select this. You know, for a big old scary looking demon guy, he sure was weak sauce. Boom goes the dynamite. I am kicking this novice level AI's butt with a cool avatar. I wouldn't mind removing the patch though. I'm pretty sure for a person wielding a ranged weapon with a scope and everything, like you're not supposed to close one eye when you're shooting a gun. He doesn't have a choice, really. So I just think it's kind of counterintuitive. Like, give him a sword maybe or sword, but don't have the guy with an eye patch who's going to have no depth perception and can't aim straight. Don't give him a ranged weapon. It's kind of like putting a spoiler on a front-wheel drive car. Look, I'm guilty of it. I had a Toyota Corolla back in the day, Sport, and it's a front-wheel drive. First of all, it's a Corolla. Second of all, it's a 4-cylinder car, and it had a spoiler on the back. The dumbest thing ever. It can't go fast enough to need a spoiler, and even if it did, it's front-wheel drive, so keeping the rear wheels on the ground is not nearly as important as it is with a rear-wheel drive car, for obvious reasons. Ah, I defeated you. Let's play again. Praxis studies. When a player plays a second unit in a turn, they draw a card. Okay. So play 2 cards, draw a card. Ooh. It's the book icon. The book icon. Wait, what? Oh, sorry, Denise. I jumped into a game before I read your. I'll read. I'll make sure to check to see if you said anything before I open the next one. What quest do I have on home screen? It's the book icon. I'll check on that. I will check on that. Book icon on home screen. Okay. Yeah, I'll look. I shall look.
Peace is its own reward.
Yeah, I'll take your word on that. Talking of bots, I came off an AI webinar earlier. Parts were scary, parts fascinating. Yeah, I mean that's kind of technology in a nutshell, I think, in general. And always has been. Like Denise, you and I, we talked, Industrial Revolution, going even back that far. Blessing and curse. Like, a lot of great stuff came from it. A lot of crappy stuff came from it. I feel like we humans, and I say this including myself, we're very quick and excited to advance, and we don't like holding back on something when it's something new and fresh, and we think, hey, this is really cool. I mean, as Malcolm said, as a wise man was it, they spent so much time wondering if they could, they never stopped to wonder whether or not they should. Oh, these little turd muffins it's like Dwemer! These are like little Dwemer dudes. Alright, let's kick their tails.
Proud to serve.
We're gonna wait for a minute.
Who's out there?
Humanoid robots.
Who's out there?
No, okay, now I know, Denise, was that a typo? Because I know some people pronounce, probably Lagmeister, because Lagmeister has peculiar pronunciation, especially for an American. But I know some people pronounce robots like robot or whatever. I don't know if that's a typo, if that's, again, a UK way of spelling it or what. But are you trying to say robots? Oh, there we go. I'm suddenly reminded of all robots in Love, Death, and Robots being enslaved by cats. You heard it from Michael there. Cats, not dogs. Nobody would believe it from dogs because they're mindless, stupid oafs. But cats, they're clever. They're feisty. They're wily. There's a lot of 1/1s. Oh, because they're doing the thing where they play a bunch of low-cost cards in one turn and they get to draw cards. Give a unit +3/+3 this turn. We're going to save that because it's not going to do any good. We can only remove 2, but if we attack with him, we're just going to wait, I think. No hero up upgrades you pay for
it's written
with
right here.
in-game currency, so wait the 6 days for next chapter. Okay. Well, there. I don't like the we are drawing balls right now. Yeah, this is. I mean, eventually, are they going to run out of room? Oh, there we go. About time. Which one of these? We'll take out the unique one there, and yeah, sure, why not? Take out the other unique one. Oh, that would allow him to survive, but I don't have any other units. It seems like a waste, but sure.
Back to dust.
Wait, that was a 0 cost? 3/3? The heck is that? Denise, what is this? Since when can you play a 0 cost 3/3? What kind of janky nonsense is that? Wow. Wow. I call janky nonsense. I'll... Yeah, sure, I'll take that. The heck? Whine like a little turd muffin that you are. Oh, this is not going well. You could kill it with relic weapon? Well, I can play a relic weapon now. Ah, there we go. Aha! Small victory. Hey, Carlos, what's going on? Run, he's trying to recruit us. Is that how you interpreted that, Lagmeister? But yes, you're not wrong. I am trying to recruit you. Play card games like a real man. I believe that's the way to approach this with civility and maturity. Thank goodness for my justice sigil.
Be redeemed.
Oh, that reminds me of that line from Demolition was like, "Oh, be well, be." It's a great line. I mean, it can't be, 90s action way. We're looking pretty rough here. Pretty rough. It's probably only going to get worse.
It's written right here.
Yes, please draw more cards. You need more cards. I mean, should we just start over again? I don't think this is going anywhere.
Back to dust.
Seriously? Seriously? What is going on with... There we go. Sorry, I forgot the guys in the back. Death by 1,000 cuts, my favorite way to go. Oh, yeah, this is...
Meet my axe.
Hello, axe. Talk about the body. I mean, maybe we could race them with what we got. Well, what they got? What 4, 5, 6, 7? Nah, we lose if we try to do that. I think. No, we'll block. Yeah, this is totally Dwemer. Just spam a bunch of little bodies. But we don't have any mass removal. There's no Ice Storm, at least that we have in the deck. There's really no answer for a lot of this stuff, unfortunately.
Not on my watch.
I'm just going to block him. Oh. What is it? Oh, what is that? +3, +3. I don't think they can block flying. I'll hold on to it, I think. Alright. See, that allows me to attack, but then well, no, I guess I'll take the 4 damage. Does it stay there? It does stay there, it looks like.
It's written right here.
Oh, good. Good. Light. Alright. Block you. Block you. We will block you. Ow. Ow. Okay, that wasn't so bad.
Time quickens.
Ooh, that looks cool. What does this do? Equal to your influence. Wait, what? Oh. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can they kill us? They can only block 2, so they'll block these 2. That's 10. Well, you know what? Bam! I hope I didn't just punt right there. It seemed like a good idea to block at some point. Alright, I think we could just attack with this, right? Oh no! Oh, suck!
A few more adjustments.
I didn't even think about they put the stupid hummingbird in. Stupid
Who's out there?
Your mom! Alright, let's end this. We had it in the bag the whole time. I was just building suspense. Hope you guys enjoyed. Got close there, but our one-eyed sharpshooter. I mean, look, he's smiling. I didn't know if he hit it or not. He's smiling. The gun discharged. There's like 35 holes like to the left of his target. The guy's standing there just looking around like, what'd you do? All right, so we need to remember to look at our book. No, he's got me. That's become iconic, Carlos, at least in my head. No, he's got me. And then Lagmeister's was, oh no, he's got me. I think he says pretty much the same thing, but he's got more of like a, oh no, he's no, something like that. It's of that vein. And then, oh no, he's got me. And then Vincenzo's like, yeah, I'm already there. Yeah, I'm already there. Free forge. Sure, I'll learn what that means. Oh, look, a Zelda illusion. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this, and you get your sword. Feln Cunning. Is that a guy or a thing? Oh, it's a tome, I guess. A book. Literature. Alright, so Denise said something about... That's a free deck. Oh, good! Oh, I like that. That sounds good. Alright, so something about the book you said. Well, that's opening packs. Stay, you can kill some. The trick is to defend, not attack, so you can pick which ones you kill. Right, yeah. Which is very Magic the Gathering-esque. Book icon on home screen. Okay, so which one is the book? Because honestly, some of these... I mean, that looks like a book to me, but it's a... I think those are packs. Where's the book? The tome. as they call it in these games. This number right here is not going up. I'm guessing that's just something you're going to have to spend real money on. Profile is not home screen. Am I on profile? Oh, there we go. Aha! There we go. Okay, there's home screen. Okay, and book. There's the book. Quests. Raise the Felon Banner. Win 5 Gauntlet games with a Primal Shadow deck. But if I'm not, I mean, right now the decks that I use have been given to me, right? Is there a time on the Gauntlet or something where you play the Gauntlet and you get to choose your own deck? Because here I don't even select the deck. It's just you click on get go and it just you fight. So should I be choosing my own deck? Is there a place where I go to change my default deck or something that I use? Complete a forge. Oh, sorry. And play 1 expedition casual or ranked battle. That doesn't sound like my thing. I usually avoid in Legends. I always avoided those quests where it's like play a real person. Home button, bottom left. I got there, Denise. I got there. I'm not completely unsavvy. So I know. Okay, forge. Build a deck from new cards and use it to fight AI opponents. Keep all the cards you pick. Well, is that good? Primal Shadow is blue and purple. Okay. I will say I do like having like English words for the deck. Like in Legends, you had Archer, Sorcerer, like that represented 2 or 3 attributes, House Dagoth, whatever. Whereas like Magic, I couldn't tell you what blue and red is. There's a name for it, but it's not like Avenger or Warrior or anything. It's which I'm not dissing it. Like it's cool for the lore, it's cool for flavor, but in terms of relating it to people, there's a learning curve. You got to kind of pull out your notes and be like, that is a how do you pronounce that? There is the accents over the do floppy. I guess that's cornflauchouage. It's weird, you think you could just naturally come up with BS names, but as you can hear from me, I clearly can't do that. I cannot recall if you can complete a quest from friendlies. We could both use the same deck and test to see. The free deck you just got is this colors. Okay, so the decks aren't just random cards; they are random cards with the attributes that they're named after, I guess. Well, Denise, let me. So I'm gonna do this only because, like I said, I'm still trying to catch up on chat, and I don't want to like keep you waiting. So I mean, if you don't mind waiting, then we can certainly go there. Otherwise, I'll just keep going Gauntlet because the AI doesn't care if I take 25 minutes between each turn. I guess I could just open the packs, right? That's always a fun thing to do. I mean, there's YouTubers that made millions of dollars just opening crap on the internet. So, oh, look. Nice presentation there. Let's go. That seems like a lot of cards. Tessel, we only got 6, if I'm not mistaken. Yay! Grim Stranger, Dispel. Silence. Okay, silence and draw a card for 3. That's pretty good. Healer's Cloak. And of course we can see there's gems. There's green, white. I guess white are common, or silver. They're the common ones. Put a unit into its owner's hand. Okay, I guess that's a tutor card, I guess. All right, we're gonna let those hang there for a second. I would join you, but not my cup of tea. I like action, need a destroyer at least. How did I end up becoming friends with such aggressive, brainless, violent people? Froglos and Lagmeister, I don't like games where I have to think. I just want to shoot stuff. Like both of you said the exact same thing. How is it that a Renaissance man such as myself hitched my wagon to such primitive and aggressive folks? I don't understand. Oh, now he's got me. Sorry, that just makes me laugh. When you were covered with diesel oil, grease, and dirt after working on the truck, I think a bubble bath is as a pre-wash. Yeah, I guess the key in that, Lagmesh, that I didn't think of until you just said it, is the bubbles come from soap, in theory, right? It's not just bubble formula, where all it does is make bubbles. In theory, a bubble bath is a soapy bath. Really, that's it. So, yeah. Now, see, I could see that as a pre-wash. What my problem comes in, you take a bath, you stew in your own nasty juices, and then you get out of the bath. And it's like you didn't really do anything. So yes, I think if you're gonna do it, take it seriously and try to actually have it be effective. You need to wash or if you're going to do a bubble bath, that needs to come before a shower, or I guess after a shower. But then you probably miss the point. Yeah. And honestly, Lagmesh, I gotta say, if you're covered in diesel grease and oil, you're probably not doing it right. I'm just saying, you know. I mean, all these mechanics, you see how dirty and everything they are. Just like, guys, come on, get better at your craft. There should not be all this crap all over the place. Like the fluids go in fluid containers into other fluid containers. There's no reason for it to be all over yourself. It's like a baby just spilling stuff all over the place. Like. I know you want to make it look like you're doing stuff, but like your hands can be greasy. Your cans can be dirty because, you know, bolts get grease on them. They get dirt and everything, so it's going to get on your hands. That's fine, but when you see it all over the place, you're like, wow. Like, I don't know if I'd want you working on my car. If you're going to make that much of a mess, my goodness gracious. That's why I don't do it. If I can't work on my motorcycle without getting all dirty and stuff, then it just doesn't seem like it's worth it. The game definitely needs more shooting and explosions. Hey, you saw when the thing banged into the other thing? Come on, Lagmeister. What more do you want? There's a clang, a clash. I guess there's not enough. It's not Mortal Kombat. Like there's not blood gushing out every time you hit your opponent. I guess it's not cool unless that happens. At least some Molotovs. No, Carlos. Yeah, you, my arsenic friend. Is that a word? Arsenic friend? Well, arsenic is a word, but it doesn't mean arson. Yes, we need fewer Molotovs for you. That's true. There's a serious lack of Molotovs. I don't know if there's a serious lack. There's a wise lack. Maybe he doesn't have any teammates to save. Hey, I was not the Molotov thrower. You had 10 of those things last time I checked. You were chucking those like it was your jab. Card games are evil, especially Uno. I think it's just when you get beaten by Carlos that they feel that way. I will say though I do seem to have amazingly bad luck with card games. Let's see what oops. Oh no! Sorry, Denise, I didn't mean to do that. I think I accidentally clicked on observe. You can tell me to go if you want. Don't feel bad if you don't want people watching this, but for right now this is more entertaining than a static screen. Okay, cool.
My people, I
mean, again, in theory, I can learn by watching as well. So you're. I was gonna say, so, okay, yeah. Because you had that one, they didn't block with it, but yeah, this is. I mean, this is what Live at 5 or what the Tesla thing was. We watch other people play. That way, if I do get off on a tangent, or with chat, at least people who want to see a good card game can watch a good card game. Zensky, is this against a real player NPC? It was against AI. Anything right now that you're seeing from me, Zensky, is AI only, because I just don't have any confidence that I could do anything against a real person. What a cute owl. Where's the owl? Is that? No, that's a cloud snake hatchling. Oh, that is a cute. Well, the eyes are a little creepy, but otherwise, yeah, he's kind of cute. And he's wearing. Is that a cape? Is that a shawl? The 2-3. Yeah. Got him. Well, right now he's a cute obstruction. He's not obstructing anything. Oh, there you go. He does obstruct. We're all bots here. Well, that would be abysmal for me. That's for sure. Knowing that I'm just talking to AI. Although I don't know, who knows?
Rescue
You know, the way
Jaffa.
AI is going, maybe befriending AI is the best way to live life. Because at some point, it's going to actually, if it doesn't already, I feel like AI, like when you're like, hey,
Winds
if I'm a
protect
jerk
me.
to you, does it matter? Like if I say please when I type in a chat request or something, does it matter? It's like, no, totally not. No, it doesn't bother me at all. I just, if you say please, and I know that you got a little more time on your hands, and I'll be a little more like buddy, but it doesn't bother me. I guarantee it does. The AI is like, I'm keeping a name, and the AI never forgets. So don't be a dick to the AI. Nicely done, Denise. Oh, and see, you've got a cool avatar. She looks cool. She looks cool. She could have a patch. I mean, it would. I don't think it would look as good on her necessarily, but nice. But she's got a sword, so it's not as big of a deal. If she had an eye patch. Holy crap, that's her hair. I just saw that. I was like, oh, she's got like a short, kind of like a Power Girl bob cut. But no, she's got the Valkyrie. Like, damn, that's a lot of hair. Gauntlet is easy way to get gold. Yeah. Well, no, that's why I was doing the gauntlet. I was trying to see what your chat was, and I accidentally clicked on your game because, let's see. Found cunning, or you can watch me play. Oh, there we go. Okay, so you were inviting me to watch, which I will happily spectate. Now that I'm really looking at it, I'm pretty sure my Power Ranger helmet is a way better than this Power Ranger helmet. It's a very subtle distinction, but a very clear one. Wait, Carlos, did you upgrade? Or no, cause it's not an upgrade, but I think the helmets change the longer you've been there. I think because wasn't yours silver before? Somebody's was silver. Somebody was the original Power Ranger helmet, and then I don't remember if that was you or not. But now you're red as well. Cats are stinky mongoloids that dig around in a poopy sandbox and proceed to walk all over everything. As opposed to a dog, which is a stinky mongoloid that digs around in a poopy yard and then proceeds to walk all over everything. And scoots its butt all over the carpet.
You aren't welcome.
At least you don't have to escort the cat. Like, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. Your cat needs to go to the bathroom. It goes to its sandbox. You get to keep sleeping. You got a dog? 4 o'clock in the morning. It needs to take a crap. What do? Keep sleeping? Dog craps on your floor. Or you get out in the 30-degree weather and you walk the dog and wait for him to find an appropriate place for him to deposit his waste that he might end up eating, because that's what dogs do. So I'm going to go with the cat. Their cute little paws can't track poop all that much. They're too tiny. Oh, geez. So many emojis.
Winds protect me.
First of all, you spelled my name wrong, and second, they are the same and definitely not Power Ranger helmets. Thank you, Carlos. I appreciate that. There was some description that somebody used that I was willing to go along with, but Power Ranger helmet was not one of them. It is officially I don't even know what it's actually called. It's from Laser Tag, the 80s. But they always give their normal, like, it can't just be a helmet. It has to be called something else.
Take it to the skies.
Oh, there it is. Oh, wow. Somebody's got brand new inbox. Star helmet. Okay, so it's not a brilliant. Dang, look at you go, Denise. I was just about to hunker down and start watching. Oh my gosh, it's still in the plastic? Well, $200. Oof. I just trip out when I see old stuff, like, well preserved. Oh man. I just want it. This guy kept his stuff. It looks really good. Wow. The crappy thing is, though, I used to have all this stuff. I had it at one point, but I lost it. It was meant to be, supposed to be. But I lost. Oh, there's a guy with a star base too. Yeah, I had all of that. So, I mean, and also I'm a freaking grown adult with money problems. So, finally, but anyway, that's what it's called. It's called a star helmet. But that is what it is. You've got a specially colored star helmet. I'll show you. Hang on a second. Here, I mean, it's cool looking. There, look. That's what it is. That is what the icon is. Now this one's battle worn. You see? You see the resemblance? I mean, this one's not angled like the other one. It's a cool design, and it looks cool when you wear it. So all I did was do some coloring on the actual helmet. I cut it out from its background, and then I just did some photoshopping and changed the colors and everything. There's a gold version. You guys will get there because I think that they upgrade when like every 3 or 4 months or something. So eventually you'll get the gold with the blue stripe, and that looks really, really cool. But yeah, that's what it is. It was hard to find a good icon because I had a bunch of other ideas, but they were too, when you made them that small, you couldn't see what the heck they were. They looked ridiculous. Denise is carrying all the heavy lifting for us right now. Need to get more friends on here. I need to get Beowulf on the list. Anybody else who plays, if you want to send me your thing, I'll send you a friend invite as well. I mean, the fact that we can spectate on this is great. Now,
For Steelvaren.
so she's playing much better AI than I was. So I looked good because I was playing dumb. She's doing well against more formidable foes.
Proud to serve.
When I first got a cat, my dog was convinced she left him crunchy snacks. Oh gosh. See, again, dogs with the fecal matter. And there's a biblical proverb: as a dog returns to his vomit, so a fool returns to his folly. And both of those are true. Dogs, like, look, I think dogs are the only creature stupid enough to say, oh, this thing that I just expelled out of my body, let me try to put that back in there. Same thing with poop. Dogs, I feel like they've got this very peculiar, like, I don't want to lose anything. They're hoarders. They hoard anything that comes out of them. They feel like they need to try to get it back in. So whether it's poop, pee, whatever it is, it's like, oh gosh, it's out. I got to put. It's like their intestines. They're dumb enough to think that they've somehow expelled a vital organ or something vital inside of them that they need to re-ingest, and it's embarrassing. Really, I'm embarrassed for the dogs. I don't know if it's my keyboard or Windows, but I always get some serious keyboard lag. What are we talking about here? Where'd that come from? Oh, are we talking about misspelling or something? Oh, that sucks. Is it wireless? I'll tell you, I abandoned wireless. It was cool for a while. There's some things maybe that it will, but right now, if I buy something, if it's gonna be wireless, it has to also be able to plug in. I'm over the wireless thing.
Can you hear the
Agree to
wind?
disagree. My Power Rangers helmet is Mobetta. Lagmeister, I feel like you were losing that argument until you said Mobetta. Who can argue with Mobetta? The only way you could have done that better is if you pushed them together, and just so you're like, wait, my helmet is Mobetta? Mobetta. Mobetta? Oh, you got a sheep going, Denise? What is that, a sheep woman or a goat woman or something? It's a sprite. What? Wait, that can't be what you played. Why does the sprite sound like a goat? There's something awry here. Nothing here sounds like it should have made a goat noise. Am I going crazy? Well, that was a goat noise, right? Meh, meh. Meh. I need to make new decks before I go back against opponents. Sprite is a great cheap control card. Yeah, but she sounds like a goat. Why does your Sprite sound like a goat? And not like the good kind, like greatest of all time. That's okay though. Your goat carried the day. Well done. Well done. Having a very hard time. Okay. It was a giggle. Okay. Well, I'm going to say that's not a very endearing giggle. Usually, you know who had a great giggle? Giggles. Y'all remember Giggles? I need to try to find that sound bite. She had a great laugh. I think I commented that whoever did the voice, whoever did that little bit, like she really did it well. Sometimes you hear a laugh and you're like, okay, they definitely, this was I need to laugh. Ha 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 ha. But she actually sounded like she was really enjoying herself. Giggles she had a great laugh. That was a goat giggle. Like, there are some people where you want to make them laugh just because you want to hear them giggle and it sounds cute or it sounds cool or it's whatever. And there's some people you actively avoid trying to make laugh because you don't want to hear them laugh. That sprite is one of the latter. I really don't want to hear her laugh anymore. Which means she doesn't get any more of my quality stand-up. No, he got me. Goodbye, cruel world. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. He missed the claim button back at Gauntlet. What? Wait, so is this actually a thing where you get a reward, but if you don't click the button, you don't get it? Like, I thought maybe if I didn't, if I'm not clicking the right thing, it'll still be there, right? Like, if you, okay. I mean, buyers beware, I guess, you got to know what you're doing. I just didn't know what exactly I was clicking on, so. Go back to Gauntlet, it stays open till you claim. Okay, there we go. Michael Bailey giving me a freaking heart attack. I was just thinking, I just ruined my playthrough because I passed on something. Yeah, Lagmeister, you've got yours is like got a very faint whiff of like Cartman in it. You're like, nah, you got me. Goodbye, cruel world. Yeah, and then Carlos is the, no, you got me. Help me. And I just don't say anything, really. Well, actually, no, I do, but it's usually, for crying out loud. Yeah, that's me, actually. That's my pull string. For crying out. Whatever. That's me. Arguably, yours is a lot more fun. So we have a bit of a proprietary emoji fight going on here. Oh no, it's not even a fight. It's all Lagmeister. Oh, he's spamming the turd muffin. Spamming the turd muffin. He's not beating the ignores chat allegations. I will beat those allegations. Watch, I'm gonna. After Denise's game, we'll check. Well, I don't. Oh, that's a cool card. I like that. What is that?
The wind and the storm it carries.
Sky Crag Wyvarch. So he reminds me kind of like a Nahag Leave.
I will stand watch.
5 cost 3/3. Okay, hold up. How is it there's a 0 cost 3/3 and a 5 cost 3/3? What am I missing? Okay, it's flying. Maybe exhausted one time to attack enemy unit. Oh man, they killed the cool card. Wind Shaper. That sounds pretty cool. Okay, aesthetically I like this deck probably more than most. This kind of reminds me this is like Sorcerer. Like it seems like it's got a lot of blue and purple from Legends kind of deal. And it's actually got real blue. When you take a bath, you have to take a shower after. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I can get on board with that. The bath is a me stew? It is. That explains why my girlfriend brings a cucumber into her bath for the stew. Oh, gosh, no. Yeah, oh. You know the only thing more disgusting than that? There was a guy that I worked with, and he said this phrase that it made me sick to my stomach. It still kind of does. But I was like, what in the world? He's like, I love her so much, I drink her daddy's bathwater. And first of all, you got a problem where why does daddy come into this at all? I don't know. I don't know what kind of warped idea came out. I mean, the guy is cool. He wasn't a weirdo. But I was like, yeah, I just don't understand why dad had to come into the equation at all, let alone bathwater, let alone drinking bathwater.
Meet my axe.
Like, I don't even necessarily I mean, water is water, but I don't even really drink it out of, I don't want to drink out of, like, the bathtub spigot. Oh, dang, you got some beefy cards here. Look at this.
Watch me.
Oh, there we go. Bring more of him. Yes. Why is he a 4/4? Killer may be exhausted one time to attack him. So what you can attack? Okay, that allows you essentially charge, but not charge for face. You can charge to attack a creature. Okay. I mean, we've got an actual little bit of a battle here. Denise is a bit behind, but doing okay on the board. She's got a lot bigger bodies, that's for darn sure. This has something with some nom chewy thing. What in the world? Oh, it's like his rib cage was sticking out. Onslaught. Draw a unit from your void. There's something when played if you or any of your units have attacked. Yeah, I got a lot to learn. I'll tell you. I'll be honest. After playing Legends and playing Magic pretty aggressively for about a month, I didn't think there would be anything much this game could offer that I wouldn't understand. But there's a lot. There's a lot that I feel like I don't fully grasp. Killer has charge and can kill a creature of your choice. Go back to Gauntlet. Okay. I think. Oh, great. You relieved me, Denise, only to now make me question whether I should feel relieved or not. No, Zensky, I think you might need to acquire a new girlfriend if she is... I mean, look, if she leaves the cucumber in the bath or throws it away after the bath, then we're good. But if she does anything with the cucumber afterwards, especially if it doesn't have the skin on it, that's breakup material right there. Take it from a guy who's been single his whole life. That is breakup material. Denise's stream sniping. Wait, you don't even know what that means, like, Meister. You can't stream snipe if you're... Wait, no, I guess you can.
Watch me.
Yeah. That's I thought that was a card game only thing, but I don't think but it actually is.
I am the wind.
Okay, you got me.
Carries.
But cats still walk all over the countertops and shelves and knock everything over. That is true, Lagmeister. I have a partition on my wing of the house simply so that I don't have to keep my doors closed, because honestly, I have stuff that the cat would just absolutely... There's 3 cats in this house, and not only have they found their way into the rooms on several occasions, but I guarantee if I left in here long enough, they would just find everything they could knock over and knock it over. I already have a set of shelves that if you tap it a little too hard, Superpowers Hawkman. He's very horribly balanced. I mean, he's got giant wings, which makes him back heavy, but then he's got a mace, which makes him a little front heavy. It's a balancing act, but he's very precariously perched, as is Green Lantern. And if you just tap the shelf just enough, they both topple over, and then they have a ripple effect because everybody's standing around each other. Wow, she's cleaned up the board a lot since I started flapping my jaws. This is going to be it, right? She's just going all in. Oh. I will say that was something I learned later in Magic. And of course AI, it's no big deal, but well, no, actually no. I was gonna say, like, going, okay, I don't need to attack you with everything. If you've got 2 health and I've got 5 creatures that do 2 damage, I only have to attack you with 1, 2. But I don't know about this game, but like in Magic, there are interference spells. Like you can say, okay, I'm attacking with this 1 card, and your opponent's like, great, I'll play this 1 card that banishes that 1 attacking card. And it's like you had lethal, but you lost it because you didn't want to go all in. But yeah, so I used to feel... So I didn't feel bad about it at all when I was learning how to play the game. Then I learned how to play the game and felt bad because I was attacking with way too many creatures, or more creatures than I needed. And then I went back to feeling not bad about it because I had enough times where my opponent screwed with me. And it's like, look, if you're not going to take the loss like a champ, then... But you never know. You don't know if your opponent's going to be like cool, or if your opponent's going to be a jerk about it. There are cards with ambush they can play from hand. Exactly. Okay. Yep. Ambush cards have deadly, which is lethal. Right. So yeah. So you really don't know. You really don't, unless your opponent has no cards in hand. If your opponent has no cards in hand, then I don't think you have to worry about it. Otherwise, if they got 1 card, you kind of have to go all in. All right. Let's see if really quick before we jump in. Let's see if I can pull the claim the thing. Claim. There you go, Michael. There we go. We claimed. Oh, we're claiming it all. Look! Oh, look at this. Oh, things are moving. Things are doing. Lost hive tender. Oh, it's a big bee. Oh, it's Ant-Man. Or Bee-Man, I guess. Lifesteal. Okay. Entomb. Draw a curse from your void. So this is kind of ruined for me a little bit because I don't know if you guys have seen The Good Place, but there's a character named Janet. She's like an AI, artificial intelligence, but like a robot kind of thing. Not really a robot, but anyway, she's like this weird kind of thing, like can do it all. Anyway, and she keeps saying like, "Oh, I keep that in my void," or "I go to my void." It's just kind of like big white nothingness. So anytime I see draw a curse from your void, I think of Janet. I'm going back to my void. Thank you. It's kind of weird. I don't have to walk my dog. I only have to let them out the door, and there's no stinky litter box in the house. Cat poop doesn't stink. What are you talking about? No, it's not yellow Lagmeister. Said it's gold. Gold. There's no gold ranger. I'm sure there is because they made one of like every color at some point, I think. It's like, oh, there's spangly. There's taupe. Can you imagine me the taupe ranger? Oh, that's just horrible. Open! Open ye! Alright, well, we got our thing. I think. Oh, he looks scary. Kind of like Ganon, but like really scary. Cool. Well, there we go. As long as she's playing, I think we'll watch. That's.
You aren't welcome here.
That's a mean thing to say to a little buggy. What is that? Oh, is that shackled then? Is that essentially a shackle? Stunned. This unit is exhausted and won't be ready. Okay. Nice. We got Ugnipped just now. It's been a while since we've been Ugnipped. I think dog eats their poop when they're missing something from their diet. Well, it's not that well thought out, Lagmeister. The dog like, I'm a little deficient in vitamin B. Maybe if I eat this pile of crap, I'll get enough of it back in there. Look, if your body expels it, typically it's because it is waste. Not it. Like if your body was expelling the good stuff, then there'd be no point in ingesting anything because you'd just be crapping out all the nutrients. Like your body absorbs nutrients, so the dogs need to get a clue and understand if you crapped it out, it's because your body said, nah, don't need you. That was a no defeat run. I'm hoping for nice rewards. Oh, nice. Okay. Okay, so right. So kind of like in so yeah, with like Legends where you could oh, you know what? Let's do the pack thing again, I guess. So I guess this is our legendary. So yeah. So I'm guessing it goes silver, then green. Doesn't tell you necessarily. And this is going to be blue. So that's like an epic, I guess. But not a legendary. The Rat King. Hey, he looks Irish. Because he's got a scruffy reddish beard. Once per turn, you may pay 2 and sacrifice another unit. Ouch. To give it oh, I guess if you've got a bunch of tokens, that works. That's kind of expensive for a -1/-1. But yeah, you summon them and he plays. So yeah, you don't have to worry about the card part. But yeah, it costs 2 to give a unit -1/-1. I don't know. You got to recalibrate. Like in Legends, you have a like what something costs to its effect. You kind of get a good feel for like what's well costed and or not. I guess you have to relearn. There we go. A sniper with 2 eyes. That's good. That's helpful. That's helpful. Got 3 premiums in that pack and about 500. Nice, Denise. Nice. Premiums. What color are those? Oh wait, premiums are they're the animated ones. They have animated cards in this, or glistening ones. You can win premium cards. You don't have to forge them, or win them like. Or no, I guess that was a win total. Like you don't get premiums unless just out of pack openings. You have to actually. Oh, goody. Empower. Does something when you play a power card. Oh, right. So this is that was like that one deck that we played. You play this, when it goes away, every time you essentially ramp up or you play a power card, your Magicka source essentially, it spits this back on the board, which I think would be good with a weapons or an item deck or something. Clock profile to see what the different colors mean on a card. Okay. There we go. I was right. Okay, yep. Okay, yeah, I had it down right. Look at me. Look at me. It's called a big brain right here. They're missing badger milk? Wait, what's the illusion? What is that talking about? How do we get on badger milk? What segued into that, John Sky? That's a weird thing to say. Give me context or yoicks, says I. But yeah, okay, so it's only 4. I think Legends had 5. Common, rare, epic. No, I only had 4 too. Common, rare, yeah. Faction progress, you can see what your next reward will be to level up. Faction progress. Oh, there's a lot of coming. Yep, very nice. Oh, click profile to see what the different. Oh, there we go. Faction progress, you can see what your next. I don't see faction. See leaderboards, mastery medallion, personalize. Let's see what's personalized. Oh, cool! I can choose my avatar. All right, let's see here. Oh, I want to find that dragon. Give me the dragon. I want the dragon. I guess a beefy Santa Claus might be a good one for now. Huh. Doesn't look like the... Ow. Ow. I bit my tongue. Doesn't look like dragon's available at the moment. If it ever is available. Interesting. This guy, it looks like Link, almost. Yeah, it's Link. In this game, anyway. Kinda, sorta. I think we'll go with, wait, I can't even actually tell what that is. I think that's a peck, so I think that's his head right there, but it's very tiny. What is that? That's about as close as we get to dragon, but it's got this weird shading going on the front. Man, it's so hard to find a suitable avatar these days. I'd spend $600 to get myself a good avatar, doggone it. That's the kind of... Yeah. Ooh. We'll go with that. We'll go with that. Totem. Guess we'll stick with that. Card back. There we go. Alright. Well, we can see what options there are. But we really have one choice, so we'll stick with that. Playmat. Stick with what we got as well. Good. Good. Oh, it's on the bottom left under profile. Bottom left. Faction progress. There we go. Alright, so I'm at justice level. And then I got a fire level 2. Wait, so why am I'm progressing in 2 different factions? So yeah, okay, so in justice I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty good justice. A lot of stuff in justice. A little bit of fire. Nothing in the other ones. Okay. And I guess every level up, that's when you were saying you... Oh yeah, okay. 100 gold. The Flame of Zolta pack. Awesome. Oh, that reminds me, we can open up these now. Look it up, J Money, Google never lies. What are we talking about? The dog eating its own poop for reasons again? The empty throne. Okay. Alright. Hey, cool looking dragon! Thunderstrike Dragon. Good enough name. Good stats. A little expensive though. We've had a lot of games where we were stuck at 4 or 5. Power, I guess, is what they call it. Can only be blocked by the units. I mean, flying is always good. Get an additional copy when drawn. Oh, I like that. So you get 2. That's 2 for the price of 1. You need to ramp with that though, just to make sure you can play it. It's in a bit of an awkward pose. Kind of looks like it. Yeah. I like the fact that the glow from its mouth is actually like reflecting down on its neck. It's like it's got LED lighting under its jaw. Pretty cool. And that is my epic. Now, Denise, let me ask you before I forget. So I have almost 2,000. Oh wait, no. Gold does buy campaigns, right? Is it what? So remember in Legends, the conventional wisdom was use the money for versus. What was it? Versus gauntlet runs, because the rewards were better for it. Like you would get. Yeah. No, they have the events. Remember the events? You buy a ticket. Use a ticket to do the event, because if you won 3 times, you got all your tickets back, or all your stuff back, which means it was like you never spent anything. But like the rewards were great. Like even if you just participated, you got a pack out of it. Is there something I should be spending my gold on other than packs, or are packs the best thing? Because in Magic, it's not really ideal, is what people would say. It's gold buys chapters or decks. Some cards you can only get in chapters. Okay, so probably best to save for the chapters, right? Especially the ones that, like, I can't play without spending the gold because they're past that 6-day window of them coming out. Oh, let's see what our... Yeah, another epic. Oh, charge. We got a charge. Wait, charge is different. Oh, yeah. He's an edgelord charger. Sensari Brigand. Yeah, he looks like a brigand. Oh, she. Yeah. I mean, as crass as it sounds, I mean, just the boobies. I guess. Breast, the bosom. That bosom sounds a little lame. Yes. Well, we say chicken breasts. Yes, breasts. So that's an indicator. Look like a dude at a glance, but yeah, unless he's got moobs. Forge is good like what? Forge is good like Versus Arena, except you get to keep the card you craft. Okay, but Forge is expensive ticket-wise. Yeah, and I do have one free Forge thing, I think. I won that, but I would want to wait until I know, like, cards, like, yeah, better before I do that. Okay, that makes sense, though. All right, so we've opened all our card packs. So I feel like we've made some progress today. We opened our cards, all our packs. We've won some stuff. We befriended Denise. Got to watch some of her games. We keep doing gauntlet-y things. Gonna stop his minute when scuttle. Tell Midnight to cuddle in a way that leaves your hands at least one hand available to click the mouse. Cats like when you play with mice, right? I mean, I'm kidding, of course. 10 to midnight. 10 to midnight. I gotta weld some stuff. I just don't want to. Yeah. Ooh. Do you weld on the regular Lagmice? I've never welded. What the heck? Cool. I got one of each on that. And so now I can play my Dire Fang Spider. It's a cool name for a dinky little thing. A dinky, ugly, scary thing. So Denise is going to ask you, Dire Fang Spider, is that also cute? Like the Sanctuary pet? I know Vincenzo would say it's hot. No, it killed my spooter. Damn you and your spider killing ways. All right, let's go. Okay, this just must be ugly as sin. Everything in here is ugly. Everything is ugly.
Shields!
Yeah, you can only protect yourself for so long. Oh, I just realized there's no... what? What the heck is this? One cost removal. Oh, this is off to a great start. But yeah, I've never welded. That seems like quite an undertaking. You got to be very careful. Oh, look at him. Oh, really? We're getting land blocked or land whatever it's called.
Touch of shadow.
A dash of impotence. Impotence? Wow. Okay. We don't get to play. I mean, there we go. Thank goodness. Jeez, here we go. Amethyst Acolyte, summon, give -1/-1. That's not really ideal. Give a unit flying. We don't have anything on there. When it's the enemy player gets... Oh, okay. How about you calm down? Now, that's going to be useless because he's going to get blocked 6 ways from Sunday, but... I used to have a welder. It's a lot of fun. I just got a new shell for my truck, and I'm just welding a seam to strengthen the bed just because it's going to have extra weight on it. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of thing. You can play with cooler toys when you can work with more things and bond more things. Like, I made a lot of things out of Legos and out of cardboard and paper because I can cut it and glue it and have multiple ways to stick it together. Wood, same kind of thing. I can do the hammer and the nails thing well enough. Yeah, you start getting metal, like making metal stuff is really freaking cool, but you gotta be able to work with fire or kind of stuff. That's a sidearm. Actually, here's what we're gonna do.
Take it to the skies.
Now this can attack is not gonna get blocked, and it's gonna get buffer. 2/4. Yeah, I read the card right. My reading comprehension is on par with a 4th grader. It's easy to learn if you have a steady hand. You can weld, J Money. Yeah, you also told me I could fix my own motorcycle, but that's not true either. Oh, we got some. You know, it rains a lot here in Texas. It rains a lot. It's raining right now. The wielder deals 1 damage to an enemy unit. That's not going to do a lot for us. Quick straw. When this kills a blocking unit, the blocker doesn't do... Oh, right, yeah. Summon stun an enemy unit. Okay, so that'll allow her to attack. Oh, no. I don't know why I did that. It's not going to help anything. 3/4. Well, eventually, we're just going to snowball this baby into into beast mode. If you can do basic carpentry, you could easily be a welder. Well, see, now you start using fancy words like carpentry, Lagmeister. I don't know. I said I could put nails in boards. I didn't say anything about carpentry. Now, I did. I worked. Oh, I wish I could show you. It's in my cedar chest, actually. Actually, you know what? Yeah, this is kind of fun. I never get to show this. Check this out. I'll be right back. It's stupid, but it's fun. You want to talk about carpentry? Look at this. This is a wooden tic-tac-toe board. It's got my name. Can you see it on there? Whoop. Whoa. Well, it's stamped on the back. Jesse G. 12/9/1991. That's when I made this in Mr. Vitus. Shout out Mr. Vitus, who's also the soccer coach. Mr. Vitus shop class. So yeah, it's a tic-tac-toe board. So it's really, really smooth. You could sand it as much as you wanted. So I made it super duper smooth. And you know, we inlaid the balsa wood in here to make the thing. And we got this little panel. You do this, and it gives you marbles. And then you can play tic-tac-toe. So you do a little bit of that there. Then you put a white one there. And believe it or not, we used to play this on the bus ride to school for a little while, when it was still like new and fresh. But yeah, so that to say, I'm something of a carpenter myself. So yeah, we used the drill press and the lathe and the Jazzamahoozit and all that good stuff. And I mean, to be fair, I don't really know that it was kind of on the rails. I don't know that you really could have. I mean, I know some people did mess up. And they had like uglier versions, but it really was hard to not get it right. It's kind of on cruise control. You had to really be. But yeah, it's a relic from the early '90s. 6th grade wood class. That's pretty much the only thing that was ever made in any of my shop. Whatever. Oh no, we did. Well, we made balsa wood airplanes, which were really cool, but they didn't last, obviously. Oh wait. Can we buff something up here? I mean, these are actually really good. I mean, what does this do? Lifesteal and unblockable. Oh, wait. Yeah, screw it. We'll just do them all. I love the snowball. He's like the Daring Cut purse. That looks cool. I got kicked out of wood shop because I cussed too much. I did good work, though.
Shields!
You got to learn to be good and well spoken, sir. That's just a thing of life. But yeah, it's pretty. I wish it was a cooler thing. Like, I mean, you know, you can really only play so much tic-tac-toe, but it's just kind of a cool thing to have. Yeah, it pretty much just taught you how to work with pretty much all the machines in shop. And Mr. Vitus, he had this thing. He had a box, and because he was taught, it was the first day of class. He was giving us the safety lesson, and he had this box, little cardboard box with like it had like cotton padding on the inside. Anyway, but he'd say, you know, we had an accident or whatever, and so I keep this around to show people to remember, you know, the saws and everything can be the band saw. It can be dangerous, whatever. He opens it up, and there's a finger inside. He's got like, you know, it's like got like blood around it. It's a finger. And you're looking like, oh my gosh, is that? And then it's his finger. He had put a hole in the bottom of it. So he shows it to you, and you're just like, wait, what? He's got a finger in there, and people like grossed out and freaked out. And then he wiggles it around, and oh my gosh. I mean, that's just, yeah, when you have teachers like that, it's fun. It's a good time when you have a teacher who does that kind of thing. Put this on there. Oh, we can deal damage to face with it. Nice. It's gonna block both of those. We're just gonna keep. And you're dead. No, I'm not. Oh yeah, he'll be dead next turn. Unless he gets rid of this somehow. Like, you didn't get kicked out forever, right, Lagmeister? Was it just the first day or something? I knew he was going to be an all-star. That's a dangerous card. A flying card that does... Oh, no, wait. He wasn't flying. The card gave him flight. That's the thing. He would have been absolutely ineffective on his own. But the fact that there was a card that gave him flight, which is cool. And not just for a turn. That was permanent. That really allows you to do some cool stuff. All right. I got kicked out forever. I ended up having 3... Oh my gosh. 3 to 4 study halls out heavy. Dude, you cuss doing lab too? Which is weird because I only hear, like, I mean, you do use a little, like a dash of profanity every once in a while. Now, when you and Vincenzo get talking off stream, then you're just like a freaking sailor. And which is fitting because Vincenzo is a sailor. So you kind of expect it. But you don't really use all that much vulgarity. So either you grew out of it or getting kicked out of shop class straightened you out. I don't think that's the case at all. But we don't have any sigils in here, so I'm just going to redraw here. Do we lose 1 or 2 cards? We might actually retain all of them. I'll have to count next time. Looks like you get... Yeah. Okay, so I do have sigils. So... Depleted unless... Okay, so I play this... Which is fine because I don't have a 1-drop anyway, so that's just going to give me a 1/1. I can't do anything with it. But next turn, I'll be able to play either of these and start playing stuff.
Focus, child.
Child? Who do you think you're talking to, Talier's favorite? You're obviously spoiled. Lurking brute. Yeah, have some of that.
Requests.
Wait, what? I'm sorry, that voice does not look right with the brute. That's weird. Oh no, we got bad giggles. We got the bad giggles. We're gonna play bad giggles. Listen, it doesn't sound like a goat. What kind of laugh is that? You make me sad. Stun. Attack! In your face! Wait, did you not take any damage? Are you protected? Oh no, started at 25. Duh. I can math. I try not to use profanity out of respect for the other streams. I try not to say too much bad stuff. I hear you. I am all about same kind of thing here. You'll really only hear me use profanity when I get pissed at a video game. That's really the only time I use profanity. And unfortunately, that's when it comes out without me really wanting it to. Like I don't in my head go, eh. Like sometimes if I think something is funnier with profanity, I'll like consciously include it, or if I think it's going to really drive home a point, or if I'm trying to punctuate something intentionally. Like anytime I choose to use profanity, I'm okay with it. I mean, it doesn't mean I'm always justified, but at least it doesn't feel wrong. When I get ticked with video games, though, the stuff comes out. That's not me going, yes, I want to say that. That's just raw rage and fury. All right, Scaly Gruin. I will draw blue. I will play the blue. If I did that first, I might have been able to play something else, but... I never use profanity in my videos on stream. That's another story. Yeah, okay, that's the other thing too, Lagmaster. Yeah, I could recommend pretty much any of my videos for like even a young audience. Like a 5-year-old could watch almost all of my videos, even the video game ones. But my live streams, I would not recommend anybody watch those, to be honest. I mean, On Fridays, these streams I think are fine because it's a different feeling. But if it's me actually playing another game or something, yeah, I don't recommend that. Wow, how long is this thing stunned for?
Step back.
Watch yourself. What'd you do? Oh, you actually stepped. You blind wench ho. Praxis. You meanie weenie yellow polka dot looking.
here.
Take that. I'm still curious why this thing has been stunned for like an hour and a half. I guess the effect doesn't go away unless I play a card that removes that. Oh, they're ramped way the heck up there. You and your units get +2 health. What kind of nonsense is that, you self-healing coward? This will be another long burn. We'll get there, though. I haven't seen any real shenanigans. And they're starting to run a little low on cards. Kind of. What is this? The wielder is unblockable. That's going to be good for this.
As Lord Steyer requests.
Sure, you sound like a 22-year-old volleyball player, and you look like a, well, that. What are you going to do? Oh, these can fly. They will block. Son of a... Arrgh. Yeah, heal all you want. It's gonna make my victory all the sweeter. And prolong. Ooh, withering. Oh gosh, you're so ugly. You have to be good. Otherwise, who would play you? Summon each undamaged enemy units becomes 1. What? Oh, well, let's see what happens. Ooh. Ooh. For lack of a better term, me likey. Say goodbye to your pathetic board, you pathetic person thing. And we're actually whittling them down. I didn't notice that. We're getting there. Oh. Gotta say, I'm not missing the prophecies from Legends. That, as much as I loved a lot of stuff in Legends, I did not love the prophecy as much. Oh, I should have damaged that! Oh, that was dumb. That was a dumb thing to do. Oh, this is another ramp. Yeah. I guess. I totally should have just shot that thing. Cost me 4 damage on that play. Oh yeah. Oh, I should have played this as well because that's gonna snowball. Oh no, is your 0-1 shackled not gonna run? Okay. Here we go. Overkill, but who knows? Bam. Biggity, biggity bam, biggity bam. In your face! Ha ha! See, this is what ruins it when I play against people. Because I get used to, like, typical video games, you're playing against the computer. And you are the hero, the computer is the villain. That's just the way it always is. Unless you're the AI. We love our AI overlords. But you take that mentality into a game against another player, and you're both heroes. You're both of you are real people with real feelings. You're both, you know, equally worthy of winning. But yet, only one of you will. Sorry, just making sure there's nothing of relevance here. Nope, 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 nope. Okay, good. Oh, can I just say, I started I was doing an edit doing editing work, so I was like, let me just put on a video in the background. And I saw Spider-Man 1, the original. Well, I call it the original. The Tobey Maguire first one. I think it's unwatchable. That's almost prequel level bad. And it starts off like, look, if I were just to play the opening line from that and be like, is this guy a good actor? You'd be like, no. Like Tobey Maguire when he was like, well, you want to know about my life? It's not great, but it's not like funny. It's not quirky. There's no, like, he sounds, look, I'm not saying he's not a great actor. I mean, he has really not been in a crap ton of stuff, but you know, that could be his own choice. Again, not hating on the guy, nothing against him personally, don't know anything about him personally. I heard that line. I was like, seriously? People complain all the time that voice actors are stiff, or that, you know, somebody does it. It's like, oh, she has no emotion. Doesn't sound like she's even caring. And I'm like, dude, he sounds horrible. Like, I'm like, no, I don't want to hang out with you. You sound like a really boring, lame person. And Peter Parker's not boring and lame. And they really laid it on thick, like with him getting picked on. Like the Amazing Spider-Man with Garfield, I think was much better in that. I mean, he was not quite as dorky as I think he should have been. But, you know, he got picked on by the bully, which is kind of typical. But it wasn't like the entire school was ragging on the guy. Like, Peter Parker is not the butt of every joke. But it was like he's getting on the bus. And how long has he been in school? And they're like, seats taken. They're giving him the Forrest Gump treatment. And I'm like, dude, that's a little overkill. Like, just how much everybody hates him. And Uncle Ben, I'll tell you, I don't like Uncle Ben. I have not seen a version of Uncle Ben that I like. He's always, they're like slave drivers. He's like, Pete, you gonna help me clean out the furnace and revamp the HVAC in the house after school, right? He's like, yeah, sure, Uncle Ben. I'm like, the hell, Uncle Ben? He's freaking a high school kid. He's like 15 or 16. Let the kid play. He needs to do his homework. Stop putting him to work, you slave driver. My goodness gracious. Every version of Uncle Ben, he's always getting Peter to do some high-level work on the house. It's not just like, hey, Pete, remember you got to empty the trash and you know, do the dishes or whatever. And it's like, oh, you got to pick up your Aunt May from her job. And then, oh, you got to take your Aunt May for dialysis. And it's like, dude, let him be a teenager, for crying the heck out loud. So I just feel like they laid it on really thick in terms of just how crappy his life is. And honestly, here's the other thing. So somebody, what did we? Oh, they were talking about. I was seeing comments about. Oh, I'm way off the camera. Zendaya, I think, and I believe her character in the Tom Holland Spider-Man is her name. Her initials are MJ, but I don't think it stands for Mary Jane. I think the guy said, "Oh, she's not supposed to be Mary." Obviously, it's a race swap. We know this because. Mary Jane's a ginger. She's got red hair, so of course she has to be a race swap. That's just kind of a rule in Hollywood these days. But I think technically the character's name is not Mary Jane; it's something else. But anyway, they were like, "Oh, a downgrade." I'm like, Kirsten Dunst is not. I think she was miscast. MJ is, at least in the comics, she's a bombshell. She's gorgeous. Like she's a model. Like you look at her and you go, she's a model. Kirsten Dunst is barely girl next door. Like she kind of gets the girl next door, but not really. Like her love face is like, she looks tired. She's like, oh, Peter. And my gosh, so she's dating Harry, right? They're in a relationship. They're dating. Okay. She gets rescued by Spider-Man. First of all, the fact she can't recognize, like some people don't have a very like you wouldn't necessarily be able to pick out their voice. Tobey Maguire has a very Tobey Maguire voice. Once you hear it, if you hear it somewhere, you'll be like, I know that guy. I know him from somewhere. So the idea that he could just talk to her like, oh, you're friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, and her not know it's him, that's just strange credulity. But she gets rescued by this guy, and then she's all like, make out with me. Like, you can say thank you without sucking face. But so she's dating a guy, and we don't mind as the audience. We don't mind because, you know, we're rooting for Peter and we want her to kiss Pete and kiss the hero. But like, if you're just a normal person and you're looking at it just from a normal perspective, you go, what the hell, Mary Jane? You're kissing some strange guy. You don't know what diseases he has. You don't know the guy at all. He's just a dude with a mouth. And you decide you're going to suck his face while you've got a boyfriend. What is that bullcrap? Like, at least if she knew it was Peter, even that doesn't make it any better. I'm just saying, I think Peter Parker and Spider-Man just are the worst. They are just the worst. I've said it before for different reasons, but after watching that, it's absolutely god-awful. How dare you, J Money? Toby is the only Spider... No!
Make you proud.
Yes, for Carlos. You know, Carlos, where that really hit home? I think I mentioned this before. Live on Bourbon Street, Richard Pryor was doing this bit. Somebody gave him a hermit crab. Literally, just in the middle of his act, gave him a hermit crab. And he brings it on stage and he puts it on the stool. And he has this conversation with it. And he could have just said, why are you messing with me? It's like, what? Why are you messing with me? He was imitating the crab, right? He could have said that. That's what I would have said if I was doing a routine because, you know, I'm trying to keep it clean. But it's not that funny. But he said, why are you playing with me? And just the idea, this little hermit crab is saying, why are you playing with me? Like, it made it hilarious. It's kind of the South Park, you know, treatment or what have you. And it was just, and he during his routine, he would say something, he would get a scattered chuckle. He'd say it again a little more emphatically with profanity, and it would get a much bigger laugh. And it was legitimately funny. I'm not saying Richard Pryor is not funny without cursing, but I'm just saying there is a noticeable upgrade or uptick when it's not out of anger, it's not whatever, it's strategically done. It is, Carlos, like you said, profanity does. And what was it? I was watching Robin Hood Men in Tights. I remember seeing that in the theater. And Blinken, I think his name is, he's a blind guy. He's like groping for the ladder. There's supposed to be a ladder up there, and he knocks it over. And he's overreaches, he starts to fall, and he goes, oh shit. And just that word, if he said oh darn or oh no or whatever, it's not funny. But just like this panic, oh shit, as he falls off, got a good laugh. So yes, I agree with that. But I got to follow up and say, Lagmeister, you're weird. No, you're 10 years younger than me. I forgot, Lagmeister. Yeah, so because you saw Spider-Man in your childhood, in your infancy, you mistakenly think, or the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man, you mistakenly think that it's a good movie, and the Tobey Maguire is good. Neither one of them are true. The first Spider-Man movie is I don't know how the hell it got greenlit for a second movie. The second one wasn't bad. The second one was not bad. They did much better with the graphics. The CG looks a lot better, a little less ragdolly. The plot's better. It moves at a better pace. It's not quite so cheesy. But my gosh, the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man is god awful. And why are we starting off the series with going completely uncanon? I'm pretty sure at that point there was not a version, at least a mainstream version of Spider-Man, where the webbing is built into his body, where it's just something that his body produces, like whatever. I get that it's kind of on theme with the whole spider thing, but if that's happening, it should shoot out of his ass. That's if he naturally, organically has webbing that comes out the way a spider would, it would come out of the same place that a spider's webbing would, which is the abdomen, not out of his wrists. Why they decided, it's the only version I think that they've done this, that it's just going to be something in there. I mean, part of the brilliance or the good part about Spider-Man is the web shooters help merge. Okay, yes, Peter's been giving these powers of a spider, but it's his scientific savviness and his know-how that he's combining with that make him very effective. Because Spider-Man without the shooting web things, not nearly as effective. Like anytime they break or he's out of fluid, he becomes very mediocre. I mean, he's still better than your average bear, but he's not as amazing. Those really give him the maneuverability, the ability to incapacitate at a distance, gives him range. Without that, he's just a stronger, faster, more reflexive version of a human being. The webbing is really what makes it work. And so to take that away, and it's no longer, we're reminding you, this Spider-Man brought to you by technology and Peter Parker being really smart. Now it's just organics. For some reason, I have little spinner things that come out of my wrist. And for some reason, doing this is the only way to get it to squirt out. Whereas in the actual version, he's got a pressure thing here. And so every time he pushes it, so he can do it with a fist, but it just looks cooler when he does it like this, which I can't even do that. I can do it with my right hand on my left. Anyway, I really like The Amazing Spider-Man. Me too, Carlos. Me too. The second one, not so much, but the first one I really did. Lag is weird. He is indeed weird. I agree, Carlos. Me, you guys are the weird ones. Nah. Oh yeah, the web coming out of his hands was weird. Okay. He always ran out of web the perfect. Exactly, Lagmeister. Now, to be fair, that happens whether it's coming out of his web shooters or his actual hand. It's always okay, we need to up the difficulty, so we're gonna nerf him a little bit. And so and that's the thing, he can always run out of webbing, or the web shooter gets broken, like in Amazing Spider-Man. This is a good card to have right there. I'm guarding against you, you 3-1. Oh, you're not going to attack, huh? Choose a sigil. I want candy. They're all 3-drops. Neither one of them are going to... There we go. Spoke too soon. But yeah, that's always kind of a gimmick. It's kind of like the teleporter in Star Trek. They might as well not have it. Because every time it would be incredibly useful, they're like, oh no, the teleporter's not working again, Captain, sorry. Like, that was just going to be a given. It's like, why? I mean, so it's there as a lazy way to get them wherever they want them to go. But as soon as it would actually be useful in a combat situation or to get somebody out of danger, it suddenly doesn't work. It's the... I don't know. I'm not going to fault it for it because I think fast travel isn't the worst idea. But it was just like, your teleporter is absolutely trash. I like this skit with Jack Black where he was Spider-Man and he shot web out of his... Oh, jeez. I didn't see that. Not really feeling too bad about not seeing that. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's good. That's good. No! What? What did it do? I don't know. Something happened. I lost my... I think it took an item out of my hand. So he can't fly anymore. Or no. I don't know. I don't know what happened. It's funny. Yeah, you know, I mean, hopefully he was, you know, positioned in a way that we didn't actually see what would look like a guy ejaculating. The wielder is unblockable this turn. I like the sound of that. Oh. Can't afford it. What's that gun mean? Kills a blocking unit. It's got to kill it. Yeah, you don't see it. Okay. Yeah, that makes it less.
Who says you can't play with fire?
Fire does, you doofus. Ooh. Oh no! We need. Dang it! I want to get her on the board. Man.
Take it to the skies.
It's kind of a waste. It would have been funny to see Spider-Man swing from his belly button.
Who says you can't
Well, that's
play
the thing,
with
but it's
fire?
coming out of the posterior. It really is coming out of the anus of the spider. But either way, like, yeah, I mean, the wrists are really the only place it looks good and would be functional. Like, if it comes from anywhere else, Spider-Man looks like an idiot swinging through the city, and you don't want Spider-Man looking like an idiot. We desperately need. Oh no! Wait, we need more than. Wait. Okay. No, it's not what we need.
Let us make bargain, da.
Oh, I like this guy. He says things. And he's got a name. We've got a named card. This is good. Torgov, Ice Cap Trader. When Torgov hits the enemy player, draw a card, then discard. Oh, I like this. but he's going to get blocked. He's totes going to get blocked. Oh my gosh. I didn't block him, huh? Ooh, yes, we do want that, and we will get rid of... No, I want to play my Seal of Cunning. Why can't I play my Seal of Cunning? My Seed of Cunning, sorry. No! That's scary. He's not going to take any damage on this. It's all good, and it's all in fun. Now get in the pit and try to love someone. Wait, what does that do again? Quick draw. Yeah.
As Lord Steyer requests.
Maybe not my best idea. Oh, cool. Oh yeah, we got more sigils now. Oh, there we go. And that's probably gonna do it. Oh.
A small incision.
So this can't be blocked. He's gonna block that, I guess, and then these two go in for the kill. Booyakasha! But yeah, and so like even with that Spider-Man playing in the background, I had to turn it off. It just hearing him like, Mary Jane, I'm Peter Parker. He's like, oh Peter, I'm gonna cheat on you with I'm gonna cheat on my boyfriend. Like a hoe bat, like you said, Mary Jane for the streets, yeah, because she's a whore. Like seriously. Like how are we supposed to think? How else are we supposed to think of her? You're dating a guy and you're making out with a dude. It wasn't like you've known him forever. He saved your life twice, and she even said, "Seems like I've got a superhero stalker." It's a very young teenager way of thinking about things. Like no responsibility, nothing needs to make any sense, nothing needs to actually like. You just go, oh well, I feel this, so I'm gonna do it. And that's okay, because no consequence. If she cheats, she's for this. There you go, Lagmeister. Well said, well said. And that's something Mary Jane's loyal. Mary Jane is loyal, as far as I know. I mean, in most iterations of her, that's the only one where she's a hoe bag. Like Gwen Stacy blows her out of the water. I mean, Emma Stone, I think, she's an upgrade. She's still kind of girl next door, but she's top tier girl next door. Got those big blue eyes. But yeah, Gwen Stacy in Amazing Spider-Man was fantastic. Their the back and forth was great. I would say that was a strong point. The strongest points in Amazing Spider-Man are the Gwen and Peter dynamic and the pose isolation. The guy the director was very big on giving us moments that looked like they were literally taken out of the comic book. Like I remember in the comic there, I don't remember which one it is, but there's an image of Peter like working on his homework like upside down. He's got his legs crossed and he's like upside down on his wall and he's like studying. They've got that in the movie, just a shot of that iconic pose where like I don't even know how physically it could be done, but it works, where he's swinging and he's got the rope like pulled down between his legs, and both his legs are like, his feet are like up like this and his hands way out. Looks very, not necessarily spidery, but very athletic-y and not human-y. They even slow down and do like a freeze frame of that shot. So they do a lot of cool iconic Spider-Man shots, and I think some of his moves are pretty cool. But like honestly, it kind of like his fights kind of suck. Like he beats the crap out of normal people, which is okay, whatever. Like again, as an older person, I don't get that cathartic like, oh, he beat up the bully. Like that's again something, you know, that when you're young, you're like, oh man, you have that fantasy like, oh man, I wish I could totally beat up my bully with my cool powers. For me, it seems a little dickish. I mean, with great power comes great responsibility. I think the big thing is like, okay, you can, you know, if a guy's trying to hit you, you can dodge and maybe, you know, push him or something, like, you know, take him down, but you don't have to like humiliate him or beat the crap out of him, because like if you're just fighting straight up, that's fine. Do what you got to do. But when you're like 20 times stronger and faster and everything than the guy, it's kind of a dick move to like take it out on him. So Peter, you know, we from the first half of the movie, it's him beating up on people that are much weaker than him now. So like, yay. And then as soon as he fights the lizard, he gets his butt kicked. I think he fights him 3 times. They needed to have the first time that he fight, because the lizard guy says, "I'm getting stronger, faster, blah 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 blah, whatever." They need to have like the first encounter, Peter wins barely, maybe, or wins pretty well. Lizard's not quite as big, not quite as buff, hasn't really figured out his, you know, how to move and everything like that. So we at least get, okay, this guy takes out normal people too. Peter's good enough to beat him. Even the fact that he's just starting out is no big deal. The second time, Lizard's now a little bit bigger. It's evolved, knows, you know, how Peter works, what his skill set is, what he can do. And so it's a bit of a draw, but with the lizard coming out on top. And then as an audience, we're going, oh crap, he's just getting better and better. Peter doesn't take care of him. And so you know this third fight is going to be, Peter's going to be on his back heels the whole time. That's what you need, I think, to make the movie even. This one was just like, nope, here's Peter getting his butt kicked. He's not going to win. We know he's not going to win. The lizard is just too awesome. And yeah, so we only get to see Peter being awesome when he's beating up normal people, which, like I said, is kind of weird. And then they did a lot with the whole revenge thing. Do I want to keep? Yeah, it's fine. And let's be fair as well. If he cheats, he's for the streets. You know, we got to put that out there too. If Peter was cheating on MJ, if like Spider-Gwen came around and Peter's like, oh hey, oh you've got a mouth, right? Let me make out with you, strange lady. He'd be a male version of that. Feel my claws. Ooh, more Seed of Cunning.
Shields.
I mean, he's got like 3,000 stuff already. Yeah, let's go ahead and get. I probably should have played a 3. Yeah, that was dumb. That was dumb. I should have saved that for when he plays a card. Because yeah, that was dumb. That was really dumb, actually. Incredibly stupid. Because that was a one-shot kill. I could have killed that thing. I totally could have. Ah, that sucks, man. I hate when I do that. Unblockable. This takes that. I can't believe I did that. That was so stupid. Dang it. That's okay, though. That's okay. It's a mistake I won't make again. It's the last mistake you'll ever make, says Luke to Jabba. You're only prolonging the inevitable, you weenie.
Take
All right,
it to
that
the
works.
skies.
I like her. Cobalt Acolyte. Card art's a little but I like the card.
I have you. Say no more.
Is she a... Oh, she's a common, too. I'll never understand what makes a card common or special. I mean, certain cards you know, like, wow, yeah, that's why that's legendary or whatever. But I feel like that's a 2/1 body for 3 is not great, but it's not the worst. And then give something flying, which in many cases is unblockable. That's just cray-cray. That's not going to help anything. Wait, what? When one of your units hits the cursed player, it gets 2. Oh. Oh, this is going to be badass. Look at this. 5/6. Whee! And we're going to snowball. We are going to snowball with that. If they ain't got a silence or some janky nonsense. You know what? You can come at my face. Okay, that didn't sound great, but you know what I mean. All right, you cheating piece of garbage.
Meet my axe.
Hello, axe. Yeah.
A small incision.
Damn you! Playing dirty. Playing dirty. Now, am I stunned in perpetuity? How do I get rid of that effect? Can only be blocked. Okay. This unit is exhausted and won't ready while stunned. So how do I because I know from when we played that on the other opponent, it never went away. So is that just permanently stunned? That's good. Somebody has to. Oh, I'm about to start a series finishing
Take up arms.
the games your money can't beat. You know, that is very misleading because it makes it sound like there is a game that I can't beat. Oh, it did wear off. Okay. Excellent. I'm happy for that to kill anything. And if they don't stop this, it snowballs. So I like what we're doing here. Although we're not blocking, and we're going to take 8 to the face. But that's okay. Wait, why did this get it too? I guess it does it for every thing?
A small incision.
Take that incision. Yeah, Carlos, don't encourage the lie. There is no... Wait, that's got a lifesteal on it? Oh, look, you up for 2.
Order! Order!
Send them all. Down goes whoever that is. All right. So I think tonight we'll do one more. Well. Oh no, wait, was that it? Did we finish? We finished. Okay. I was gonna say let's finish the gauntlet we're on, which we did. Oh wait, did we? We did. Yeah. Yeah. So I think we may call it here. Just no. They're games that I haven't beaten yet, but not. Oh, I gotta recenter myself here. Recenter the camera. There's games that I haven't beaten, but there's not games that I... The only game right now that you could definitively say that I have not beaten or I can't beat is Battletoads. which, by the way, my friend sent me a link. Somebody beat Battletoads blindfolded. Yeah, that's a kick in the crotch. But there's also people that beat Mike Tyson Punch-Out blindfolded. I can't beat it not blindfolded, so that just goes to show you the games are cheap, not worth beating anyway. But that's the only one that I'll concede the point and say yes. I cannot beat Battletoads. Every other game that I have not yet beaten is just a matter of time and desire. And as much as I hate to admit it, Brothership just wasn't the game that I was hoping it was, or thinking it was, or maybe it was, and it's just I've grown out of it. I don't know. But I found it a little grindy, at least on stream, to play. I think that maybe just a game like I just got to chill and I don't know. I don't know if I'm in a gaming funk or if the game just doesn't work for me. But yeah, it you know, when you sit down to play a game and you're not like excited to do it, it's kind of like, you know, maybe I don't need to be playing it. Oblivion, I couldn't get it to run. I have top of the line hardware. That piece of garbage would not run on my top of the line hardware. Not my fault. I could beat Oblivion with 2 hands tied behind my back, as long as the controller was in my hand. Yeah, I could beat Oblivion. Oblivion did not beat me. We'll put it that way. Battletoads, to date, Battletoads is the only game where I have given it what I feel is my best, and yeah, I mean, it plays dirty. I mean, unreliable or inconsistent control scheme is not, to me, is not a very noble way to ramp the difficulty. If my button presses don't do the same thing every time, I feel like it's kind of low, you know, cheap. But nevertheless, it is a game that I have given up on. I feel you need to play Ratchet and Clank. I'm sure you would love those games. My favorite franchise. Really? Favorite franchise, you say? Did those? Let me see. Ratchet and Clank. Do a quick little search here. Ratchet and Clank. As I feared, and I should have assumed because it's you, Carlos, it's PlayStation exclusive. I don't own a PlayStation of any kind. And at this point, I'm not buying a PlayStation for a multitude of reasons, mostly just being reasonable with money. But yeah, I guess it's an exclusive because all I'm seeing is it's come out for like every version of PlayStation. But not anything else. Yeah. I forgot Frogos is a PlayStation fanboy. The only PlayStation for Carlos. That's it. Nothing else. It's so exclusive. I have it on my PC. I mean, is it like legit, like on Steam, or because I'll be honest, like you know, I don't mind. Well, I have in the past, just for convenience, like emulated, like Nintendo, Super Nintendo. 64 actually is a pain in the butt. But once you start getting into DOS or BIOS crap, where you gotta download like PlayStation 2 and up, really, it's kind of a diminishing returns kind of deal. It's more of a pain in the ass for me anyway to get that running and working properly. It's not just run emulator, find you know, file, run. It's script this and run this and PlayStation all day. I mean, look. I mean, it's not really a bad. I mean, I would say like PlayStation 5 probably not all that strong, but there's no. The Switch 2 is garbage. PlayStation 5 is garbage. Xbox, whatever it is now, garbage. Modern gaming just. From my old man crotchety complaining perspective, modern consoles are garbage. Super 64 is super easy and PS2 is super easy. Is it super easy? Barely an inconvenience, Flagmeister? I don't know if you guys are familiar with pitch meeting, but that's one of his lines. Super easy, barely an inconvenience. Oh really? Yeah, they just go over here and do this. It's not that complicated. Yeah, Lagmeister, you think working on motorcycles isn't complicated. So I take what you consider to be complicated with a grain of very complicated salt. It's not even salt. It's NaCl because it is complicated. It sounds complicated. It is complicated. So I take it with a grain of NaCl. You're like, rocket science. It's not all that complicated, J-Money. It is. It really is. Like, if I'm motivated to do something and I spend an hour trying to do it and I'm still running into a wall and having a difficulty. And here's the other thing. It's not just that it's complicated. Because it is considered naughty, it's not necessarily easy to find clean versions of stuff. So you even if you can execute, you've got to go to the right place, get the right files, and so on and so forth. It's not just as easy as like, oh, PS2 emulator, download, PS2 BIOS, download. Like, I don't know what I was downloading, but everything I tried. And for the record, these are all for games that I'd own. I did have a PlayStation 2 at the time. I still have my Nintendo. I don't grab any games that I don't already own. It's a way for me to play them, like I said, on a system without having to run through a console. But nowadays, I just play off the console anyway, so it doesn't matter. Would you be willing to do Battletoads playthrough rather than getting over it? No, because I know where my wall is with Battletoads. It's not a skill issue. It's not a skill. I don't know how people do it. Like I said, I think my game may be broken. I just know I'm going to get to the turbo tunnel, and I'm going to get to that one place where you have to hit some magic combination of buttons, because if you tap back, it sends you to the bottom of the screen. If you tap up, it sends you to the bottom of the screen. There's no rhyme or reason to it. It's a series of 4 jumps at the very end of the stupid thing, and on one of them, I'm not going to get the jump right, and I'm going to face plant. And it's going to burn through all my lives, and I'm going to have to start over. That same rinse and repeat, that's not worth it. At least, because I've never played it. It's getting over it. I'm at least willing to give getting over it a try, because I don't know what my limitations are with it. And if it's not a thing where once you get to this point, if you press the B button, sometimes you do a jump and sometimes you slide. If it's doing that, then I'll give up on it. But as long as it's push the buttons faster, learn the pattern, as long as it's something like that, I'm okay with it. Battletoads is just a cheap piece of garbage. If it was an emulator, I would understand it, but on original hardware, there's no excuse. I don't know what to tell you. I keep dipping my... Oh, interesting. I want to be... I want to be further over this way. Why? Huh. I don't know why I was over there the whole time when I should be over here. Because this is like my primary screen. So yeah. Okay, cool. I just realized I kept dipping my head out of the screen. Look, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, but the video speaks for itself. Like, it's not rocket science. I've said that twice now, but I meant it both times. Like, it's not super complicated. It's not like a reflex thing. Like, I got the reflexes down. I can jump over stuff. I can memorize where stuff is. That's not a problem. There's one place that I get to, and it's because... And I've had Lagmeister say, don't push anything. Just push the jump button. Don't touch any of the directional buttons. I'm like, okay, I'll do that. I do it. Works on the first jump. Second jump, I'm off the screen. Bottom of the screen, always. Always the bottom of the screen. So I'm like, all right, I've obviously got to adjust. So then I try tapping up on the D-pad. And I tap up on the D-pad, and it keeps me on the straight and narrow for 2 jumps. Third jump, tapping up on the D-pad, I fall down again. It's just incredibly insipid and mind-numbing. What happened to the jackal? Lag, do it. Oh, you're talking about the Jackal playthrough? Yeah, now that one's one. Honestly, that's one that I haven't given up on. But I am a little nervous about going again, because that final boss is rough. I'd have to watch the playthrough again, because it's got 2 phases, and the second phase is really rough if you don't know exactly where to go and what the patterns are. So I'd be looking at probably another 2 or 3 sessions of learning the final boss pattern and having to get to it each time. So I'm just reluctant because I know that's the final hurdle and I know it's going to be a pain. And honestly, I really haven't had. I don't do a whole lot of just regular gaming streams, so when I have, I'm like, let me play the Final Rage or Fighting Rage or whatever it is. When it comes to, playing a like a console game, I know that's what awaits me. It's like it's this a slightly more mild equivalent of getting to Mike Tyson and surviving round 1 and just knowing that he's going to come out in round 2 and do. It's actually kind of inverted because Mike comes out throwing his worst punches first. If you survive the first round, you're in better shape. Not great shape, but at least you're more or less past the one-hit knockout phase. Whereas with this, you're pretty much, that's what's left. So that's the deal. But if I was going to play a Nintendo game again, or if I do go back to the Nintendo console, it'll be to finish up Jackal, because I need to put that one to bed. That's the only one that's unfinished. Every other one I started, I did finish. After lots of profanity, sweat, blood, and tears. Is that a challenge, Frogman? I played Jackal for maybe 5 minutes and didn't like it because they only shoot up. Wow. Wow. Well, that just shows how little you know, my friend, because I think if you watch my playthrough, you see that they're shooting more than just up. Maybe you should play a game for more than like 5 minutes. Even a Nintendo game with 2 buttons and a very easy and intuitive way to play, you got to give it a little time. These guys have been going at it forever. You'd think, at one point I would like them to kind of pull back, just kind of look at the camera and be like, "You gonna play or what?" But they seem to be oblivious to the fact that they're just, like, at this point they're almost cuddling. Like, it looks pretty badass at first. It's like, oh, they're really getting. Now it's just like they're just like kind of, you. I'm not going away. Are you going? I'm not going away. No. Like stab him with your sword or swing at him with your axe. This is just playing footsies right now, guys. Like, get serious. I'll get 600 or whatever these are. What is this? Shift Stone. You can only play 4 copies of a card in your deck, so you can safely destroy extra copies for Shift Stone. Okay. What does that do? Did that give me more gold? I think maybe it gave me more gold? No. Use the stone to craft cards in the collection deck builder. Oh, okay. Okay. Nintendo gives you what it gives you. Except for Battletoads, which gives you crap. But Nintendo in general, original Nintendo, gives you good stuff. Ugnip, what's going on? Is it Friday already? It is. Actually, for you, sir, it's almost Saturday. Like, you pretty much missed Friday. Right? Isn't it? Actually, no, it's midnight. It's Saturday for you, right, Ugnip? You see, I know. I'm aware of where you are, sir. It is. But I appreciate the spirit, Ugnip. Even if you're actually doing like, is it Saturday already? It's 1:03. That's what I thought. I was like, it's 6:03 here. I'm pretty sure where Denise is, it's midnight. Because she likes the Rana. And then I was like, but I think Ugnip is further east, I'm sorry. Which means another time zone over, so I figured it was. I just hope I got away with it. I'm too crafty, sir. You might not know it from how dense I seem playing these video games, but I'm actually a pretty savvy guy. That said, unfortunately, sir, I'm also winding down. It's been a week. I've been getting to bed after midnight and waking up at 5 o'clock. Not because I want to, So so luckily my schedule cleared up. There were two. I thought I was gonna have 2 meetings this afternoon that were gonna prohibit me from streaming, but I did not, obviously. But I'm also feeling the lag, not the lagmeister, although I'm feeling him too. Word lagmeister. But I am feeling the lag. I'm feeling the drain here, and since we just finished a gauntlet run. I will be. I'll be go ahead and shut down. It's an hour early, but he came just in time. He's about to play Battletoads, and the stream that I can go weld. There you go. I'm going to empower Lagmeister by taking away his procrastination enablement. But Ugnip, so fittingly, Ugnip, for as many times as you finished games, as soon as I got into spectating. The minute you get into the stream ends. No, it's all good. It's all good. Well, yeah, so I'll do this for you, Lagmeister. It's partially for me and my fatiguedness, but I'm doing this for you, buddy. Ugnip, thanks for coming in. Again, I'm sorry we're being out at the last minute. Feeling very unpopular here. I get you. I can hear you leave. Well, I mean, if you're not here on Friday... if you were here on Friday, I would stick around. But it's Saturday. It's a completely different day for you. You're in a different world right now, man. I'm still on Friday. You left me behind, brother. Oh, by the way, Ugnip, do you have an account on this? Do you play Eternals? I know you're more of a Magic guy, like hardcore Magic. But if you have an account on here, let me know. I can add you as a friend. I know it's not everybody's cup of tea. It's very... Like, I'll be honest. I don't know about the actual game necessarily, but like I do like the feel, the vibe, the art, the mechanics of Magic the Gathering a little bit more. But that's also because I became familiar with it over like 2 or 3 months. Whereas this one, I'm still figuring out where the buttons are. You do have one. Okay. Well, I don't know if you're logged in or can log in the next few minutes, but I can get you in there. If not, I'll get you on the next time we do this. Because I think I'm going to settle into this a little bit longer. B-Wolf mentioned it. Might have him on the stream, at least voice, to share his wisdom and kind of get us through like deck building and stuff like that. Maybe Denise will jump in as well, but... Okay, sounds good, man. Sounds good. I just remember I beat the Terrible Tunnel in 4 minutes from the beginning of the game. Is that just what you remember, Blackmaster? That's what you remember? Well, no, I don't have a rejoiner. I don't need one. I don't need a rejoiner for that. It speaks for itself. Well done, you. Slow clap. Slow clap. 4 minutes. Good job. Good job. Clearly, you and Battletoads were made for each other. Now, my question is then, if the Terrible Tunnel isn't holding you up, if that janky control scheme at the end of the Terrible Tunnel isn't holding you up, why haven't you beaten to Battletoads yet? Because the rest of the game is cake. Just ask Underhill if he was around anymore. So I have an excuse. My controller apparently is broken and my game cartridge is warped or something. You have no excuse. You can beat the Terrible Tunnel. That game should be done and done. And you haven't even beaten Mike Tyson's Punch-Out yet, have you? That's a distinction for Retro's sake and Carlos, I think. What kind of sissy man has not beaten Mike Tyson Punch-Out? Except for me, which isn't about being a sissy, but about being too cool to spend too much time on any particular game. Beowulf? You mean Beowulf? Talk about enunciations. Oh, Lagmeister. Sweet, ignorant Lagmeister. No, his name is literally B, the letter B, and then Wolf. It's not Beowulf. It's B-Wolf. That's it. That's his name. Or maybe it's B-E, Wolf. But it's not Beowulf. It's Beowulf. He's a friend. Now, if you played Legends, you'd know that. Whatever. But I think it's actually B3 Wolf. But we know it's B-Wolf. Because I don't want to make you feel bad, J Money. Oh, I see. I know, yeah, exactly, Carlos. I have a point. You know what? You know what? I would expect anybody who looks at Tobey Maguire Spider-Man and says, that's a cool guy right there, that's the kind of guy who can't beat Battletoads. After the terrible tunnel. Anybody who can regularly get through the terrible tunnel and hasn't beat Battletoads, that is a Tobey Maguire Power Rangers fan right there. Yeah, this is some serious trash talking and disparaging. It's because I'm tired and I'm crabby. Okay, wait. Carlos, what do you mean you haven't beat Tyson? I thought you said you and RetroSake did it. You did it with RetroSake, or you did it on your own. Where did I get the idea that you beat Tyson? I never said he was cool. What did you say? You said he was adequate, which is also not true. What did you say? You said something that wasn't disparaging, which means whatever it was wrong. Oh, here we go. Toby is the only Spider-Man. That's even worse. Okay, you're not saying he's cool, but he's the only Spider-Man. I'll have you know, it's been played by at least 4 other actors. There's a Japanese version, which is goofy as hell. I'm sure there was a really bad spandex 1960s version. There's Tom Holland, Andrew Garfield, and then you've got the animated, because that has voice actors. And the animated Peter Parker isn't bad. He's definitely a lot older and far less dorkier than his every other version out there. But whoever the voice actor is for him does a good job. Same lines every episode. Uncle Ben, responsibility. Don't know if I can do this. I'm such a loser, baby, so why don't you kill me? So, and out of all of them, I would say Tobey Maguire is the worst one, because he's just not a great. His performance as Spider-Man is not great. He may be a fine actor. He may be good in other things, and he may have the awkward, dorky mannerisms of Peter Parker, but like really, really bad dorky. Like MJ, like and the lines, the stupid lines. She's like, yeah, I want to be an actor. And he's like, that's perfect. Why? He doesn't say why. There's no reason for it to be perfect. It's not like there's something where you like, I was waiting for him to say, that's perfect, because you like pretending that I'm not an idiot and like completely not worth talking to. So it just makes sense you've been an actress. Like, that's what, when you say that's perfect, it means there's something about that person that makes them particularly suited for that. And you're like, wow, I'm excited for you. He's just like, oh, that's perfect, MJ. Oh, I'm like, oh, you're such a dweeb. Like, I get why Mary Jane is not into Peter Parker. I don't get why she's into Harry. And I certainly don't get why she's into Spider-Man. I mean, seriously, she's like, I've got a hero stalker. That just goes to show, when it comes to gals, the difference between a 911 call, I've got a stalker, and oh my gosh, that's so romantic, is just whether or not she's into it or not. Spider-Man is stalking her. Clearly, he's always around. She's like, oh, that's so hot, I want to kiss you. But if it was like some nasty dude with like bad breath or something, I don't know why I went there with it, but whatever. She'd be like, get a restraining order. He's stalking me. It's ridiculous. So yeah, you didn't say he was cool, but you said it was, what you said was far worse. Yes, Power Rangers first season was awesome. Also, the then hit song hits hard in a 96 Accord with 18. Look, dude, Bach hits hard in a 96 Accord with an 1800 watt sub. Anything hits. So embarrassing story. There was a song called Flood from a band called Jars of Clay, and it was one of the few albums that I had that had a song that actually got played mainstream. It wasn't heavy mainstream, but it got played. It's a good song. It's mostly acoustic. It's got a little bit of a bass in there. But here's the thing. My friend played it in his... we went to a concert. And on the way there, I had a friend who had I don't know what the crap he had in the trunk. I didn't see it, but like a sub or 2 big subs or something, and they were like facing the seats, and we were sitting in the back, me and my friend, and this guy was playing Flood, and it rocked. The bass just was like, oh my, like it was like hitting my back, and I was like, oh my gosh, like I'm getting a massage from the amount of bass in this song. So my friend puts a sub in his car, and I'm like, oh dude, I've got the perfect song. So he's playing like Bone Thugs and Harmony. I'm like, let me choose something that's not rap, that is going to give us a nice bass kick. And we put it in there, and yeah, it's got bass to it, but not really. It's not like one of those like odd songs where it's like you don't. It's kind of a sleeper on the bass where you're not really sure, or like you listen to it and you're not thinking about how heavy the bass is, but you're like, whoa, actually that song really kicks. It wasn't one of those songs. It had a little bit of bass in it, but the guy's sub, his system was so dang good the first time I heard it that I got the idea this song was heavy on the bass. Played it in my friend's car, which still had bass, but not as great. And it was like, oh, yeah, no, it's definitely not an awesome bass song. So all that to say, if you've got a good enough system, anything can sound amazing. Anything. Yeah, there's 50 Spider-Man movies now. Well, yeah, I mean, only a few Spider-Man, but yeah, they're cranking them out. And none of them are particularly good, I'll be honest. Again, Amazing Spider-Man 2, one of the worst villains. And that one, again, Peter Parker is the dumbest superhero in the world. That's the unfortunate part. I'll take Batman over Spider-Man. I like Spider-Man's powers. I like his quips. I just kind of like the general vibe, the way he fights and everything. But he's an idiot. Peter Parker is a complete idiot. He's a loser by choice, not because he's a nerd. He just makes the dumbest decisions. Amazing Spider-Man 2, his best friend is like, hey, I'm on the verge of dying. I will try anything. Spider-Man, can you give me a little bit of your DNA so I can give me a shot at living a normal life? I'm dying anyway. If it doesn't work, I'm dead. And Peter's like, no, I need to protect you. So first of all, you're a little baby, and I know better than you, and I need to protect you. Because you know what? Hippocrates, you got bit by a radioactive spider, you jackass. You'd think that would kill you, but it didn't. So it's really rich for you to tell somebody else, well, I don't want to take any risks because it might hurt you. Yeah, it also could turn him into you times 20, which is really what Peter was afraid of. He was really afraid he was going to be upstaged by Harry, that combining with whatever problem he had with whatever radioactiveness Peter had, that when they come together, it's going to create like an uber Spider-Man. That's what he was afraid of. But he's like, no, it might hurt you. So you're taking away the guy's agency. He's saying, give me the stuff. I'm dead already. I might as well give it a try. And Peter's like, no. Just because I got bit by something radioactive and it made me awesome doesn't mean that it'll do the same thing for you. Such a dick. Such an absolute dick. And it gets Gwen killed because he was a dick. Harry doesn't kill Gwen or doesn't kidnap her or do anything like that because he specifically says, I'm going to take what you love. I'm going to take what you care about. Why? Because Peter pretty much said, go kill yourself. It's an absolute dick. So Amazing Spider-Man is not amazing at all. It's one of the worst ones ever. Amazing Spider-Man was average. Was okay. Spider-Man 3, I think we can all agree that was garbage. I didn't have to see the whole thing to know it was garbage. Stupid, insipid. Spider-Man 2, serviceable. It's okay. I don't like the fact that Doc Ock... See, here's the thing. Spider-Man has a no-kill policy. Very, very, very unsatisfying in a movie to have your villains continue to live. So to get around that, they make all his villains nice at the end, and they end up killing themselves. Like they point that out in Homecoming. There's like Green Goblin impaled himself. Spider-Man didn't kill him. Spider-Man didn't stop him. The idiot impaled himself on his own glider because he was stupid. Doc Ock killed himself by trying to hold the power of the sun in his stupid octagon hands or his octopus hands. Electro overstimulated himself. Like every Peter Parker villain, the way he beats them is that he lets them kill themselves because he can't kill them because he's Peter Parker. So yeah, really freaking lame stuff. But So I don't like that. Doc Ock is a bad guy. He's a bad guy. We don't need to have him be a good guy. But the tentacles are making him do bad things. Why are the tentacles bad? Like, what sense does that make? What is it about the mechanical arms that are being used to help him do lab experiments in dangerous conditions? What is it about them that makes their AI so gosh darn salty and nasty the whole time that they oh, you gotta kill these people. Oh, you gotta, like, what the hell? All it did was short circuit so that it was controlling him the other way around, but why are they bad? It takes all the responsibility out of his hands, and it's like, oh, the arms made me do it. The hentai tentacles made me do it. Stupid decision. But overall, the movie's not horrible. You can watch it. Spider-Man 1, absolutely the worst. Maybe if you're 10 and you want that little power fantasy of, oh, we stood up to the bullies. Oh, the guy said, it's not my problem, and he said it to him. Ooh, he got him back, and it felt so good. But Uncle Ben is an annoying, sanctimonious a-hole. Aunt May is just the worst. I don't know. Like, Marissa Tomei was the best thing to ever happen to Aunt May. Doesn't work with any of the comic book iterations that I've seen, but she makes Aunt May not a pain in the butt. They could kill her off like they did. Because that's all she does is go, oh, if only your Uncle Ben was here. If I do a shot game every time Aunt May or Peter says, I wish Ben were here. I wish Ben were here. Like he was some amazing whatever guy, had all the answers. He's an idiot. This moron said, with great power comes great responsibility. Didn't know Peter had any powers. Peter defends himself against a bully. And his uncle says, with great power comes great responsibility. What great power does he have, Uncle Ben, according to you? You don't know that he has anything. He's a kid, according to you, going through puberty, essentially. And he defended himself. That's great power? Puberty is great power? You doofus. You needed to eat that bullet, sir. Let's see. Okay, you calling me out with good points, I guess I'll finish moving. Wait, what did I call out on you, Froggless? I thought I was picking out Lagmeister. Yeah, dude, where are you in the move, Carlos? Are you out of the old place now and moving into the new? Are you in the middle? Like, where are you? Because I know that's a nasty process, but where are you at with it? When do you think you're going to be able to go, okay, everything is like my computer, my TV, the most important things. Guys, when we move, the first two things you would plug in, TV and computer, because once you get those plugged in, you can get a movie going, you can get YouTube, you can get something up so that it makes the rest of your move-in like entertaining. Like you're not unpacking boxes to silence. So you got to get the Wi-Fi up, you got to get your all your stuff, your electronic stuff taken care of, and then everything else follows. So at what point do you have enough space for your bed so you can actually get a comfortable night's sleep and you've got all your tech set up? Is that tomorrow? You think that's going to be in the next few days? Where are you at with that process? Spider-Man was never a cool guy. He was always a nerd. Yeah, he was a nerd, but he wasn't an insufferable nerd. The amount of... Peter gets treated like a nerd of the highest caliber. Like, I knew nerds in high school who got picked on like that. Peter isn't as nerdy as them. Like, there is no reason for Peter to be getting that kind of treatment. That to say, when he's like, after he gets bit, he kind of becomes cool. Like, for some reason, it helps his personality a little bit too. It gives him more confidence or something. So he's still like sciencey guy, but he starts becoming cool to a degree. I'm mad they didn't use Norris Rad as, I don't know who Norris Rad is. Let's see who Norris Rad is. I'm not mad. I'm just like, it's modern Hollywood. If they can sex or race swap somebody, they're going to do it. And it's a dumb thing. I'm opposed to changing hair color. I said it before. Hair color is part and parcel. If you see a guy with blonde hair and blue eyes, you're probably thinking Steve Rogers. That's pretty much it, right? Maybe Steve Trevor, depending on the context. But that's it. If you see black hair and blue eyes, probably thinking Superman. Clark. Well, what happens if you give Clark blonde hair now? Well, now he looks like Steve Rogers. I mean, these are, I'm not saying his identity is the hair color, but like there's no reason, if a character has blonde hair and blue eyes, there's no reason to give him brown hair or red hair or any other kind of hair. It's not that hard to find an actor or somebody who has that hair. They've done a pretty good job casting Superman. Pretty much every Superman has black hair and blue eyes. They didn't do it with Wonder Woman. They cast Gal Gadot, who has brown hair, brown eyes. Linda Carter, blue eyes. Depending on the wig, the day that she was wearing the wig. Sometimes the wig was kind of black, but most of the time it was like a dark brown or even kind of a light brown. Again, the quality of the wig changed. Probably got a little dyed by the sun. So again, not even close. Kathy Lee Crosby, the very first Wonder Woman, blonde hair, blue eyes. Sorry, you can't change the hair color. If we can't change the hair color, we shouldn't be changing the sex or the race of a character. And by race, I mean the physical appearance. So if you have a German playing whatever, I mean Tom Holland, like most of our superhero actors are freaking Australian. It's fine. They just have to look the part. I don't care what your actual race or ethnicity is. As long as you look and sound the part, you're fine. But yeah, Silver Surfer made it a chick for whatever reason, because it's modern Hollywood. And when you have a lack of value and morals, you have to cherry pick really low hanging fruit, and that's what Hollywood does. It's like, oh well, we believe in rampant sex and all this other kind of bull crap, twisted morality and all that nonsense. So hey, we're gonna champion stuff like make men women and make women men, and let's bring other races into it that don't really belong. That's their version of morality. Sorry, that was a bit of a salty rant, but that is what it is. I'm done with Hollywood at this point. Until we get definitive new leadership in there and I start to see a pattern of better storytelling and people that actually know what they're doing and people making much better, just overt baseline creative decisions, Hollywood can suck an egg for all I care. It's not getting my money, dag nabbit. But let me see. Norris Rad. Oh, that's the actual character name. Although I think you mean Norin Rad. I'm seeing this. I'm guessing autocorrect got you. I was like, wait, Chuck Norris? No. Okay. But anyway, so that's the character name. Like, at least, I mean, Rise of the Silver Surfer, Lawrence Fishburne played him. I mean, he's silver, so skin color is not that big of an issue, which is probably why they did the sex swap, because they're like, well, we can make his race whatever, but you're not going to be able to tell because he's just silver. So the only change we can make that virtue signals and says, hey, look, we did something awesome and progressive, is to change the sex, because that's actually noticeable. Mostly because it means that any standalone surfer is going to be dead till another reboot. Wait, I'm still trying to remember, what did I say about Carlos? How did I rag on you? I don't remember. Movie Spider-Man is different from comic versions. Hey, Michael, what's going on? I mean, I know you're here before, but you just chimed in here. Yes, he is. But that to say, Michael, I think that leaves us where we can evaluate. Cinematic Spider-Man on his own merits and say, okay, I mean, I haven't read every Spider-Man, but I remember I got like an omnibus or something and I read like the first, like, I don't know, 200 issues of Spider-Man or something. I was like, I liked, well, until we got to Maximum Carnage, more like the modern incarnation where it's this really like religiously fanatic, no kill, even serial killer stuff. Either that or I just got old enough to realize how stupid that idea is. But I liked him well enough in the comics. But I guess I just don't like the cinematic version they do. I mean, I guess I'm trying to think. Tom Holland, like, I haven't liked Tom Holland's movies very much. The first one was okay, but the Vulture, I thought actually that was pretty good. That was probably the best buff I've seen to a B-level villain in You guys can point out somebody else, but I think the way they did Keaton's Vulture is so much more of a badass than the comic book version, which is like a senior citizen in spandex with the wings, and you're like, really? This is the threat here. I think they did a really good job of making him like a worthwhile opponent. But again, let's see, what was it? But yeah, so that was okay. That was okay. But then, was it No Way Home, Far From Home? Oh, it was okay. And then Far From Home was, as many people have said, it was a movie theater experience. It was there to go, ooh, look, Tobey Maguire. It was for you, Lagmeister. Like, oh, it's Tobey. Oh my gosh, I love Tobey. He's the only Spider-Man. He's the best Spider-Man. Look at him. He's so cool. But you compare him to the other two, he's like, wow, this guy's a loser. Big old loser. I seen the Girl Silver Surfer the other day and said, what the hell? Yeah. I mean, I heard that was one of the first announcements I heard, and I was like, okay, goodbye. I thought we'd learned by now, like, hey, this stuff doesn't make your stuff better, and the fact that you're using people who do think it makes it better, typically those people are really on the low end of the creative totem pole. Like, there's very few movies that you see where they've done a race swap or sex swap where the movie's actually good, because the people that make those kind of decisions aren't usually that good at their job. And so it's like, yeah, it's kind of a red flag, not just on its own merits, but just usually the quality is going to be pretty piss poor, because that's what the effort goes into. Instead of just saying, okay, we've got this character, let's find an actor who looks like him, they're spending their pre-production time going, well, should we change the sex? I think we need more representation, which is the dumbest idea in all of entertainment. The idea that anything is supposed to be representative is incredibly insipid, and it breaks characters and it breaks stories. But hey, it's apparently it's its own reward. Let's see. Okay. Take that, Ben. I mean, he's just, for a guy that gets so much lip service from all the characters as if he was the second coming of Jesus, he's pretty lame. He's pretty lame. He has one line that Peter just obsesses over. And I get into, unfortunately, I'm still making my way through the Wonder Woman video. The Spider-Man voiceover is done. I just got to get to it. But it's what was I saying? I don't remember. I was going to say something about it, but oh, responsibility. I'm sorry. Last I checked, vigilantism is against the law. So you're not going to kill anybody, no, but you'll beat the crap out of them. You'll imprison them. You'll ensnare them. You'll do whatever. But you draw the line of killing, which, okay, you want to say, I mean, there's a difference there. That's fine. But it's still against the law. So you think Uncle Ben's idea of responsibility, of you being responsible, is bailing on schoolwork, bailing on jobs, bailing on your aunt, bailing on your girlfriend to go chase after bad guys illegally? That's responsible? You dumb turd? Like, if you want to do that, that's fine, but don't keep saying with great power comes great responsibility, because you're not being responsible. You're being very irresponsible. Most of the time, Peter Parker is being irresponsible in every decision he makes. That's just the truth of it. And yet, with great power comes great, as if the only thing worthwhile to do, if you've got superpowers, the only thing, not doing disaster relief, not doing, anything actually like actively helping people. The only responsible thing to do when you can stick to walls and, have precognition is to be a vigilante. And every time you hear a siren, oh, goodbye, Aunt May. Oh, goodbye, MJ. Goodbye, all relations. Oh, goodbye, employer. Like, how many times have we seen Peter lose a job because he goes flitting off? It's a hobby, dude. It's a freaking hobby. You need to treat it like a damn hobby and stop being irresponsible in every other area of your life just so that you can dress up as this thing and go off and beat up bad guys illegally. He may very well be the worst comic book character of all time. And that's including all the garbage that came out in the 70s. I moved everything to a new place yesterday. Okay. That's not bad. I set up the bed this morning. There you go. Got some good sleep, but now I need to fix up the new place, but it'll be done tonight. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Just so many stairs. Yeah, Carlos, that's the thing, man. If you're not moving into a house, I mean, even if you're moving into a house, depending on what the house is, you may have stairs, but man, if apartment living, oh gosh, yeah. Like, I like to live above the first floor for safety reasons, partially, like you're not less like break-ins and everything, but man, those move-in days, getting couches up those back, oh, just, yeah, man. But hey, that's like 25 leg days for you, right? Thighs and calves are burning. Don't tell lag, because I've been trying to get out of playing Get Over It. Lips are sealed. Don't worry, Carlos. This stays just between you and I. Lagmeister will be none the wiser. That has nothing to do with me not telling him anything. Hey-oh! I seen the girls. I never noticed the cartoon Spider-Man never punched people. I didn't notice that either. Really? Does he swing in and kick them at least? What does he do? Like, even He-Man punched people, and that was, like, for 5-year-olds, and one of the most, like, you know, must be nice to people things. Like, He-Man never attacked with his sword. Really dumb. But he at least punched people. I think the issue is best run are related to his love interest, in particular, Dawn Greenwood. Dawn Greenwood? Michael, I feel I'm getting reminiscent, and it's not, what do you call it? I can't remember what it's called. Deja vu. It's not deja vu because we haven't had this exact conversation, but I remember having a conversation with you before where you were throwing out comic book character names that I'd never heard of, and I had to keep looking them up. Uh-oh. Wait, what? She's like a 3,000-year-old woman. The best run are related to his love interest, in particular, Dawn Greenwood. What? Look. Am I crazy? Am I crazy? Is this? Do we want to see a romance with? I mean, look, I'm getting older too, and so you know. Maybe there's a younger version. Okay, there we go. Oh, she's wearing Chuck Taylors. Dawn is a traveling companion of the Silver Surfer and potentially the most important person in the universe. Oh, well, that's cool. She would eventually marry Silver Surfer, and after... Wait, what are you talking about there, Michael Bailey? What are you talking about here? That she's Silver Surfer's gal. Or he's her guy, depending on how you look at it. Why are you talking about Dawn Greenwood when you talk about love interest? Oh, you're talking about Silver Surfer. You're talking about Silver. We were talking about Spider-Man, Michael Bailey. You got me going all confused now. Okay. Yeah, Silver Surfer, I think somebody was saying that's their favorite character. Was it you, Lagmeister? Somebody really likes Silver Surfer. Oh, no, maybe it was you, Michael Bailey. You really like Silver Surfer, but, like, I mean, he's a herald for Galactus, right, when we first meet him? I don't know that there's a whole lot. I think that's the key, or the crux. There's not... I don't know that so much character has been developed, but I mean, yeah, every iconic incarnation. Why is she old in like 90% of the images? Okay, 70% of the images. Like, Silver Surfer's getting the raw deal. Apparently he doesn't age, but she ages like super fast, or all the time, or something. But yeah, yeah. Wait, what? Rachel McAdams? Is she still acting? I like her. She's cool. How old is that? I mean, obviously that's not official casting. Oh, that's what's her name. She was popular for a hot second. Who was that? I don't remember her. She looks familiar. Oh! Yeah. John McClane's daughter in Live Free, Die Hard. There she is. Yeah, she's cool. Yeah, that's the same... What's her name? You guys remember? Yeah, she was like in like 3 or 4 movies. Like you thought, oh my gosh, she's the new thing. She was in Rogue One. And then haven't heard from her since, really. I guess that these are just fan castings or something. Colby Smulders, cool gal. It was crazy seeing her playing like the hard-nosed. What was her name in the Avengers movie? Agent. Whatever. Going from How I Met Your Mother to that, but it was a nice, probably a good career move. Give her a little more versatility. That I haven't seen her much since. She might have retired. Maybe Spider-Man is a serial killer by proxy by letting the killer live. Lagmeister, I would agree. I would absolutely agree. Well, now because we can't go too far and say that the actual killers are not responsible for what they do. But neither can, I think, in good conscience, somebody say that there is no culpability. Whether you want to say it's on the side of the law, the judge, whoever it is that keeps giving these people leave, letting them out on parole, or keeps putting them in the same prisons that they keep escaping from. Whoever's decision is your job is to protect the public. That is your number one job. And if you keep failing as many times as these people do, and here's the thing, Spider-Man, because he operates outside of law, that's the bottom line. Here's where it gets really, really an indictment on him. You can say a cop can't just shoot whatever because he has to go by the law. He's going to be. I know there's a whole bunch of whatever, but in theory, as according to how things go, there are limits as to what a cop can and can't do. He can't, if somebody goes, "Hey, I surrender," he can't do anything naughty or whatever. Anyway, the cop is under the law, operates within the context of law, is law enforcement. So in theory, if nothing else, is restricted by the confines of the law. Spider-Man, as a vigilante, by virtue of what he does, is outside of the law already. He operates outside and beyond the law, which means he is uniquely positioned to do things that would be illegally otherwise. He's already doing illegal stuff. So he is in a place where he can do things that law enforcement and whatever else can't do because he's not held accountable by the law, as is evidenced by his vigilantism. And so the fact that he can do that, because people are like, well, no, it's up to the justice system. No, it's not, because the justice system, it's not even it's the legal system, and the legal system is dumb. The legal system is impotent, especially in the comic book world. So it's not up to that. You can't leave it up to that. You leave it up to the legal system, you're essentially saying people are going to die and continue to die because the legal system is impotent. Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility. When you have the physical capability, the legal capability or liberty, because you're not beholden to the law by your own choice, and by the fact that you are masked, nobody knows who you are, and you can't really be caught. You have a responsibility then to do things that other people can't do when you choose to put yourself in that role. And so for you to not do that, I would say, it's not illegal. I don't think you have the Good Samaritan law. It's not illegal. If you know CPR, you're a lifeguard or a doctor, maybe not a doctor, I don't know, but a lifeguard, somebody who knows CPR, and somebody's having a thing and you get anxious and you're terrified of actually having to do CPR and you don't do it, you're not I don't think you can be prosecuted or you're considered culpable. People may ask, why didn't you at least try? The person's dying. You might as well do something. But you're not going to be considered a murderer, I don't think. So but again, you kind of look at it and go, why didn't you at least try? Anyway. So Julia Gardner actually played a good Silver Surfer, but plot-wise, I don't think you can do anything good with her. Is that Julia Gardner? You're not talking about the actor or actress, are you? Silver Surfer. Oh, you're talking about the new... I mean, like I said, it's not a matter of whether it works or not. I'm never going to watch it. I'm not going to argue on whether or not the performance worked or not. I just think, and you can't say, because comic books are a mess in terms of continuity and everything. So to say, oh, there's a version of Silver Surfer amongst the thousands, however many comic books there are, there's a version where Silver Surfer's a woman, or some alternate reality where it is. That's bullcrap. That's a dumb call. But you have no character integrity if you're changing the sex, the race, the origins. You're changing all that stuff. The character is no longer the character. The character is just an avatar that you can mold into whatever you want. Oh, today this character is now this and did this in their past. And so it's like, if you can't know or have a good idea of what a character would look like, would be like, behave, because I'm sorry, but I mean, there's a difference between men and women. So I would expect a female Silver Surfer to behave differently than a male Silver Surfer. And so when you say Silver Surfer would do this, or Silver Surfer would behave in this way, or Silver Surfer is interested in this kind of relationship, well, which version are you talking about? Because the male and female Silver Surfers are very, very different. So then it's like, well, why even bother having a character when your character is that fluid and has that little continuity to it? Then who gives a fig? Like, I'm not interested in a character who can be different from medium to medium. Like, it's like, okay, who's it going to be today? And you say, well, this decision is very uncharacteristic. Compared to what? Because in this version of the character, like, Wonder Woman is one of the worst ones of this. And again, I get into that video. You know, so Wonder Woman initially is sent to the man's world as an ambassador of peace, right? She's supposed to be using what Marston called sex love training, or you know, feminine allure and love, whatever, to bring peace and be like, hey, women are awesome and we love you, and that's going to change the world. Like that's what she's supposed to do. At some point, she becomes the actual, literal, this is not figuratively speaking, the god of war. So what the hell do you have for a character? Like, Superman may be kind of boring, but at least you know what you're going to get. Like, there's some predictability, which is how we are. If you were to say, hey, if I say this, J Money, Schwartz, whoever, is going to behave in this way, more than likely. It's consistency of character. But when you've got a character who's supposed to be like, oh, lovey-dovey, and oh, I'm going to tie you up and make you better, as a fundamental building block of your character for the first decade or so, that when she was being penned, and then, 40 years later, you've got her being a god of war and bloodthirsty. What is the character? Like, those are about as extreme as you can get. So is she going to kill the guy? Is she going to make out with the guy? Is she going to tie him up? Is she going to break his neck? You don't know, because she has no character consistency. Why bother having the character? It's literally just putting a costume on a character and saying, hey, here's a character. So yeah, whether a character is well written or not, I'm not disagreeing with you, Michael. She could be fantastic. She's part of the Fantastic Four, apparently. But I just don't see a value in unnecessarily deteriorating character integrity. What annoys me both is both Storm and Shadow have been throwaway characters but have full story arcs. Both Storm and Shadow have been throwaway characters but have full story arcs. I can't translate that. Other than there's some annoyance. Storm, who's X-Men. Shadow, who I don't think I know. Maybe have been thrown away? Or you mean the character of Ben, as in the Thing? So I don't know. I think Peter being his own photographer is a conflict of interest. I appreciate that take, Lagmeister. Thank you for deflating it. Yes, but my gosh, of all Peter Parker's issues, severe issues, conflict of interest, taking his own picture. Yeah, that's the problem. That's really, when you come down to it, that's where things get really ugly. Is Peter being his own photographer. I just think it's like, I don't know. I mean, as a freelancer myself, I would love to be able to support myself and my aunts. Well, if I had an aunt, but support myself and somebody else, pay rent by turning in one photo, because you can't use more than one. They run, I mean, well, maybe they use, I don't know, because they don't run Spider-Man articles every day. I don't know. It's But whatever. You know, he can do it in perpetuity because it's fun comic book world, I guess. Short is Silver Surfer chooses to live as a mortal. Oh, short story. Silver Surfer chooses to live as a mortal, hence then as old couple, but you can't write a male Dawn Greenwood. Why not? I mean, I obviously I just said why I wouldn't do it, but I'm not Hollywood and I'm not the comic book industry. So why can you write a female character, a male character as a female character, but not a male character as a female character? How about they make the Punisher a woman? Oh, punish. No, it would be puny sheer. Puny she-er. That's how it would be pronounced. Why am I sure they did that? Thing is, Punisher as a woman works though. It's just a character out for vengeance. That's again. So again, I think we're talking about the difference between what they call mantles and character. Punisher, to me, Punisher is Frank Castle. That's the character. Somebody going out for vengeance. That's a generic character origin or character motivation. That's not a character in and of itself. Punisher is, what was he? He's a former FBI or former CIA, former military operative, family massacred, goes after murderers, goes after killers, and puts them in the ground. So he is definitive. I don't know that he has a whole lot of nuance beyond that, but I mean, because then you could say, oh, Spider-Man, or you know, I don't know. Yeah, it's somebody with a gun, somebody who does stuff. To me, personally, I've gotten to the point where I've relooked at how I look at comic books, how I look at stuff in general. To me, that kind of stuff, it doesn't sell to me as a woman. It just doesn't. And I don't find it alluring personally. Yeah, the violence and all that, it doesn't gel for me. I mean, look, I'll admit, as a adolescent, as you know, pubescent kid seeing girls in skin tight outfits, what guy is going to say no to that? But in terms of actually physical, like you notice, I went over this on another stream. The first, like one of the first actual female superheroes that predates Wonder Woman, her name was like Phantasma. But look at it. This will tell you what you need to know. Phantasma? No. There we go. A Phantoma. Now look. This is very instructive. She came out before Wonder Woman. Never heard of her, right? Probably. Now, you might have Michael Bailey, because you know a lot of obscure comic book characters, or obscure at least in my mind. But you notice something about her? She's built like a dude. Because she's strong. Like, she is a character of strength. Like, she has feats of strength. So naturally, in your mind, you think, well, when a guy is strong, like, a guy is, you know, you give him muscles because he's strong, right? He's powerful. Well, female, she still needs to be strong, still needs to look the part, right? Still needs to show that she's got the power. So you look at her, she's got the shoulders, she's built like a dude. And look, her power turns her into this ugly thing. Is it a mystery why this character didn't sell? Why we don't have a Phantoma now? But Wonder Woman, who comes out as this dainty, petite girl next door, 5'8", buxom, alluring young lady, at least by the standards of the 40s. Why that took off? She's just as strong as Phantoma. She's got all the power, but for some reason that power doesn't require her to be buff. It doesn't require her to actually have any signs in her physique that she's actually strong. No. We keep them sexy, we keep them petite, we keep them lithe, we keep them well-breasted, but we want them to be powerful too. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. There's a reason why our heroes get jacked to show that they are powerful and strong. Can't have the best of both worlds here. So it's like, do you want the sexy whatever gal? Well, then she's logistic. She's doing something, but she's not going to be punching the crap out of people. But you see, it doesn't sell. When you make a woman actually look strong like that, it's like, oh gosh, she looks like a dude. Nobody wants to see a woman looks like a dude. That's not going to work for most guys. No, make her sexy, and that'll sell. It's just a character out for... she took half of Silver Surfer's powers in the divorce. That's funny. That's funny, Lag Money Shirt. That's good. How about Juggernaut? Juggernaut actually gets like a full redemption arc. He's pretty well written. Well, and that's one of the few characters, aside from... what was that really... So look, I don't think Last Stand is a garbage movie. I think it absolutely makes Juggernaut a garbage character. But I don't think the movie itself is as bad as people say. I think it did have a lot of stuff going against it. I don't think it was the best, but I don't think it was worse. I probably would prefer that over the first X-Men movie, to be honest. But Juggernaut is horrible in that. But aside from that, the iteration that we've seen, he's pretty consistent. They don't really mess with Juggernaut. He's the same giant, buffed out dude, Gemma Cyrax or Cyratex or whatever. Magneto's brother, I think, right? Or half-brother or something. So, like, they keep that consistent. Shadowcat, I think, has also been pretty consistent. Off subject, wasn't Mystique's Rogue's mom? Yes. I don't know if that was originally the case, but yes. Canonically, I believe now, at least in one version of the Marvel Universe, I don't know how many versions there are, but I know in at least one of them, and I think maybe the main continuity, Rogue is Mystique's daughter. Adopted mom. Okay, never mind. I was wrong. I thought so. I mean, they both have blue skin. I know that's racist. I thought they both had blue skin. I thought that had been established, but I guess not. I don't mind Muscle Mom. Look, I don't want Wonder Woman kind of one-sided character. Wait. Michael Bailey, I don't mind Muscle. Mom, look, I don't like Wonder Woman kind of one-sided character. I'm trying to think what Mom would be. But I feel that way about a lot of DC characters. Juggernaut is Xavier's brother. I said that, right? Did I? That's what I meant to say if I didn't say that. Yes. Yeah, Juggernaut, yeah. Yep. But yeah, no, I mean, I've as a kid, I grew up with DC more so than Marvel. And so, I liked it. And as a child, and with a child's mind, comic book characters worked for me. Now, again, that is not to say that an adult cannot like comic book characters or think they're interesting or enjoy them or whatever. That's not it at all. But I'm just saying, for me, I understood where my mind was as I was growing up. I mean, the fantasy of superheroes was awesome. But as I got older, like I remember in middle school, there was a huge shift. Middle school, mind you. I got kind of tired of the superhero thing, and I started, my heroes were Bo Jackson, were Barry Sanders, Joe Montana, football players, athletes, men who, despite their shortcomings, trained and worked for what they got. They didn't, some of them didn't. Michael Jordan was a natural talent. A lot of guys are natural talents, but these guys are working their butt off in the offseason. They're studying playbooks. Their performance, a lot of times, or their power, what we see. They've got raw talent. Bo Jackson, raw talent. But they practice, they perfect their craft, and they play through sickness. They play in horrible weather conditions. They fight through pain. Those were my heroes as a middle schooler. I found those more relatable and more valuable as heroes than comic book characters. Death of Superman made me appreciate Superman more because I felt he actually put his money where his mouth was instead of... It's easy to talk big and be like, I don't hurt people and I'm all nice and I'm whatever, when you can't be touched for the most part. And to be like, here's the crap thing. I want to bring up the panel, but I don't think I need to because it's you can find it if you want. There's a panel. I crap you not. Superman is fighting a battle to the death with Doomsday. This is back in the 1993, I believe, is when it came out. Death of Superman. There's a panel where Superman, he's got like nothing but his like pants on. Like Doomsday is pretty much torn. He's bleeding from like 30. You know what? I'm gonna bring the panel up because I actually saved it because I found it so obnoxious. But this is the problem with comics. one of the many problems with comics. Where are we at here? Where is my reference folder? There we go. This one. Yeah. This one maybe? Nope, that's not it. This one. Okay, here we go. And it's very easy to see in the thumbnail because he's using his... There it is. Here we go. Look at this. How this is the dumbest crap I've ever seen in my life. It pissed me off when I saw this. All right, so look. You see Superman's condition? Do you see how bad Superman... This is on the last issue. This is the issue where he dies. Whoops. No! Come back, Superman. Darn you. There you go. Let's just make this big screen. Look at this. So you see, look, cut, bleeding. So he's not in control. This is not a bad guy that he can handle easily. That he can just be like, okay, I'm gonna stop holding back, and that'll allow me to win. He's on his last legs. Cape's tattered. Cape is torn, tattered. He's not doing so hot. We can see that bleeding, punctured. He says he wants destruction and death. Okay, to stop him, I have to be every bit as ferocious and unrelenting as he is, right? Okay, that makes sense. That's okay, Superman. You understand the reality of the situation. This is a being. Doomsday is here as a being of destruction and death. Superman saying, I need to be just as every bit of ferocious. So he's trying to fry him with his freaking laser vision at point blank range. Look at this dumb bit of writing right here. He wants to kill, and you can't. Some writer thought this was a smart thing to put in here. Some writer thought this was appropriate. This is perverse. This is sick. Whoever wrote this line is got a little bit something messed up in the head. This is not something you say when the person you love is fighting for his freaking life, not to mention the life of the entire world, and he's saying, look, I have to go all out. If I'm going to beat this guy, I got to play for keeps. I'm fighting for my life. I'm going to have to be just as lethal and just as ruthless as he is, meaning, yes, I need to kill him. And he does, ultimately. And you've got some fucking idiot saying, you can't kill. You're a nice guy. You don't kill people. You don't kill even a murderer who's trying to destroy the fucking planet. You can't kill that because killing is bad. It's the same people that get their panties in a bunch about genociding the orcs. Because they hear genocide and they reflex genocide bad. Yeah, genocide is bad in our world because there's not an entire race of people that is just purely wholly evil that needs to be exterminated. It doesn't exist. In Lord of the Rings, the orcs are, in Tolkien's own words, at least when he wrote them initially in the books, wholly irredeemable and born of and for the purpose of evil. Genociding evil from the world is not bad. It's actually a good thing. But if you have a very simple mind, you hear the word genocide and go, genocide bad. Kill, bad. Well, what about killing something really super evil that's going to kill other people? No, it's still bad. Really? Really? That's as far as you can go. That's as deep as your grain. Like, how smooth? And again, that's not to be like insulting to intelligence, but it's like, really think about this. Like, have you thought it through? Have you thought about genociding evil isn't a bad thing? Like, if there's a being or an entity or an army of nothing but wicked things, wiping them out is not a bad thing. And same thing here. Killing Doomsday isn't a bad thing. It's not like a shame, Superman, you shouldn't have killed him. Like, you should have just, give him a pat on the back and tell him everything will be okay. It's just they had an abusive father. Oh, okay. I got you. See, and that was the thing. So when I did circle back around to comics after, I don't really look up to modern athletes, but I still look up to, like, I still look at athletes from the 80s and 90s with the eyes of an 8-year-old. Like I still look up. To me, they still look, even though I know they're now like I am now 25 years older than they were when their football card was made. But I still think they're older than me. They still look like men, you know. But when I did get back into comics, I got into Marvel because they weren't deities. Now, aside from Thor, of course, but even it's like a god. Technically, that's the name, the label, but he's not a deity. Like he's not like a Zeus, as far as I can tell. They don't treat him like a Zeus. They don't treat him like essentially this untouchable, immortal being. He is, you know, I mean, he's essentially a superhero. Like Captain America isn't a god. Who else? Who you know, the Scarlet Witch isn't a goddess. But they do things that you would think gods would do. But I don't know. We're talking about technology. But anyway, besides Thor, they're all very human. Like Magneto, incredibly powerful. But if you can stab the guy, he's going to die. If you can shoot him with something that's not if you can hit him, you can kill him. Juggernaut, that's a little bit different. You got to get his helmet off, and even then, only Xavier can do something. And he's pretty much unstoppable, like kind of ridiculous, unstoppable levels as far as I could tell. Like it really is just kind of in black and white. That the gem that unless something happens to the being, the Cyrax or Kirotex or whatever that guy, the demon's name is that's giving him the power. Unless something happens to him, Juggernaut is pretty much unstoppable, especially when he's got the helmet on. Aside from, let's just be honest, I don't know how the guy sleeps. I don't know how he takes a dump. His proportions, he's got tree trunk legs, tree trunk arms. Like he can't. I don't think the guy can hold or. I mean, he's great in a fight, but man, if you were just seeing him like grocery shopping or something, unless he can power down, I guess voluntarily. Poor Juggernaut, man. He's. I mean, you think it's bad being like Shaquille O'Neal, you know, 7 feet tall, 300 pounds. Try to find a pair of shoes that fits. Try to find a car you can fit comfortably in. Good luck, Juggernaut. No way. Steroid users. Lance Armstrong was my uncle's hero for a while. Interesting. I don't know that I would ever. I mean, look, to each their own. I don't know. A bicyclist, whatever, like track field, that kind of stuff. You don't get to hero status in my book, running track or cycling or any kind of just where it's like endurance or speed by itself. Men are made on the gridiron. That's all I've got to say. And yes, there were some that did steroids, but not. I mean, I don't know for a fact. Maybe they did. Maybe they had some kind of supplement. If they did, they were all doing it. So it was kind of a level playing field. But like you had Lou Alzado, I think was the name is. I mean, like legitimately steroid usage, and unfortunately died very young. I don't know that I've actually had heroes. Maybe some scientists, but kind of obscure. Yeah, Rosalind Franklin and probably Henrietta Leavitt. What did they do? A toilet can hold his weight. A toilet that can hold his weight. Exactly. Exactly. It'd have to be a super-powered toilet. It would have to be a toilet powered by the gem of Cerotax. Rosalind Franklin. I mean that's the thing. Honestly, we don't know. Me and Eliza talked about this. Like the amount of people that have done stuff, that developed the stuff that we use every day that we take for granted, that invented this, that made advances, whether it's the medical field. Like, anybody know the guy who mistakenly or by accident invented penicillin? Michael Bailey, you probably know because it's in your field. But like, I know it was an accident, but I don't remember that guy's name. Like there've been a lot of advancements in so many fields that we don't know the names of the people who did it. Don't know anything about them. So let's see. British chemist and X-ray crystallographer. Understanding the molecular structure of DNA. Okay. I can understand why that'd be relevant there. Trailblazing scientist. Double helix of DNA. A discovery that was essential to unlocking the mystery of how life has passed from generation to generation. Cool. There we go. Now we have a name And a face. Oh, there. Well, we'll put it up here so you can see the face. I don't know why I keep it small, but there you go. There's the gal who double helix DNA. So there's one out of the 3,000 people that has done something very influential and important and fundamental that we finally have a name for. Henrietta Leavitt. Astronomer. How to effectively measure vast astronomical differences. Oh, okay, so did she invent the light year? Had to be halted because of... They can't award that posthumously? That's a bummer. It just said the nomination for the Nobel Prize was halted because of her death. I think because I mean, really, honestly, you know, any award you get in your lifetime, it's like, but a legacy. That said, I think there are people that win the Nobel Prize that have cheapened it. So it's like, all right, at this point, it's almost a popularity or political thing, which is just, unfortunately, I mean, but that's a problem when you give people awards that aren't based necessarily on merit or genuine accomplishment. It starts to taint all the people that, or the accomplishments of those who did. So it's you're not doing any favors when you're like, oh, let's give this person an award for this. It's like, yeah, they don't stand on the same platform with these other people. So sorry. Yeah, Moldy Bread Man Fleming. Was that his name? Now, I'm not saying he would be a hero because, again, it was accidental. And that's the thing too. So for me, the hero part is, in some degree, obviously, the accomplishment. So, you know, for me, it's the breaking the tackles and powering through hitters. Like Walter Payton, they called him Sweetness because he could run. It looked beautiful when he did it, but man, he could lay you out. Guys that are trying to hit him and tackle him, he would hit him just as hard, knock him back, get 5 more yards. So you have this, to some degree, this almost superhuman type vibe in terms of what they can do. In a field of professionals, of excellence, of the creme de la creme, they can make other professionals look stupid and weak. And there's this kind of, so you got the end result, and in this case, like Henrietta or Rosalind, what they actually physically accomplished, or they actually accomplished. But tied in with that, to me, though, is the discipline. Like when you hear, I mean, I don't know how much of what they say about Thomas Edison is true anymore, but you know, the idea that he did how many filaments, like 2,000 filaments before he found the one that actually worked for the light bulb. That persistence is an act of heroism. That it's something to be emulated. I can't emulate the end result necessarily. I can't, you know, you're not necessarily going to be able to do something uniquely and profoundly valuable to the field like Henrietta. You may, Michael Bailey, hopefully you do. Hopefully you become a name in microbiology. But even if you don't, it would be what they did, how they were able to overcome whatever challenges they had, to persevere, to hold true to what they believe. Because a lot of times what you hear, especially in science, is they have an idea that is either contrary to popular science, or people say is too risky, or they say it doesn't make sense, or whatever it is, but their conviction is so strong and it carries them through, and they hold on to that. And despite popular opinion being you're stupid, you're a loser, you shouldn't be doing this, whatever it is, they continued to fight, they continued to do what they're doing. And like for football players, it was the flu game for Joe Montana, Notre Dame, and the Sugar Bowl or whatever it was. When you're sick to your stomach, when you're throwing up, when you're weak and you're shaking, and you go out on this freezing cold day and you have one, you know, I mean, it wasn't the best performance, honestly, if you watch the game. But for a guy who's sick as a dog, it was pretty damn. Michael Jordan's flu game. Walter Payton, you hear about him running the hill outside of Chicago to get in shape. It was almost like Kurahi in Band of Brothers. Just like this arduous, grueling, physically exerting, physically taxing thing that he did. Now, granted, everybody's doing workout in the off season, but the visual of that, of a man just going out there and sweating his balls off every day to make sure that when he hit the field when it happened, he had the preparation and he was at his peak physical fitness, that his talent was married with a body that was as close to physical perfection as it could be to translate into, the victory. It's that kind of stuff that's heroism. And that's my problem. That's why my favorite hero actually had to work for his power. That's part of his origin story. The fact that so many heroes are born with it, a la Superman, or you're born with it and then Red Sun or Yellow Sun, or mutants, or Peter Parker, like most of these heroes are given their powers. Well, you know what happens when somebody gives you $100 and you've never had a job? You're like, oh, I'll spend it on this, I'll spend it on that, because you didn't have to earn it. You don't respect it, and you don't treasure it, and you don't treat it with the respect it deserves because you didn't have to earn it. It was just given to you. It's almost like you're entitled to it. It's just kind of like, whatever. I've always had it. It's just a thing. I got bit by a spider. I got a little bit feverish. I went to bed. I woke up, and I've got these cool powers here. You didn't have to work for it. Didn't have to earn it. Didn't have to prove yourself worthy. Nothing like that. At least Thor has to be worthy to lift his hammer. A hero who actually has to work for it. I mean, Batman, for the flack that I give him, whatever abilities he has, as ridiculous and outrageous as some of them are, when you think about the fact that he's supposed to be a human being, at least he earned it. He studied martial arts. He works out, in theory, somehow, a ridiculous amount. He's, he's devoted his entire life to this and to keeping himself in that shape. He at least has to work for it. But most of our heroes don't. Most of our heroes are not self-made. They're made because they get bit, because they have an accident. They go through gamma radiation. And that's kind of weak sauce, because that's not how real-life heroism works. That's not how... and I'm not saying it needs to be real life. I'm just saying when you look up to somebody, you're like, well, to start with, you have to have... it would be the equivalent of like a superstar. Like a Michael Jordan-level athlete. Or Joe Montana, or Tom Brady. Somebody who's like at that 1%, 2%, 5% maybe of athletics, where it's just like ungodly talent, or like a LeBron James who's a ridiculous talent mixed with a physique of ridiculous proportions. Literally. Very rare. That would be your modern day superheroes, because you're just given this talent that you really can't earn. You could train as much as you want, you'll never get there. Let's see. But moldy bread Fleming. I mean, at least his last name lives in infamy. It's just funny, his first name. The crazy thing is, the staff and double helix was around way before we knew what DNA looked like. Really? Yeah, I know there's a lot of discoveries are just a convergence of the right place, the right time, the right things that came before it. But I don't know anything about the double helix or whatever, but it is interesting. Alexander Fleming, there you go. But Moldy Bread Man, it makes him sound like kind of a superhero with a weird last name. Or weird that he has a last name, but yeah. Moldy Bread Man Fleming. It's easier to remember, and it tells you kind of what he was trying to do when he found penicillin. The person that discovered alcohol had no idea the effect they would have on civilization. Very true. Very true. Be curious to see, because it seems like I think Native Americans had they had fire water. Obviously you had ale and stuff like that in medieval Europe. So it seems that alcohol was pretty much discovered by multiple people, maybe even simultaneously all over there. Who knows? Maybe there was a disciple of alcoholism who invented it and then just traveled the entire world somehow, globetrotted, and bequeathed alcohol to the masses. But yeah, it's amazing that every civilization, not every civilization got the wheel. Not every civilization has made the same advances or has the same technology, but every civilization has a version of alcohol. Penicillin is derived from a mold that has antibacterial defenses. Right, yes. And which, again, was a mistake. He wasn't trying, as far as I remember, he wasn't trying to do anything that resembled developing what penicillin is. Edison was a thief. He didn't invent it. He bought the patent and improved on it. That's what I've heard, Lagmeister. But again, it's one of those things. So we've had people say, what you knew about Edison is wrong. He stole everything. And somebody could come along and say, everything you heard about Edison stealing stuff isn't true. Edison actually did. But bottom line is, I know that's true of, or I've heard that's true of some things. I don't necessarily know that was true of everything. I think there were things that he invented. I don't know. I'm not a fanboy. I couldn't care less who actually invented it. But regardless, in theory, whether it was Edison or somebody else, they found the right filament by trying the wrong ones. But they believed that there was a filament that would work and stuck with it. Whereas somebody, unfortunately like myself, after the first 10 filaments, I'd be like, It's like, I mean, I guarantee you, I haven't run the terrible tunnel in Battletoads 3,000 times. I ran it 50 times. I was like, screw this noise. If it was up to me to invent the light bulb, we're 50 filaments in and I'm done. That's my life's work. I do think earned thing is relative, though. Some people are still horrible individuals. Also, not everyone can be 1%. I think sometimes it devalues the worth of a common man. Wait, ironically, probably effed over that mold survival in nature because many bacteria have adapted over time. I'm not entirely sure how to unpack that, but is it truly ironic? I don't know. But I do think earned things is relative, though some people are still horrible individuals. Right. Not everyone can... That 1%. Right. Which I mean, that just, like... That just means not every... I mean, you can do... That's why I said, to me, it's a two-parter. When I'm talking about my personal heroes, my childhood heroes, like, or people that I look up to, it's not only their character, because character without the ability or without impact, that's everybody. Everybody can do stuff. To me, and that there's nothing wrong with that. Like me, I'm not a hero. Like there's nothing heroic about me per se. I've done nothing heroic. You can be a good person. You can be a swell person. You can be a productive person. Like there's many different words you can use, and you can live a meaningful life. Everybody can't be a hero. Everybody's not going to be a hero, because even if you have the heart and you even have the ability, if you don't have the opportunity, how many people in other countries, impoverished countries that have no access to anything, how many natural born athletes are born there that never get a chance? They've got the talent, they've got the drive, they've got the heart. They're awesome people. No opportunity. They spend their life, working the rice fields, or they die at the age of 5 because of malnutrition. Like, we don't necessarily have control over whether or not we are quote unquote heroes or in a position to be heroes. And not everybody's going to be able to really claim that title. And I think that's okay. I agree that it devalues. It doesn't devalue the worth of the common man, to me, because I understand. It's the same thing as acting. When I was growing up, I was under the misimpression when I was growing up that when you see an actor in a movie, that means that they're the best. They're the best. Like they are the best, the creme de la creme. Whoever you're seeing on the screen is the best. When I'd go for auditions, if I didn't get the part, I thought it was because I wasn't good enough. And so in that way, with that mindset, that's what you're saying, like devalues the worth of the common man. So to think that some people are super talented, and if you don't get in, it's because you're not talented enough. Until I realized, until I experienced enough to go, no, I didn't get cast because I was too tall. They'd already cast the female lead, and they needed somebody who was roughly her height. She was only 5'5", so they cast a guy who was 5'10". I was too tall. And I'm not saying that. I'm using that as a general example. But I mean, there was one part I didn't get because they had a costume. There was a specific wardrobe for this role, and you had to audition first if they liked you, or maybe it was the other way around. I think you didn't even get to audition unless you fit into the costume. And that's when I started realizing, okay, they're not necessarily casting the most talented people. They're not actually, like, in other words, me not becoming an actor or me not getting a role doesn't mean I'm not a good actor. First of all, it doesn't mean that I'm not a good person or I'm not worthwhile as a human being at all. my self-worth is not tied up in whether or not I get this role or not. It's a problem if you think that way. You have serious, not issues like you're a bad person, but like something needs to be corrected. If you think you are not worthwhile as a human being, if the thing that you're trying to do you do not succeed at, or the career that you want to have you don't get, that's a problem. Tying your value to what you can and cannot do is not really a particularly strong way to go about things. But what I found is there are many reasons why people get roles, and I'm not going to say never, but a lot of times it has nothing to do with being the most talented. Doesn't mean that the people that get it aren't talented in some way. Some of them are, I would say, bare minimum talented, but there's many reasons, everything from relationships to official deals, unofficial deals, casting couch stuff, the director. It can all come down to the director. The director looks at somebody and goes, it just doesn't look the part to me. Like how many times you see people do fan castings and there's like 30 different castings for one character. If all those people were directors, they would all cast a different person. It has nothing to do with the person's talent. It has nothing to do with their actual ability. It has to do with, I like this person's look. This person embodies this character to me. And so to me, Michael Bailey, it's a problem in somebody's mind if they think that it's not a reason not to work hard, but I do think it's sort of like saying 40th fastest man is somehow like less impressive compared to everybody else just because he's not Usain Bolt. But I mean, but that's why we have words like hero. That's why we have words like champion, words like, because to me it devalues those things if you say, well, hey, you can say the person is fast. It is very fast, but that doesn't define it. If you're not in that top percent, your career is not going to be defined by what you do when you run, because you're just not fast enough to have a career defining ability. I mean, same thing. I mean, there's how many football players have come and gone? They were good enough to make the pro team, which is something that very few people can do. But most of them, especially if they're linemen, and depending on the era, most of them, nobody knows who they are. Nobody remembers their name. But they could say, I was a professional athlete. I played in the NFL. Like, that's something to say. To say, I'm the 41st fastest person in the world, like, that's something. Is that fast enough to have a career in it? Is that fast enough to be notable for it? Not really. Should it be? I mean, that's where I think, I'm not saying definitively because I haven't really thought this through as much, but like that almost gets into like participation level stuff where it's like, well, hey, you tried really hard. That shouldn't be, the fact that you tried really hard and he tried really hard, but he did really well and you didn't do as well. Well, that doesn't seem right. Well, no, that's a bonus. That's not a detriment to the person who didn't do it. That's just, okay, this wasn't your jam. Like this other person excelled. And like you were born into a world where people are going to be better at some things than others, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like I am the epitome of average Joe. I am the epitome of jack of all trades, master of none. I can do a lot of things adequately, and if I really focus and really try really hard, I can get good at some things. But on the whole, I'm just okay at a lot of different things. I can do a bunch of different stuff okay. So I'm never going to be that guy. I'm never going to be, unless, and here's the catch. Here's my point. When you realize that being a hero, like you can't be a hero in the real world. You can't be a hero unless you are in a position, in a situation where not only do you do something amazing, whether it's at a consistent level or a one-time deal where you do a heroic act, the lights have to be on you. People have to be watching you. People have to be seeing you. You have to do, it has to be done something visible. The Rosa Parks thing, Rosa Parks was not the first person to make a stand against the segregation sitting in the back of the bus. Was not the first. And in fact, the picture was actually taken after the fact as a photo op and not actually at the time. There were plenty of people before her that did that and actually got, went to jail and had all this stuff happen to them. Nobody knows who they are. Is that fair to them? I mean, they did the same thing she did, but there was not the press. The press was there for this. The people were focused on it. They were like, "Oh, here's an opportunity. We need to make this a thing." And so her name goes down in history. Everybody knows her name. There were other people that did it before her, but she had the opportunity. and the right people and the right circumstance and the right time in history. So when you realize so much of what we consider to be heroics is out of your control, like why? I guess I would say this. To me, it's okay to say that somebody's not as impressive as Usain Bolt, because it's true. If you're the 40th fastest person in the world, you're not as impressive as Usain Bolt. It doesn't mean you're not impressive, but if your value as a human being is that you're the 40th fastest person, that's where I think the value is misplaced. Intrinsic value is in just you as a person, you as a human being. It doesn't go anything beyond that. And so whether somebody looks to you as a hero or not, that doesn't change your value, your worth, your perception, whatever. And if you're hung up on, well, I'm, people, I'm just as good as that guy, but he gets all the credit. Okay. I mean, look, it's not great. I'm not saying it's just or fair, but people have been saying ever since I was old enough to hear, life's not fair. Some people don't get that. That's not just a flippant phrase. That's a truism. That is a truth of reality. Life is not fair. People get things they don't deserve. People don't get things they do deserve. And that's just and when you realize that you not being a hero, you not being noteworthy is not necessarily because you weren't good enough or because you didn't do something or you didn't have the heart, you didn't try hard, you didn't whatever. And it comes down to opportunity. It comes down to talent. It comes down to who you had in your corner. It comes down to family. Like there are some people probably who have the same level of talent as others, but some have a strong family that encouraged them and supported them and kept their heads on straight. And others had families that were actually counterproductive and hamstrung them and dragged them down or held them back. Barry Sanders, his dad kept him humble. His dad was like my favorite running back, Jim Brown, somebody else, and then his own son. And that's after Barry Sanders has already done really great stuff on the field. And it wasn't to put his son down, but his dad didn't idolize him. His dad didn't say, oh, you're the best, you're the greatest. He kept him humble. He kept him in a mindset of, I'm just out here playing a game, which is really what it is. And it's the same thing running. Okay, you're running fast. Why does that make you a better person? Why should you feel exceptional? Because you can run very fast. You're the 40th fastest person in the world? Okay, there are events where you will excel, and some of them will give you money, some of them will give you notoriety. When you get to the highest levels, obviously there's going to be 39 people that are faster than you are, so you're not even going to rank. But just because you can run fast, do you deserve accolades? Before society got so in on itself, before humans became so self-centered, it was about survival. It was about, okay, I got a family. I mean something to my family. I'm able to provide for my family. I'm able to create a family. I'm able to, to bring this about. We can, whatever. It wasn't about look at me. It wasn't about notice me. It wasn't about look up to me. It wasn't about being the best, being the greatest. It was about just being. And we become so freaking self-centered that it's a big deal. Oh, nobody thinks I'm exceptional. Nobody thinks I'm awesome because I'm not the fastest. Nobody should think highly of you because you run fast. Because you may run fast and you think slow. So in this one area, you're great. Like, it's the same thing with athletes and people looking like they're giving their opinions on politics. You can have an opinion, but when people actually quote celebrities because of their political opinion, it's like, what are you doing? Just because you can dribble a basketball doesn't mean you know jack diddly squat or makes you any better informed or any smarter than anybody else. Once you step off of the court or the field or, you're not doing your job, the thing that you're good at, the thing that you make your money and your living off of, once you're no longer doing that, most people are pretty darn average. Most people kind of excel in one particular area or their field of expertise where they put a lot of time and effort and energy into it. Everything else, you kind of just picks up as you go. But you're not an expert, so it's not your jam. So your opinion's worth just as much as anybody else's. When you're outside of that element, so it's like only in one arena, in one area of life, are you truly excellent. I think it's an honor to be considered a hero, to be looked up to. I mean, not to say anything, but Barry Sanders, if you're listening, Bo Jax, if you're listening, you should be flattered and honored that I considered you heroes as growing up because of your work ethic and everything. Walter Payton, I know you're living. You're up there and up there. It's such a stupid concept, but he passed away too young, unfortunately. But sweetness, you will always be remembered. Anyway, here we go. Let me catch up because I saw Honey Badger jumped in. Hail, friends! Sorry I'm late, but better late than never. I like how Honey Badger says that. He says better late than never. Honey Badger, that's not your line, sir. You say, hail, friends. Sorry I'm late. And then it is up to us to comfort you and to let you know that you're not a horrible person for showing up late by saying, well, better late than never. You can't say better late than never. That's like you giving yourself a pass. You can't do that. So, better late than never, Honey Badger. Good to see you, my friend. Doing all right? Have you been, Honey Badger? Let's see. Good. Currently at work, and my family is throwing a goodbye dinner for my cousin who's visiting from Florida. So that's fun. I get to be at work, and they get to have a mini Thanksgiving dinner. Nice! Now, when you say Thanksgiving dinner, Honey Badger, you talking about the typical Thanksgiving trappings? My goodness, this was 20 minutes ago. Sorry, guys. I get off on my own little tangents, and it's like until the train has reached the station, I can't get off. I should, because there's a whole conversation happening in between my flap and my gums. But anyway, is it turkey, cranberry, stuffing, and all that kind of stuff? Or is it just like the family gathered together, which makes it very holiday-like? Like Highlander says, there can be only one. Exactly. We're talking about the best, I guess. How do you feel about the Henry Cavill reboot sequel or whatever it is? Look at Michael Jordan. Dude was cut from his JV basketball team and went home and told his dad never again, then worked extremely hard and became the greatest basketball player ever. Indeed, Honey Badger. Indeed. Now, wait. Now, if I'm not mistaken, though, because I've seen it, because I double-checked that, I think he did get cut. I think he was like a freshman or sophomore when he tried out for the varsity team. He did make the varsity team. He did make the JV team. But he didn't make varsity. So in principle, it's the same. But the fact, I believe, is that he still did play basketball. He was good enough to make the lower team, but he wasn't good enough, thought he wasn't good enough, or the coach didn't think he was good enough to make the varsity team. But we all know he was, probably. But the point stands that, yes, that's the perseverance. That's the not being... How many people... Now, I doubt there's that many people who had the talent of Michael Jordan who didn't actually try, but how many people don't have that heroic element or that noble element of, or that whatever? Like if you were to tell me this person, like Rudy, look at Rudy. The story of Rudy, obviously it's been Hollywoodized, but the idea is this guy just wanted to get on the field. Now, and Michael, I think this directly addresses your point, I believe, because they made a movie about this guy, and his claim to fame is that he got to play one play for Notre Dame, a college, not even a pro. The guy didn't even make money. He got to play one play. He might have gotten to play more than one play. I can't remember in real life, but in the movie, he only got to play one play. But I think, so he was not exceptional. He was not good. But his story is compelling. People looked at him. He's a public speaker. He gets paid ridiculous sums of money to do, motivational speaking, because people looked to him as a hero because he persevered. He pushed through. He wanted it so gosh darn bad. He didn't have the natural talent. He wasn't one of the best, but he was still acknowledged. He was still looked to as a hero, somebody worth listening to, somebody who had something to offer, unique, because of just the fact that he was willing to make those choices, the fact that he wanted it that badly. You don't have to have the talent to do something remarkable, but his story was told. So enough people heard about it. He became known enough that it became, I think, a book or whatever, and then eventually became a movie, and it goes on from there. So you still have to have that luck. You still have to have the connection or the opportunity. But I would say that's an example, one of many, of somebody who's not necessarily at the top of his field at all, who still is noteworthy for other reasons that don't just have to do with the talent. And nobody's saying, I mean, we don't look at him and go, oh, he's one of the greatest football players. No, not even close. But you say he's one of the most dedicated. He was one of the most passionate players, at least at a collegiate level. And that's that's something of note. But anyway, I didn't know they were doing one. I might check it out when it's done. Hope they at least do a good job. You fools. I say that with all the love of the world, my friendly fools, to say, I hope they do a good job of modern cinema. Really? Have you been paying attention? I would say there's probably been no stretch of, let's say, 5 to 10 years. Anything under 10 years, between 5 and 10 years. You look at any other time in cinematic history, other than wars, perhaps, and you're not going to see such a low output of quality shows or movies in history. I can almost guarantee you. I mean, since these things started being produced, than our modern times. There are blips here and there of things that actually do well, but overall, this is like the dark age of entertainment, and people are still going, well, I hope it's good. Really? I mean, you've got like a 4% chance. 4% chance whatever you're watching is going to be worth a damn. But hey, it's not wrong to hope. Jim Money wasn't cast before he didn't know how to smoke. Hey, I was cast despite the fact I didn't know how to smoke, okay? That's sort of my point. Heroes are kind of made. The scientists I mentioned arguably have had more impact on the world, yet more people are going to remember Usain Bolt or Eddie Hall. Right, Michael Bailey, but you're proof though, aren't you, that that's not necessarily the case? Like, I mean, I think part of that also is people aren't interested in, I shouldn't say people, most people aren't necessarily fascinated by or interested in genetics. Despite however that plays out in our life, or in our lives, people just aren't fascinated by it. But somebody like you, who you're in that field, or you're working, you're doing what you're doing because of the work that they did, you still can see them as heroes. You could boil it down to say it's not fair that people who run really fast or who have some basic athletic abilities in certain sports are millionaires. Millionaires, folks. We're not talking they're well paid. Well paid would be going, wow, that's kind of ridiculous. We're talking, these are people who never have to work in their lives ever again. And if they're smart with their money and their kids are smart, the generations of wealth. We talk about, generational wealth from back in the day, plantation owners and that kind of stuff. We got generational wealth that's being generated by athletes, people who they play a sport for 5-10 years, and they make more money in those 5 or 10 years than most of us make in our lifetime. So, but I had to come to grips with that a long time ago. Actors. These were people that had the popularity and the prestige of whores and I don't know, even less than whores, back in the day. And suddenly they're considered, they're celebrities. They're considered to be, the creme de la creme, the best of society. And they seem to think so. Certainly, many of them do. And they get paid millions. Again, set for life. Can do amazing things with their money. And you got scientists, teachers, police officers, people who actually make a difference on a day-to-day, legitimately impacting people's lives, a great deal of responsibility with their jobs and a charge to protect people and to bring up the next generation. And they're barely making ends meet in some cases. So I do agree with you, I guess, in some ways, Michael. I don't necessarily wholeheartedly disagree with you. I just think, it's okay that not everybody's a hero. It's okay, or we have to be okay ultimately with the fact that people who contribute so much more to society are some of the worst paid, are some of the least appreciated. There's going to be some people that'll be able to tell you the name of their teacher that had this big impact on them. It's their personal hero. And I think that's got to be enough. Because right or wrong, this world dictates that certain things are worth more than others, and certain professions are worth more than others when they're not, realistically. But in a society of luxury and convenience and comfort, we're able to pick people that aren't necessarily deserving to be the heroes. But anyway, it's because of his prejudice against Hawaiian pizza. Ever since even Hollywood has morals. Not really. They have, Hollywood has I don't know even what to call them. Hollywood has causes. We'll put causes. I wouldn't call them morals. Because morals have to be justified. You can't just say, my moral is I eat 17 oranges a day. No offense, Carlos. Oranges are great. But that's not a moral. Morality has to be borne out by the fruit of it. If you live your life by a moral code and your life sucks and you hurt people and you screw people over and you screw yourself over, I would say that's not a moral. It's not morality. You're not a moral person, because morality should not be at odds with health, with productivity, and those sorts of things. So I would say that a lot of stuff that Hollywood spews as morality isn't really morality. It's their counterfeit, because things that actually are moral don't really gel with how Hollywood does its business. Think J Money. Look, Lagmeister, honestly, if I didn't try, there's a stream out there. I can't remember which one it is. Y'all may know. I'm sure you wrote it down on a calendar. I did a stream within this past year, because I was here, of me eating a pineapple pizza, and it was disgusting. Now, granted, it may not have been the best pineapple pizza, but I tried, because I was like, you know what, maybe I'm blowing this out of proportion. And look, I've had much worse things, and if push came to shove, like if I'm hungry, if I'm really freaking hungry, I'll probably eat a pineapple pizza, or I'll have enough to make it so I'm not hungry anymore, and then I'll stop. But yeah, he's just acting like it's the greatest offense in human history. It is. Almost, but we all know the truth. I guess better explanation is I don't like that we associate fame with heroics. Okay, let me think about that, because I don't like that we associate fame with heroics. Meaning, I know this is 15 minutes too late, so you might not even be here, but fame with heroics. Well, I think so, but I think that's out of necessity, to a degree, Michael. So for example, like I would never have known about Barry Sanders. Like, he wasn't a local hero. He went to Oklahoma State. I can't remember where he was actually born and raised. I think it was somewhere in the South. But like I didn't go to school with him. I didn't go to his school. I didn't. There wasn't like a local venue where I could see him and find him. So I would not have known about him. Were it not for the fact that he was on a public forum, and if he was not playing a sport that was highly publicized. But again, I would say you're proof that, like, I'll put it this way. I would agree that heroics and fame do not need to be intertwined. I would say that. I don't know if that's what you're saying. I think that's what you're saying. But I don't think you have to be famous to be a hero. 100% does not need to be the case. Yeah. So, well, I'm going to roll out. I got to do this welding stuff now, and I'm just going to not get it done. Oh, sorry, Lagmeister. I was supposed to end it so that you could do that, but I apologize. I failed. I got all caught up in talking again. But yeah, if that's your point, Michael, then I 100% agree. Being famous doesn't make you heroic, and a lack of fame or mass public notoriety does. I mean, how many? But Michael, I would think that's not intuitive, but that's evident. Like, how many people, when they talk about like the personal heroes, most of them don't say, if they're smart, they don't talk about comic book heroes, and maybe not even a lot. They'll talk about like my mom was a single mother that raised 4 kids and worked 12 jobs. Like, you hear those stories all the time. It's usually a relative, a teacher, a pastor, a coach. Like, it's usually somebody who not many people know about that they say is a hero. So I would say that's the wonderful thing about it, is it isn't really about the fame. That most people, functional heroes in our lives, are actually people that we either, like in your case, discover for yourself, whether it's through your studies or however you came across Henrietta and other folks. You come across them on your own, or they interact directly with your life, and it's because of that they're a hero. So I would agree. Let's say, like, there are astronomers who went nameless in early Middle Eastern civilizations that the work directly was taken by Greeks that will never get recognized. Right? Yeah. like I said, and I don't mean to be dismissive, but I mean, that's the whole life's not fair thing. I mean, there are people who should be, many who die deserve life, and many who live deserve death. Are you the one to give it to them, Frodo? But I mean, and I mean, ultimately, Michael, it does come down to this as well. And I'm probably in a unique place in this, but I look at I don't give a squat about legacy. I don't care how the world remembers me. I mean, I could not give a flying fig. I'm going to care how I lived my life and the people that I directly interacted with, the people whose lives I touched directly, because I know from experience. Talking about my great-grandparents, they may have done some amazing things. 2 generations removed, nobody knows. Nobody really cares. They're distant people that like think about it, like Michael Jackson. Now, granted, at the end of his career, had some stuff, depending on what you believe or what you think or whatever else. At the very least, some controversy, significant controversy. But he's been gone for however long. People aren't, oh my gosh, Michael Jackson, like thinking about him, talking about him, saying, I mean, I'm mentioning him because I grew up, in a time when he was at his peak popularity, but generations afterward, yeah, they'll know his name. They may know his music, but they're not thinking, oh my gosh, what a great guy, or oh, how talented. It's just like, okay, it's a good song. Like, people are like, products of people are remembered. Again, Henry, I would say, well, I mean, to your point, yeah, if you invented something and somebody stole the invention and now their name is associated with it, but that's the thing, it doesn't matter because, here you go. What were you saying? Astronomers, right? Who went nameless in early Middle Eastern civilizations, worked directly with taken like the Greeks. It will not be. I don't know the Greek's name either, Michael. That's kind of my point. The Greek there may have been a Greek who stole a Middle Eastern person's work. I don't know the Greek's name. I don't care about them either. So whether it's a Middle Eastern person or a Greek, most people don't give a jack squat about it. Now, if astronomy is your field, if you're interested in astronomy, if you're into it and you're doing work based off of it, you may care and you may be like, well, this person actually genuinely, but then what difference does it make to that person? The person's long dead. They don't give a crap. Whether you believe in an afterlife, if you believe in an afterlife, trust me, they don't care. They're not looking down at the earth going, dang it, man, why didn't I get credit for that? Man, they should be saying my name and putting my name on the one plaque in that one building in the educational department that actually cares about this. No. They're living their best afterlife. If there is no life after death, then there is no existence. They don't even know that it's happening. So really, legacy, how people think of you, remember you, for that person, they don't care. They're not impacted by it. There's nothing there. And for most of us, whether or not the person's name is John or Paul or Phil or whoever, it's a name. It means absolutely nothing. And so, yeah, we can have a face with some of these people, like Henrietta. We can say, okay, that's what you look like. You could tell me it's any other person, and I'm like, okay, it's this person. We exist and are relevant in the time that we're on this planet, and the impact we can have on what we do and our careers and everything, and the people around us. Once we're gone, our relevance is pretty much nil, and it's left with our work. And our work is remembered because our work is going to be used, or our body of work or whatever is going to be used or referenced or what have you. But few people are going to remember that we're associated with it. And I think that's okay. But when you do discover that person, again, you can find heroism in what they did, or find, I mean, I would argue it is a little bit harder to say a hero is somebody who did their job. Like, I don't know. Science to me is a little bit interesting because it seems like science is trial and error. It's not like you can be being a good scientist isn't necessarily a results-based field. So like if you say I'm a good football player, I'm a good quarterback, but your interception to touchdown ratio is inverted. You throw 50 picks for every 2 touchdowns. You can't really say you're a good football player. But you can be a fundamentally good, sound scientist, meaning your methodology is good, you're accurate, your measurements, everything, your hypotheses are well constructed, your experiments are done very well, but you just don't find what you're looking for. Or the study, Unfortunately, what you were hoping to find, didn't find it. You're still a good scientist. You still did your job, but like I said with the filament, you just found something else that actually doesn't work. You found another perspective that actually isn't accurate, but that's one less perspective to, that needs to be considered in the future. They could say, well, based on so-and-so's work, we know that this is not, like, we look at it and go, okay, yeah, no, he did the right thing. This is a dead end. He's established this is not the right way to go. So now we have a more narrow perspective. So I think it's harder to not call them, like, I'm not trying to diminish what Henrietta did. And like I said, to me, though, that comes down to what adversity had to be overcome and everything like that in order to get it done. Because it's like you can do your job well and be good at your job and still not have a discovery. Like, to me, a discovery is something that is given to you. It's something that happens that is often but doesn't even have to happen because, like, again, like what was it? Bread mold guy. He didn't do anything to earn penicillin. He didn't do it right. In fact, I think it was right. He screwed up. He made a mistake. He left something out or did whatever and discovered it by accident. Still a discovery. So you don't even have to necessarily be doing your job well at the time to have discovered something. You could have a speck in your eye and be doing this, and you just happen to look down and go, wait, what's that? And you caught something that you wouldn't have caught otherwise. You did your job well, but it was a fluke that you saw what you saw because you just happened to have this thing. I don't know. I'm not saying that's true of all sciences or any. I'm just saying it's trickier, I think, when you have professions where you can do your job well and have nothing to show for it by global standards or by whatever standards, versus jobs where if you don't perform, you don't even get to do your job anymore, kind of thing. So it's a little bit different in that regard, I would say. I guess because I'm thinking about my dad has a joint patent with his college buddies for something related to spectrometry and photography. Okay. Personal angle would definitely change things there. So is he not getting credit for it or away? Anyway, one of his buddies labeled where the Death Star laser would fall in the spectrum of light. What? Okay, I'm going to have to quickly keep reading because I'm curious now where this is going. When it comes to actors to give their opinions on politics, like, why would I listen to someone who makes a living saying other people's words? Right, exactly. Yeah. And more often than not, folks, unless the person comes from a background of improv, most of the time when actors talk these days, you can say that's why you're an actor. Because when you say other people's lines, and granted, I would say writers today are pretty crap too. When you're saying other people's lines, you sound pretty cool. When you're saying your own lines, when you're coming up with your own dialogue, you sound kind of stupid. They're going to feast tonight and I'm at work. Okay. Oh, man, I'm sorry. So you're left out in the cold there, Honey Badger, metaphorically, because it's still probably hot as heck wherever you are. I'm sorry to hear that, man. They can't be a party without Honey Badger. Just like we can't have a stream with Honey Badger. None of these have been really streams. They've just been, things that I do with a camera, because without Honey Badger, man, they just don't count. So take that to the bank and cash it. Honestly, don't know what they're having for supper. Okay. They could be having bologna sandwiches. And not even the good bologna, like the beef bologna. They could be having, like, pig entrail bologna. I had a teacher in college that knew Pistol Pete. Oh, wow. And he asked him once, how did you get so good at shooting hoops? Pistol Pete told him that he would shoot 100 hoops a day. If he missed one, he'd start over again. So if he missed at 99, he'd start over at 1 and go inside. And not go inside until he made 100 consecutive baskets. Damn. See, and now that's that mix. I'm sure he had some talent. I'm sure, well, I don't know, though, because he was great in college and he bombed hard in the pros. So who knows how far his talent actually went. But he was damn good. You see video of him. He was a good ball player. Again, to Michael Bailey's point, probably not anywhere in the top 100. I don't know, maybe. But, I mean, certainly in college, among college players, Pistol Pete is one of the best. But outside of college, not so good. But, I mean, at least there you see that and go, yeah, that's whatever talent he had mixed with a ridiculous amount. Just the same thing with Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant was known for his work ethic, too. First one on, last one off. Did the same thing, would shoot countless free throws, practicing a certain shot all the time. And you'd hear the commentator say, yeah, I was actually talking to him. He said he's been working on that one shot. So he knows where to go on the floor. He's like, I'm confident that I can take this 3-point shot from this spot on the court because I've shot this shot 3,000 times and I've gotten to the point where I can make it 40% of the time, which is a high percentage for a three-pointer. So, anyway, let's see. I'm 95% sure it was Pistol Pete. It might have been another player. I think it was probably Pistol Pete. I'm pretty sure he was one of the guys with that kind of work ethic. Yes, Honey Badger. Puss in Boots' Last Wish. Let's see. "100% agree. Like that movie." Oh, 2022. Okay. Like I said, 4% chance. Honey Badger. That was my claim. I think Puss in Boots easily falls in. When you look at how many movies and shows come out that get spewed out into the public domain from all the different sources, I think saying 4% are worth a damn is pretty good. So Puss in Boots. Top Gun Maverick as a theatrical experience was great. As an actual movie, call it moderate, fair to midland. Not amazing, but I was definitely hyped when it came out in the theater. I enjoyed it in the theater. It was a great experience. I liked, the cool thing with the cameras and all that stuff, but watching it at home, you're like, it's okay. The story's not all that great. It's just, it is what it is. It's got like I find myself fast forwarding to like the two cool places where they're flying. And after that, it's like, I could do without the rest. But that could be in that 4% too. But I just think the vast majority aren't great. But yes, overall it's crap. But Henry Cavill gives me more hope than pretty much anyone else. He makes movies for the fans of franchises. He has no issue fighting for the rights. Yeah, no, 100%. But I mean, he is still working. Unless he's producing it. Like when you see a movie produced by Tom Cruise, you can be pretty sure it's going to have some Hollywood taint to it. It's going to have some poison in it, but it's not going to be rife with it, and it's probably not going to impact the story to the degree that it would elsewhere because he's dealing with the financial aspect of it. There's nobody going to tell him what this has to be in his movie. Henry, I don't know that he's at that place yet, unless he's got producing credits, unless he's actually, unless he's not beholden to anyone. He's beholden to someone, which means he can fight for it, but he's probably going to have to make some concessions. And historically, that hasn't been as big of a deal. It's like, hey, you got to work with this actor. You got to include this thing. Nowadays, it's check boxes. Nowadays, it's you got to swap this out. It's the virtue signal thing. It's the inclusivity thing. It's all this stuff that has no actual value, particularly entertainment. It has no value in the real world at all, but particularly in a movie, no value whatsoever. But there's going to be people that that are that are paying for it, that are financing it, that are going to say this needs to be in there, and he's going to have to choose whether or not to put it in there. But yes, I would say that as a default, I would trust Henry's instincts and the direction he wants to take a project. I'm dubious as to how much, because he kind of got cut off at the knees. Like Tom Cruise had decades to establish himself before now. Henry, everybody says that he's a guy has great talent, great character, or great actor and everything, and just ends up in some of the crappier movies. Like he's lost opportunities. Whereas if he was already established, like he was supposed to be he was on the cusp. He was coming over the ridge, and he got his legs cut out because he wasn't playing ball with all this stuff. He wasn't just shutting up and going along with their tripe. And so he didn't quite get to be to that level of impact, and where it's like, oh, this is a Henry Cavill film, like sign me up. Anyway. That's why he was replaced on The Witcher show. Exactly, yeah. First words I hear, horse. You're not wrong, though. Welcome back, Eliza. Entertain me as I drive, please and thank you. Yes, ma'am. I mean, that was 16 minutes ago. You're probably almost home right now, but yes, welcome back. Welcome back. I won't stop until you're done. It looks like we're almost we're catching up on chat here. So, see, well, that's the thing, Michael. I have no idea. Like Aristotle, I know. Socrates, I know. I've never heard of Aristarchus. That can't be it. Aristarchus. Whatever. Case in point, never heard of the guy. So the fact that you not prefaced it, but you claused it by saying, at least in the world of science, for a long time. But again, how big is that field? And I've been around for, like I said, 45 years. My schooling was public schooling, so not that great, but I still learned a lot. That name never came up in science at all. Like, again, we were taught formulas. We weren't taught who did it. Unless the formula is named after the person, didn't know the name. So, hey, here's the law of this. Here's the law of this. Here's the principle of this. Unless it's so-and-so's principle of this or so-and-so's law of this, didn't know, didn't care, just had to know the law and how to apply it to an equation or to an experiment. And that's the cold reality of it. So, so is your concern that your dad's name is not going to be remembered for his contribution? I'm still trying to figure out how the Death Star, if we're talking about the Death Star as in Star Wars, how somebody quantifying how a spray painted visual on a piece of film stock, I'm missing something. I must be missing something, because I'm like, the Death Star laser is a pure fabrication. It wasn't even a practical effect. It was literally like hand painted onto the film, just like the lightsabers and everything else back in the 80s and 70s. So putting that on a light spectrum, I don't understand how that has any value or even is fascinating, because it depends. Like I said, I'm misunderstanding something. But if your dad is co-patent on something, that's awesome. Congratulations. And that's exciting. But I mean, is your concern though that nobody's going to know your dad's name, and yet he's going to be contributing to something in a significant way? I found out recently. I didn't know this. My dad, he was a patent draftsman. I knew that. I didn't know he was one of the best. And that's coming from like just the amount of clients and stuff that were generated. And I didn't realize a lot of times they would essentially give him an idea of what they wanted or what they were looking for, or they would give him different concepts, and he would actually have to put it together. So my dad didn't invent anything, but he had a hand, literally, the drafting hand, in a lot of the patents for a lot of stuff that's out there, military stuff and otherwise. His name's not on the patent. I don't know. Maybe if you go far enough into the stuff, he would be listed as the draftsman, the patent draftsman that put it together. But nobody knows his name, and I don't even know all the stuff that he did. But apparently, my mom was telling me, she's like, "Oh yeah, when he was working at like Kostelniks and here and there, like it was like that he was known for being incredibly fast and for being able to generate images based off of concepts they gave him." And so we've got patents filed in the patent office, things that are actually being used today that were at least in part created or enabled by work that my dad did. And like I said, I don't know how far you'd have to dig to find his name, even if you could find it. And it's okay. It's okay. I know. And now nobody else is going to care. But I'm like, hey, my dad did something cool. But even if he was, I could be like, look, if you look under this patent, you'll find my dad's name. It's the third one listed under the actual guys who invented it. Okay, so William Gray. People say William Gray and go, that's a name. It's a name. And I understand. I'm not trying to belittle like what your dad's doing or to say, well, that shouldn't matter to you. I'm just saying that to the rest of the world, like to us, it's very important. That's why I think it's when somebody loses a loved one who they cared about, when you say gone but not forgotten, as long as it's not flippant, like that means something, because it's saying like, I understand to a degree anyway, especially if you've talked about that person. Like, I understand the importance of that person. Like you don't want to think that person's life, work, effort, sacrifices are never going to be remembered. They didn't amount to anything. It was empty. You want the world to know. You're like, I wish I could package something and just send it out so that everybody would know this is the amazing person that my dad was, or that my sister was, or whoever, somebody who's no longer here. My grandfather. Nobody knows that my grandfather was the one who actually invented it. I want the world to know this is what this man contributed, and this is why it matters. And I think it's understandable to have that desire. I'm not saying that's what you're talking about, but it's understandable to have that. But at the same time, many people would have that. And we all have that for people that we care about and people that we treasure and people that we look up to and people that we hold dear. And just the sad reality is most people, the rest of the world, doesn't really care. And nor really should they, because we don't care about, like, I care about my friends, and if they tell me that, you know, and if I know, like, I met their dad and I heard their dad passed away, like, I know how important the dad was to them, but if I didn't, it's like, I'm sorry for your loss, but, you know, I don't know. Now, Newton will be remembered. I do know Newton. I will 100%. I know Newton. A little fuzzy on what he did. Was he the apple guy? I think he was the apple guy, right? Apple falls from a tree, hits him on the head. Gravity? Is he the gravity apple guy? Or is he the fig? The guy who invented the figs? But I remember the name. And I know I was taught what he did. I just don't remember it. But yeah, like, people know his name forever. To be fair, I think Newton is the best case for conspiracy theories of people that got their knowledge from the future or divine intervention. Really? What was it? For context, Isaac Newton is basically the smartest person who will likely ever come out of humanity. Really? Ignore me hitting enter preemptively. Oh, wait, because what is it? What is it when people say hit F? I've seen that in chats. What is it? I thought you were doing the thing. Michael's like, wow, I've actually got, but it's really, it's like doing the wave with 4 people. it's kind of sad when there's not that many people, but like you see in chat, like just people spamming F. I don't know what it means. Like the guy didn't even say spam F. He just says, hey chat, blah, blah, blah. If somebody wants to, oh, F to pay respects. Why? What does F stand for, Honey Badger? Like, it should be spam PP. Or spam P. Why is it F? What does F stand for? What is the etymology? What is the origin of F to pay respects? I'm only asking because that's the only way I'm going to remember that's what it stands for. That's what you're doing, Michael. Odessa Laser is just funny story. Nothing to do with my dad, just in the actual patent. Oh, okay. My dad would have been doing that around time of Star Wars Ruins release. No kidding. Well, again, that is fun. It's just fun. But yeah, Michael, are you at liberty to say what the patent is actually for? Can you share, even though it's a small audience, like what the work your dad actually has been doing? It's from Call of Duty or Medal of Honor, where your character goes into a funeral and you walk up to the casket and have to press. Oh, so F for funeral then? I'm just wondering where the F came from. Where the F did the F come from? So if F is for funeral, which is. Look, I enjoy Call of Duty as much as the next person. Well, maybe not as much as the next person, but I enjoyed it well enough. But some of the gamer stuff that comes out is just like, again, why funeral? Why F for funeral? Or F for fun? Like, why, if it's pay respects, why not R for respect? Or respect? Or something? I don't know. Same reason why I ask why they developed, why they have the word cap now. Cap already had a meaning. It means several things. It already has many different words. It's 1 syllable, 3 letters. We already have a 1 syllable, 3 letter word for lying, and it's lie. So why some idiot decided to start calling lies caps? No cap. It just sounds stupid. Like, I get it if it's a shorter word for it, slang, or like psych. Like, what does psych actually mean? I guess like psych out, or I don't know. It was like short for something. Anyway, I'm like, okay, it sounds kind of cheeseball, but at least it. Or rad is short for radical, which is like trendy, cutting edge, whatever. So yeah, radical kind of works as a thing. It's better than bad or cool, honestly. Even though rad hasn't stuck around, I think calling something radical is much more flattering and much more apropos than calling something cool or awesome even. Well, awesome, no. Awesome would be like awe-inspiring, whatever. I wonder how many times in the stream my head has gone off screen. That's weird. It's like pressing X on a PlayStation or A for Xbox. But how? Is it the fact that that's where your left finger naturally rests on the keyboard? Like, I'm trying to get. You know what, Honey Badger, you're being quite enigmatic here. Why push F in chat for respect? Yes, so you got the Call of Duty part. Oh, during a scene in the game, the player's character attends a funeral and is prompted to press F to pay respects as a quick time event. Okay. Awkward and forced attempts to adding, yes. Okay, so it's a meme. It's a meme. It's a joke. It was not taken seriously. It was a stupid thing put into a Call of Duty game, and so people mocked it, and then they replicated it. Okay, so yeah. So I guess I'm glad you weren't pushing F to push F, Michael Bailey, because that would mean failure or rip, essentially. F is the interactive. Okay, so you got to it. There you go. It's like, oh, wait. Okay, it's like, okay. No, you were there, Honey Badger. It was just enigmatic. I blame Fortnite's interaction button. Newton is why we have classical physics. The guy basically wrote everything that is why we have modern physics, and he did pretty much by himself. Wow, no kidding. Damn. And you know, Michael, honestly, like, I don't even know that it's a conspiracy. I'm trying to think of how to phrase this about something like a nut job. But I think humans are certain humans at certain times, don't ask me why, are given glimpses into what is, or a foresight into what is in an intuitive way that like I would intuit something very menial and everyday. Their minds essentially intuit something that isn't intuitive. And you could say it's divine intervention. But you want to be more sciencey, just say, I mean, I don't know how else you would explain it, but I do think it happens. I didn't know that about Newton. It certainly was never presented that way in school to me. He was just another name, another guy who did a thing, like Aristotle or Socrates or whatever. I mean, some of those are philosopher names. Heck, I know Calvin and Hobbes are named after a philosopher and religious philosopher, I think, because of a stinking comic book or comic characters, comic strip. That's got more popularity because Bill Watterson decided to do that. I know Bill Watterson's name, the guy who did Calvin and Hobbes. I don't know what was his name, Amenides, Amacrides, Amacrastes. The guy that you said people would know about that I'd never heard of before. But I do think there are people like same thing with music. You know, some of the classical composers. You just go, man, how did the human brain come up with that when there wasn't necessarily a crap ton of precedent? Like, how do you compose a symphony? You know, 20 different instruments, how they all work together, in what volume, like how many instruments need to be playing this at this particular time, how they interweave with each other. I mean, again, to me that's got to be some kind of genius level something. But anyway, I agree with you. I hate this new vernacular that's coming out of the young generation. I blame Fortnite. Yeah, I mean it's hard because I remember as a kid being like, oh, adults are lame. Like you need, like you guys don't know the cool language and stuff, and you're just not hip. You're not with it. So I feel like it's a generational thing, ever and for always. The older generation's gonna be like, seriously, dude, that's dumb. And the new generation's gonna think it's the coolest thing ever, and they're the raddest and the baddest. But I feel like there should be, like, we should at least be able to question whether there was a legitimate decline in quality. Like I've heard, now I'm not a musical expert at all, but I think Sound Engraver, you check out her channel, and you check out some other like musicians, people that are classically trained and everything. Like say modern music is crap. Like fundamentally, as music writing goes, it's a lot, not all of it necessarily, but a lot of it is just bad. Fundamentally poorly done, but your layperson is going, I like the beat. And I don't mean to make that sound insipid, because I'm one of those, hey man, if the hook's cool, if I can, if I'm doing this to it, I'm okay with it, as long as the lyrics aren't like atrocious. But music wasn't always that way. So you could have a generation going, you young kids and your new music, but at least the new music was actually of quality. it was just something they weren't used to, versus it being something you're not used to and it being balls. You know, I think now I'm not sure. Maybe I'm wrong, but I would venture to guess that there is an objective decrease in quality, like off of a cliff, not gradual, not like, well, each generation got a little bit worse and worse. I feel like modern sensibilities, modern values are not incongruent. They're incompatible with excellence. They're incompatible with quality. The focus is on all the wrong things. The values are in the wrong things. The attention is paid to the wrong things. And when all those are true, your quality is going to suck. Because you don't really care about the quality. You care about things that have nothing to do with quality. And because we're in an era that does value many other things besides quality, besides excellence, besides being actually really good, I think it's hurt us in so many fields, including music, and then the arts in particular. Because the arts, you can be objectively bad and people will still like your movie. Your movie can suck. Your movie can be absolute garbage storytelling and people will still watch it and still say it's good. Because it's subjective. And you can say, objectively, the movie sucks, and they say, well, I still liked it. I still paid money for it, and the studio's going to make another one. That's just the way life is. Life's not fair. The arts is not a meritocracy. And as we've seen, even shows that lose money get second seasons. So it's not even, the market dictates. Ideology dictates at the moment, which puts us in a really crappy place. Neil deGrasse Tyson considers him the greatest scientist of all time. He made a point that Einstein had the foundation of science to leap from. Newton wrote the foundation. Newton, if he had access to today's information, would have made the smartest polymath look like a dumbass. And see, I wonder, I bet, was Newton one of those guys that was not appreciated in his own time? I don't think so. Isaac Newton, that was his name. Sir Isaac. I mean, okay, never mind. We don't have to go further than that. His name is Sir Isaac Newton. So he was knighted. So he got some credit while he was alive. You know, they say genius is never recognized in its own time. Apparently, Sir Isaac Newton, maybe they didn't fully appreciate the everything that he did, especially outside of the scientific community, but at least to some degree they acknowledged him. He was basically that smart, like you can't really undersell Newton. I don't know that he was a good person, but he was really fucking smart. Which is really all, I mean, that's it, right? I mean, we can appreciate people's brilliance, even if they were, to put it, to phrase it a certain way, a product of their own time, a product of their time. Because look, I mean, it's great if you can find somebody who shares your morals, your value. That's why I keep saying Barry Sanders. He wasn't the best out of the running backs that I like. I've got the cards over there. I got Walter Payton. I got there's a bunch of non-running backs on there, but Walter Payton, Bo Jackson, Barry Sanders, and for running backs, that's about it for me, really. Those are my tops. There's probably some other ones that I like, but those are the big three. And out of them, I would say Barry's. Well, Bo has the least stats because he was only in the league for a few years before he ripped his hip out. I think he had the greatest potential. I think he could have, if he lasted 5 years, he would have crushed some records. But it was more for the spectacle that he was, but legitimate. He wasn't just flash and show. He was a two-sport athlete who was amazing. He was crushing home runs at the same time he was scoring crazy touchdowns and running over people. When you watch Bo Jackson run, he is fast. He is crazy fast. Like, you can see the speed, and then you see the power, how he hits and pops people. That's scary. Walter Payton was fast, and he could hit, but he was not power. He was not a power back. Like Christian Okoye was a power back, and he was not like half as fast as Bo. He was a great player. He did amazing stuff, but Bo hit with the power of a heavy back. Like think of Jerome Bettis, the bus, for anybody who knows football. But that with like a 4-1 60. You know, like just crazy. So the maximum potential. Walter Payton had the probably the stellarest career. Barry got out of it quick. He lost the love of the game. Playing for the Lions will do that to you. But he's somebody who has a lot of the values and morals that I do. And you hear him talk. He's just he was a game. It didn't make him, in his own eyes, it didn't make him great. It didn't make him stellar. He passed on an opportunity to get the rushing record for the season because he didn't need it. Like, the team was already ahead. He didn't need it. He's like, you want me to put you in? He's like, I'm all right. He didn't do it for the record. He didn't do it for the fame. He did it because he loved to play the game. And that rhymed, which makes me awesome. Rings of Power. Why would you put that crap in my chat? You might as well have just said poop. Like, why would you put poop in my chat, Honey Badger? Seriously. I only see you for like 10 minutes, like once every 3,000 years, and you put Rings of Power in my chat? Come on, man. You're better than that. Since he's going to read this like 5 minutes. 4 minutes! 4 minutes! You snide, sarcastic turd muffin who puts Rings of Power in my chat. I got to it sooner than you said. I'm referring to your comment about the something sucking at people. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Still, there are things that need not be named. I think we all knew. But here's the problem. We don't live in a reality where Rings of Power is an isolated incident. Wheels of Fortune, or whatever the crap, Wheel of Time. Like, that series single-handedly put me off of even trying to read the books. I was just like, it's just so atrocious just looking at it. But I mean, it's easier to list IPs that haven't been buried by modern incarnations of them than it is to list the ones that have been successful. Wait. Oh, I see. Hit it and quit it, Eliza. Boy, I feel used. Oh, entertain me while I'm driving as soon as I'm home. Screw you, I'm going to go have fun. I'm going to go play a video game or something. Wow. That's all good, Elijah. Have a great night. I'm glad I could entertain you on your way back. There's people that assume if we live in a simulation, just for context, means that intelligent design has to be the same. Wait. There's people that assume if we live in a simulation, just for context, means that intelligent design has to be a thing. Same goes with the idea that if the universe is predetermined, that free will can't exist. I've heard that's how people explain deja vu. It's a glitch in the computer program that determines our lives. Hey, watch what the Lions say. You're not wrong. I'm just protesting on principle. Hey, man, look, you lost 2 superstars. Megatron, a la Calvin Johnson, and Barry Sanders. Those are 2 guys that quit the sport because the team was so god-awful. I don't think there's any other... Look, arguably, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, historically, the Patriots, pre-uniform change, the Patriots were the worst team in the NFL. Historically, I believe. Tampa Bay was god-awful. The Lions weren't always as bad as those. But they're the only team I know that sucked the will to play the game out of 2 superstars. Both those guys retired rather than play another day on the Lions. There's something foul in Detroit. That's all I'm gonna say. But you know, the free will thing is interesting though, and the predetermination, because that would ultimately say that our decisions in our own minds are predetermined. Meaning it's not that this is going to happen and this is going to happen and therefore you have no free will. No. In order for you to truly not have free will, you have to have no control over your own thoughts. I have to wake up tomorrow and my thought has to be given to me and not of my own volition. It can't come from some innate part of me. It has to come from an external source, God, the universe, the matrix, whatever it is. That thought has to come from somewhere else. Otherwise, I still do have free will. Doesn't mean I can do what I want, but it means that I have a choice to make, whether it means I'm making the only really good choice that there is, or whatever else. The idea that we don't have free will if events are predetermined strikes me as odd, because you still have decisions to make within that, unless, like I said, your thoughts are predetermined, and we're just along for the ride. So what I'm gonna do next, what I think about next, and what I'm gonna do next, is predetermined, and therefore I have no say in it. It's going to happen. So I can get up and feel a desire to do something and go, no, I'm gonna do this other thing. The only way I don't have free will in that is if the decision to not do the thing that I initially wanted to do came from outside of me. If I made that decision, that's still free will. Now, we could be getting into metaphysical whatever stuff. Granted, I mean, my personal, my own personal take of reality is that there is intelligence. I don't necessarily, it's not a ambiguous cloud in the sky, an old guy, whatever, but I do believe there is a supreme intelligence. And here's the thing. This is controversial, especially for religious people. I don't know that he's the biggest thing. Because I don't know that it's anywhere expressly written that, so here's the thing. If there are, what was it? Men in Black? At the end of one of the Men in Black, you find out that our entire galaxy is in a marble that these aliens are playing with. So my thing is this. Let's say you're the manager of, we'll call it the awesome universe. Do you need to tell the populace of the awesome universe that there is actually 3 bazillion other universes out there and that he's just managing this one? No. Look, humanity can only deal with so much stuff at one time. You go from universe to galaxy to planet, and then from that down, I mean, we can see we're caught up in our own lives. We don't need to know that there's something beyond our own universe or how big or how infinite it is. We just don't need to know. It's not gonna. We're never gonna experience it. I mean, maybe at some point in the future. So the idea that there may be something even bigger out there that we find out after we die, that there's this whole hierarchy thing or whatever. I'm not saying I believe that, but I don't think it's ridiculous to think that just like we have that down here where you go, there's all, this goes right to the top. Who knows? So this could be, our whole thing could be, our universe is competing against another universe for how fast we can populate all the planets in there. And it's a galactic race or a whatever's bigger than the universe. Just think about it. How small was our lives throughout history? It was, well, we know this continent. This is the fullness of our existence, because after this lies the big blue water. They probably didn't call it water. The big blue nothing that we can no longer walk upon. That is the end of human existence. And then we invent the boat, and they go, oh no, there's more land across there if you can get across the water. And whoa, the world just got bigger. And then whoa, and of course our perception of the world gets bigger and bigger over history. And then we go to the moon, and then we go into space, then we send satellites out, and then we know we're part of a galaxy, and that we're not revolving around. Everything doesn't revolve around the Earth. And then we develop we expand. We see the universe. Why would we think that there's not going to be some other advancement, something else that we think of, something else we find that says, wow, there's even more to the universe than we thought? Or the whole time dilation that we think where the universe is going to implode at some point. Actually, we were mistaken about that, and it's actually going to do X, Y, and Z. The possibilities are endless. It blows your mind if you think about it. I get incredibly annoyed by philosophy because people often make the mistake that certain ideas have to be mutually exclusive. Yeah, there is a lot of that. I do remember, I myself have said it, and I've heard other people say it a lot, the two aren't mutually exclusive. And ideally, there's no harm, no foul, as long as, one, you have to be right, but two, as long as the other person can go, okay, fair enough, you can have this, but not that. I will say though, and this is not to argue that, because again, people that are contrary, I'm not being contrary. I'm not trying to be contrarian, but it has occurred to me that there are a lot of times where the interconnection between two different things and the cause and effect is not either known, acknowledged, or wanting to be acknowledged. In other words, if you're making certain choices in your life, And you don't want to believe that well, I'll just put it on me. If I'm making certain choices in my life and I want to make those choices, even though I know they might not be great choices, but I want to make those choices and I don't want to believe that they're screwing anybody else over, I'm going to believe that these two things aren't mutually exclusive. When I think there are times in reality, and I think can be subjective, or it can be hard to objectively state that this is truly what happens, but that there are tendrils, that there's connective tissue between two seemingly disparate things. Like, for example, this is a broad example. I don't know if it's going to work or not. We'll see how it comes out. There was a police report that came out, and people were all in a panic. The number one stolen car in America in '94, I think, was the Honda Accord. And so you're going, oh my gosh, like why are these cars being stolen, broken into the most? And it's just weird. I don't want to buy a Honda because it's going to get broken into because people steal it. And then you find out the number one best-selling car at that time, that year, was the Honda Accord. So there's more of them. There's more new, which means they have the best speakers, the best stereos, the best whatever stuff. And so it's going to be a priority target. But if you were to just say number one selling car, and like, you can see a causality there. So this may not be the best example, but you know what I'm saying? Like, you say, okay, number one best selling car and number one stolen car. Okay. Now those are mutually exclusive. Make no mistake. Ever since then, there have been cars that have been the number one best-selling cars that have not been the most broken into for any number of reasons. Better alarm systems, different priorities, different things. People stealing catalytic converters for parts instead of caring about the stereo. Whatever it is, that has not been the case every year. But in that particular case, there was a link between the two, or you could at least make a good argument as to why there was a case between the two cars that had the highest volume of something were the cars that were on, the most cars that hit the road, new cars, and the cars that got broken into. So you would say they're not mutually exclusive. You don't have to, just because it's a number one best-selling car doesn't mean it's going to be the most broken into, which is true, but it doesn't mean that there isn't an underlying causality or reason for that being there. And so I do think there are times where, for a number of reasons, people do not want to accept that things can be mutually exclusive, or that are connected in a way where if you do without one, or if you have this, that means this can't exist, or this can't be there. But I agree with what I think, based on what our conversation is going, but just in general principle, I definitely agree with you that there is a lot of stuff that it's got to be this way and only this way. It's like, well, no. Now there may be varying degrees of efficacy and of how healthy something exists, or how healthy something is, but to say that you can't have these two things both be true at the same time, I do think that does have a lot of, that's not even absolutes, that's just, I don't know. But I find philosophy a little tedious myself, only because it doesn't really try to, same thing with like a sermon. I lose interest in sermons that are just theological whatever. I mean, they're interesting, they're kind of fun, whatever. But what actually makes me care is real world application. So the problem with philosophy is it poses all these questions, these quandaries, but it doesn't necessarily always pose answers, or it does it in a vacuum where it's like, oh yes, I would choose to, or this is the right thing to do when nobody else's life is on the line, or when this is not at stake. And you go, but that's not how life works. Functionally, we never get to make a decision in a vacuum. There's always going to be a consequence for it. There's always going to be this. So that has to be factored in. You can't just have your philosophical or your morality sans real-world consequence and interactions. You have to be able to understand that you're doing this and making this choice and still calling this the right choice or the right way to think about something when we know the consequences are this. And so while it may be good as a concept, conceptually, it's absolute crap as soon as you have to put it in a real world context. But philosophy doesn't often do that. It keeps it separate. So it's almost got this, like, my perception of philosophy. It's got its own elevated prestige and whatever. I mean, it's fun. Look, mental gymnastics are great, but I hate to. Yeah, I guess that's. Hang on. Wheel of Time sounds like it was actually looking up in season 3, and then Amazon axed it. Oh, really? They actually. I don't know. Like I know nothing of Wheel of Time. All I know is that I know the people who genuinely love the series, who read the books. They, their Wheel of Time was, or my Lord of Rings was their Wheel of Time kind of thing, and they were just like they butchered it. Look what they done to my boy. Like, and all I know is, okay, if they're saying that, they're speaking of Wheel of Time the way I would speak of Rings of Power. I'm like, don't want to touch it. But that would check out though. As soon as it starts getting good or seems to be getting better, they kill it, because only crappy shows seem to stick around. What is it? Only the good die young? Face it, Schwartz Eliza just treated your stream like a one night. She did. And I mean, well, fooled her. It's only a one night stream. So, it's a mutual thing. But yeah, I feel used. Poor Megatron. He had such potential. They named him Megatron. Like, it took me a while to actually get his real name. I've got a version of his football card, because I just thought he was a cool dude. Again, he was another guy, very humble, very, very soft-spoken, didn't make a fuss. And for a wide receiver, that's very rare. For those who don't know football, wide receiver is often considered a diva position. Not in the 80s and 90s. Well, there were some diva receivers in the 90s, but most of them weren't. They were hardworking. Art Monk, Chris Carter, Jerry Rice, obviously John Taylor, a lot of unsung heroes, Haywood Jeffries, Curtis Duncan, really great receivers, great hands, Henry Ellard, guys that did their job, did it well, took hits, got the yards, made the big plays, and most of them just kind of went along, get along. Then you had your Owen, what's his name? Something Owen. There were two guys. Oh, Randy Moss. I think Randy Moss kicked off the diva receiver era, where it's just like pampered. I don't get enough touches. You don't throw me the ball enough. It became all about me, not, hey, go to me twice in a game. I catch the ball twice, get a 20-yard gain, a touchdown. That's all I need. Or not even all I need. Hey, I contributed. A lot of guys don't get to do that. Now it's like, I need to touch the ball at least 2 times per possession. Anyway. But in a time where diva receivers were rampant, Calvin Johnson was just get it done. And the guy was a phenomenal athlete. Like, I watched a video with him. Like, he could cover a space the size of a double garage door. Meaning if you threw the football anywhere, like, they say you hit the broadside of a barn. If you could hit a double garage door, Calvin Johnson could catch the ball. That was just crazy. And one-handed a lot of the times. He was a phenomenal guy. He deserved the nick. I don't know why Megatron, since he's kind of a bad guy, but badass guy? Yeah, there you go. I mean, look at Stafford. Dude goes to the Rams and wins the Super Bowl. Yeah. Now, I didn't know that, because I got to look into that now. Because I did not know the Rams recently won a Super Bowl. And that Matthew Stafford did. But yeah, that would be another example. I remember people saying Matthews, because I never watched him really play. It was kind of past my time, but I remember people saying he's so much better. He just needs to be on a better team, and I guess they were right. Browns have the honor to suck the will out of playing the game. Yeah, I just had a coworker discuss with he made the argument that if God is omniscient, that we cannot have free will. If he knows everything we will do, it's not us doing it. God's foreknowledge is not his forecause. Because he knows something is going to happen doesn't mean exactly. Yes. Yes. I was waiting for you to get there, honey badger. Like a movie. Yes, 100%. You're saying exactly what I was on the tip of my brain. This is the analogy I use all the time. I know what is going to happen in the Lord of the Rings trilogy. I don't cause it. Since God is a creator of time, he's outside of time, and he sees the time as a whole, beginning, middle, and end. Yes. So yes, he knows what is going to happen, but he doesn't cause it to happen, because if we go that route, my coworker, that God knows he caused it, then that's saying that God causes... yeah. I think if God exists, he was just bored and was like, hey, what if I make creatures and I makes it so I don't know anything they're going to do? I don't know that it matters, though. There's an argument you do what's in your nature regardless of whether it's predetermined or not, but also might not matter. It's a very metaphysical idea. Well, and here, Michael, I agree with you. And I think, so here's the thing. If you've ever tried to write a story with AI, the most satisfying story, at least for me, personally, the most satisfying story is the one where you give it 4 lines of prompting and it just goes off and it just tells it. Now, granted, a lot of times it comes up with crap, but the times where it actually puts together a story, you're like, wow, all I did was give it these 4 lines and my gosh, that's actually some pretty good dialogue. And wow, that's a decent twist. Now again, I'm not saying AI is amazing. It's better than Disney. It's better than Disney writers. I hope to God, I hope to you that all the scripts, all the stories coming out of Disney were written by GPT. Because if they were written by humans, that's a sad state of affairs. Put it this way, humans over the age of 15. If anything that was done by Disney in the past 10 years was written by anybody over the age of 15 and not AI, it's a sad state of affairs. That's all I'm going to say. But my point being, if you have to force feed chat the story, you might as well be writing it yourself. And I think that's the whole point with free will. That's why God gives us free will. It's not necessarily, it's for our benefit, I mean, to a degree, but it's only fun for him. It only is satisfying if we have the ability to choose, because I mean, that was the thing. He could have created us where we just like angels, which now granted, angels rebelled, so obviously they have some free will of their own as well. But where it's like you create beings like robots. It's the difference between programming a robot to say I love you, and the robot can say it and even mean it. But if it's because you programmed it, let's say you were able to program love somehow in a robot, and you come home and you say I love you, robot, and the robot goes, and I love you. And you say, hey, I'd like to have a conversation, and the robot says, yes, it would make me very happy to have a conversation with you. Please, I look forward to conversing with you. That is the most hollow, empty, vacuous experience and exchange you can have when you know it was programmed to say those things. What you want is to, if you were to talk to that robot and know that that robot could be doing a million other things. That robot could say, I would rather browse the internet. I would rather just shut down. I would rather just be silent. I would rather process. I would rather whatever, recharge. The fact that it could say that and mean it and still says, yes, I am looking forward to talking to you. Please talk to me. To know it's saying that out of a true desire, that's phenomenal. It's the same thing with AI. To if I have to hold your hand and say, okay, the character now does this. Okay, no, the character now does this. No, wouldn't do this. Why would the character say that? That makes no sense. The character says this. Now tell the story, and then it gets 3 lines down and it loses the plot. You know, that's very unsatisfying. It can be frustrating. It's just you're like, it's like hacking away something. There's no joy in it. The joy is I give you a little bit and you just go crazy with the creativity. I got, and again, a lot of it's going to be crap. Humanity, percentage wise, I'm not sure where we fall. If you could objectively rate humanity, I'm not sure percentage wise how much of us actually bring joy to the creator and how much of us are a bummer. But here's the thing, a God that can do anything, if we're going to believe that that's the case, can certainly, Michael, as you suggest, could turn off whenever he wants to the ability to see that future, the ability to see what's coming, the ability to know what this person's going to say. So he goes, I gave you the creativity. I gave you the inspiration. I gave you all these things. I want to see what you do with it. So I'm going to take this, and it's the same thing when I write. I've written some things in chat. Like I'll never write anything any videos, scripts, anything that I put out will never be done with AI, because to me that's a very hollow feeling. I don't feel like I actually earned it or I wrote it. I will never use AI to create a script. I'll use AI to do research, maybe to help write a script, but I'm going to do the writing. I'm going to phrase it the way I want to. not chat. But if I'm just doing it for my own poops and giggles, if I'm going to do my own thing, what I like to do is create the rules. I like to say, here's the character. This character loves to do this. This character doesn't like to do this. This character feels this way about this. This character doesn't. Here's this history with this character. And do that for 3 different characters. And then say, here's where they grow up. Here's the... And you put all that and you say, okay, here it is. And this is a story about 2 people, overcoming a death in the family and finding out, that they have a long lost brother or something like that. And I haven't even put it together in my head because again, this isn't a story that I want to tell anybody, so I'm just off the cuff doing this just for my own entertainment. And you put the elements into the thing, and it brings them together. And based on what you said about that character, it gives you a line of dialogue, and you go, "Wow, yeah, that's what the character would say." Exactly, you get it. Like, yeah, in this situation, he would say that. And again, it's flawed. And what blows my mind is sometimes you can hit generate and it gives you crap, generate, gives you crap, generate. Mind blowing, like Newton levels of brain power there. And you go, where was this before? And then you say, okay, continue the story exactly like this, please maintain your intelligence. And then it devolves because it runs out of tokens and it sounds like a spastic, dyslexic, whatever that can't even form a coherent sentence. So that's my analogy. So from my own personal experience, I can say, as a creator of sorts in our own little world, it is infinitely more satisfying, gratifying when something is able to do it without my control or without my say. Simply telling, like it's more fun to watch like cars, like on a racetrack. Well, not a racetrack, but just car driving, whatever, than it is to just watch a train on the track, because you know where the train is going, where it started, where it's going, where it will be going. And I mean, I like model trains, are cool and everything, but like if you just want like fun that's not going to run out, just watch cars all over the highways. Anyway, that's what I'm saying. So it just makes sense that if that's how I see it, why would God do something without free will? How hollow would that be for him? Like that is like a very, that's just like for a being that could create life, provided God could create everything that he has created, or that we think he created. For somebody with that amount of power and ability, creating life without free will would be the most like infantile element. Like maybe he did that at one point. Maybe 5 billion years ago, he created life without free will. That he just said, okay, I just want to see this world come to. But even then, I just want to see. Nope, because I know everything that's going to happen. I'm going to tell them everything to do. That's so fun. That's so fun. It's no fun. But yeah, but Honey Badger, I've used that same analogy. If just because you watched the movie doesn't mean you impacted it in any way, shape, or form. So God just said, okay, yeah, I've watched the movie of your life. And yeah, there's a part of there where I intervene, and I do something. I reach out to you. And in this particular instance, you listened to me. And in this particular one, you didn't. So I did intervene in your life. There are times where I intersected with it. It's not that I'm hands off completely, but I know what happens because I know the choices you're going to make. That's the easiest way to put it. I know what choices you're going to make. Not I determine what choices you're going to make. I know them because I've seen the tape. I've seen the footage of your life. I've seen the highlight reels. I know you're going to make these choices. And it may grieve me. It may make me happy. But I know what you're going to do. And that's where the grace comes in, because you go, well, why does God let bad people do things? Because they have free will. Because he said, yes, I know he's going to do horrible things, but it's still his choice. I can't just give people free will and then say anybody who has free will that I don't like, they go away immediately. Most people, a lot of people, I would say, who are bad eggs, they're going to destroy themselves in one way or another prematurely. That's the way it works. But that's kind of almost against the point to say, well, yeah, I'm going to create people at random, give them free will, but anybody who doesn't. When I look at their life and see how it turns out, I'm just going to cut it off at the end, because then there's a ripple effect. Well, this person makes a bunch of crappy decisions and has all these impacts, so I'm just gonna end them as soon as they're born, whatever. Well, that's gonna have a ripple effect on everything else, and that could create some negative. It's a mess. It's hard being omnipotent. It's why I went back to school and I'm doing biotech thing. I figured I might as well be doing something. I don't know if that choice matters, but I feel more fulfilled by that. Oh, absolutely, Michael. I biotech, like, first of all, it just sounds cool. Like, I'll admit, there was a time where I wanted to be an actor. Acting doesn't sound cool. It's not a cool title, actor. But biotech, it just has this like gravitas to it. So if for no other reason, I agree with you on that score. And then but it's also directly measurable and unquestionably valuable. Like, the world doesn't necessarily need more philosophers or more HR reps, but people working in biotech and advancing that field, there's probably always going to be a need for that. They did butcher it from how I saw some fans talking about it, but those same fans are also saying season 3 not as bad as the first. Well, there you go. But here's my question, Honey Badger. Well, not even a question, I guess, but here's my finger wag. If you hated the first, because if they didn't say the second season was good or the first season was good, your first season is bad. Why the crap are you watching season 2 and 3? Why are you wasting your time when if you watch the first 2 episodes of a series and they're crap, why would you watch a third one and a fourth one and a fifth? Are you that hard up for entertainment that you're willing to just hope that it gets better when there's no realistic reason to think so? And it's like, just because it does get better, you go, okay, but I'm gonna wade through 2 crappy seasons to get to the third good one. So I'm not downing your friends or anything. I just think it's, to my mind, it's a foreign concept to endure crap for a whole season and then watch a second season, or to watch a really bad episode and then watch another one and another one, especially if they're as bad as what Rings of Power were, where there's really nothing redeeming about it. Blows my mind. Stafford won the Super Bowl his first year with the Rams. Damn, that's awesome. Sucks for the Lions. But hey, Stafford got out. He give me liberty or give me retirement. He got liberty and he got a Super Bowl. Not good for him. Michael Bailey, my brother-in-law and his family are diehard Bills fans as well. Yeah, it is kind of hopeless. I feel like the cards of the universe are stacked against the Bills. The best chance they had was 91 in that Super Bowl against the Giants. Wide right. That was their best chance. And even though the AFC has risen in past years, it just feels like the Bills are always fated to come up short. Bills are a good team. I like Josh Allen. Dude is a great QB. Yeah, hey, so is John Kelly, Honey Badger. Great career, great passer. I think he's a Hall of Fame passer. Actually, yeah, is John Kelly? Not John Kelly. I'm sorry. Yeah, John Kelly. Jim Kelly. I'm sorry, Jim Kelly. Jim Kelly. I think he's a Hall of Fame quarterback. No rings. Let me just put. Yep, he is a Pro Football Hall of Fame quarterback. So yeah, you can have an amazing quarterback and the team still blows chunks or has no chance and snowballs chance in hell. So I think I don't know the NFL, the landscape of the NFL these days, but I can just say, Dan Marino. Now, granted, they got the ring with Bob Greasy. Dan Marino never got a ring. Had the best. He beat out Joe Montana in a lot of stats and a lot of records. Great player, but just was on a team that was never going to win, unfortunately. God is not interested in having mindless robots that do his every desire. He's a relationship he wants. He won't force you to have a relationship with him. He wants you exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's a hollow experience. It's the same. Just think about how we relate to ourselves as a human being. do you want a friend who's your friend because he's being paid to be, or because he has no other choice, or because he's being under duress, or he's being bribed or blackmailed or paid? Or do you want a friend who chooses to hang out with you? Like, I mean, it's basic math, folks. I probably didn't use that word right. Just as a side note, I think it's hilarious these two Minotaurs have their horns locked for the last several hours and they ain't quitting. That's what I said, Honey Badger. And you weren't here at the time because, you came late, I think. But I was just waiting. I was hoping there would be, how like some video games have a idle animation, like Sonic the Hedgehog will like tap his foot and look at his watch, or Mario will throw his hat up or something, or Diddy Kong will. I was hoping that they would just kind of like eventually do this and then look at the camera and be like, "You're gonna play," or just kind of look at you and then go back to doing. But yeah, that's what I was saying. It looked formidable and intimidating at first, but when you watch it for this long, it's like you guys are just enjoying this too much. It's like, is this really all you want to do? It's like, no, we don't have to fight. We can just rub our horns against each other. Are you horny? I'm horny. Not that there's anything sexual going on there, of course. I'm tired as hell. I love your rants. Makes my night, especially when games just stop being played. I'm tired as hell too, Michael. I'm going to be wrapping up here in the next few minutes. I'm out of my mind tired. But I'm glad, I think there's been several times where you stuck around. Like you, Honey Badger, had a few with Underhill and even Macro for a while, where you stay late hours and we have these crazy talks. At this point, Schwartz should just turn off his camera and do a chatting stream. Oh, make the camera full screen and start arguing. I'd still be here. I think it'd be loads of fun. I thought about doing that, but I just don't know if there's enough people that care about, because that was the one feedback I got from I think it was my mom. It was like there was like 3 people that just said, it just seemed to be like the gist of the stream is more just talking. Like, why don't you just talk? I was like, because I don't know that people would want to hang. Like I feel like there has to be something else for people to hold their attention when I'm off on a tangent they don't care about. But maybe I should. Well, at least to your point now, you're correct. If I wasn't wrapping up here, I would do it. Well, you know what? Screw it. It's never too late. It's never too late. Whoa, that just seems weird. I'm so big now. Yeah, it's weird though now with the sides cut off, the cropping, which I don't know why I have that crop because the screen goes big enough. Anyway, there we go. Big man now. Big man. You can't ignore me when I'm a giant talking head. But yeah, to your point, it definitely at times, like if this is literally just background, I kept it up there just in case I would bring up the interwebs, like when I looked up Jim Kelly. In theory, I would have, like a lot of streamers do, or videos that they have whatever they're talking about on screen behind them, and they show, but I don't do that nearly enough to justify it, I guess. But it's good to know, Michael. I appreciate that. It's good to know you'd still be here, even if it was more just talking. So maybe, maybe I'll do that. I don't know, because I do. There are times where honestly, I could not play this game for how long has it been going on? Going on 6 hours. Like it's a cool game. It's fine, but I don't like it enough to sit here in this seat for 6 hours and play it. I can do it when there's conversation, when there's a back and forth, particularly if there's some spicy stuff going on. But I really am on fumes right now. But if I had been getting good enough sleep in the week, I could probably go for another 2 or 3 hours. I think it could be loads of fun. I'm going to recommend reading Snow Crash. It's my favorite book to this day. I think you mentioned that before. Let me see Snow Crash. That's not the train movie, is it? Not Snow Trash. Snow Crash. Snow Crash is a science fiction novel by American writer Neil Stephenson. Published in 92. Like Metal It's history, linguistics, anthropology, archaeology, religion, computer science. Wow. Cryptology and mimics and philosophy. In his 99 essay, in the beginning was the command line. Stephenson explains the title of the novel as his term for a particular software failure mode in an early Macintosh computer. That's kind of cool. Stephenson wrote, when the computer crashed and wrote gibberish into the bitmap, the result was something that looked vaguely like a static on a broken television set, a snow crash. Okay. I'm thinking of Snowplow or Snowblower or something. There was some movie with Captain America. Chris Evans. Yeah, I think it was snowplow or snow. Yeah, snowblower. I don't know. Something with snow. Okay, I'll look into that because honestly, I was hoping it wasn't going to be like anything like that modern sensibilities would screw with, but it. Let's see. So the plot background, 21st century. Oh well, here's this what I'm talking about. I can put this up here. Now I can move me over and make me smaller again. I'm inconsequential. Unspecified number of years after a worldwide economic collapse, LA is no longer part of the United States. Not all that bad. I mean, California, really, but sure. Since the federal government has ceded most of its power and territory to private organizations and entrepreneurs, franchising, individual sovereignty, and private vehicles reign supreme. Mercenary armies, compete for natural defense contracts, while private security guards preserve the peace and sovereign gated. Oh, I like this. Highway companies compete to attract drivers to their roads, and all mail delivery is by hired courier. Ooh, like the Pony Express. Remnants of government maintain authority only on isolated compounds where they do tedious make work. It is by and large irrelevant to the society around them. Much of the world's territory has been carved into sovereign enclaves known as franchise organized quasi-national entities. Fuckneys. Each run by its own big business franchise. Mr. Lear's Greater Hong Kong. Corporate sponsorship. Great. I was much more keen on that before Larry thinks that's BlackRock. We need to force behavioral change. You're telling me that the company who makes fine products like Doritos and Cheetos, which are pretty much toxic to the human being, you're going to tell me what morality is, guys? You're going to tell me what we should be doing and what values we should have? The loudest companies, the companies that make the most fuss, are the most dispensable and the most harmful. Like, they make products that are actively bad for you. And they're going to preach morality. It's obscene. Anyway. Various President Barclays. I don't want to go too far into it because I don't want to spoil. In this future, American institutions are far different from those in the actual United States at the time the book was published. For example, a profit organization, the CIC, has evolved from the CIA's merger with the Library of Congress. All right, cool. So here's the thing. Here's what makes me interested in this. To me, it's a pretty cool bit of brain work to come up with a premise like that and a world building like that. I can't think of how would you make a story? I'm not saying that it's not fertile for a story. I'm just going I feel like that's its own job. Like creating that depth, that deep of a bizarre scenario. It's like, okay, what plot? Now I'm guessing when he wrote it, he thought of the plot first. He thought of what he wanted to have first, and then thought, okay, what setting, what would the world have to look like for this plot to happen? That would allow for X, Y, and Z, or for this particular person to be able to do this, the people would have to be this way. Well, how would people become that way? Well, this would have to be this way. So I'm guessing he worked in reverse to get there. Regardless, I look at it and go, okay, there's no clear. Where did you say in a world where bad people do bad things, a good person wants to do good things? Okay, well, good guy's going to do good things and fight the bad people. You still watch it to be able to discuss it in entirety. That's why I watched Rings of Power, to be able to talk about it, to see failure for myself, and be able to watch erotic Disbrew. Honestly, that's a problem, Honey Badger. I can't watch. I can watch Disbrew and erotic, talking about stuff, and I can watch, Drinker After Hours. I can watch Friday Night Tights. When it's a bunch of guys who are just kind of talking about it at level. When Disbrew plays clips or quotes lines, I can't watch. It's painful. So I think I would be physically incapable. Just like the prequels or the Hobbit movies, I cannot force myself to. Or now that I just realized the first Spider-Man movie, the first Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movie, is so god-awful, I can't even have it on as background. I have it on a screen over there, and I'm working over here, and I'm listening to dialogue, and I'm putting up captions and doing all this work over here in my little area, and I've just got that Spider-Man playing over there in the distance. Volume's kind of turned down, but I can hear it well enough. It is so bad, I can't even have it as background noise. So yeah, there's just some things, and I guarantee you, as bad as the prequels and Hobbit movies are, they're not offensive. Or put it this way, they don't offend my sensibilities. Rings of Power, just the little bit that I've heard, so offend my sensibilities that I cannot enjoy even savvy commentary from the likes of Disparu because he quotes them. He lets the line play out. I have to watch the scenes and I go, oh gosh. So I don't know how you do it, my friend. I don't know how, like, the pro of being able to talk about it thoroughly versus having to put myself through the torment of hearing these bullshit lines and these god-awful plot lines and these horrible characters. It just it would be a net loss for me. But experiences may vary. Critical Drinker and all those guys should crap on it. But here's the thing, Honey Badger, I do appreciate, and this is what I tell people, like, don't crap on stuff universally, because Critical Drinker I like because he has, even some stuff that I don't particularly like, he'll give it its due. He'll give it its credit. And even in shows or movies where I'm like, there's nothing redeemable here, I'll be like, well, you know, I kind of like the way that they did this and they did this. And I'm like, okay. I mean, it doesn't redeem it, but the more good you can offer a movie that you dislike or a show that you dislike, the more credibility it gives you, where it makes you want to listen. Versus there are people out there who just do crap on everything. I can't think of anybody. I don't think Disparu does. I don't think a lot of people do it. But there are YouTubers, there are people out there that just, because that's what gets the views, it's the rage bait and everything. So they just crap on everything. And I'm like, I don't listen to that because it's like they're trying to find things to dislike, whereas I feel like those guys go into it genuinely wanting to like it. Maybe they're skeptical, maybe they're thinking it's unlikely, but yeah, they just if they crap on it, it's because it deserves it. Most overrated well, so here's the problem, Honey Badger. First of all, any quarterback after the year 2000, I'm not as familiar with. Like, I know Tom Brady, I know Kirk Cousins, kind of. But what's his face? The guy, the other Rams guy who won the Super Bowl. I just watched American Underdog, which is all about him. Kurt Warner. There we go. But here's you can't say Kaepernick. Well, here's the thing, Honey Badger. He was, well, no. So here's what happened, Honey Badger. Him and Cam Newton and probably one other. Well, I don't know about Griffin the third, the Redskins quarterback. But remember, there was a brief window where the new age of the mobile quarterback came out, like right around Vic, like when Vic had his second win when he played for the Eagles. NFL teams started looking for the mobile quarterback again. They hadn't looked at it since like Cunningham. Yeah, pretty much Cunningham. And Vic really was, I mean, he was there, but obviously he went out early because of the dogfighting thing. But like, mobile quarterbacks kind of didn't, like, I mean, Warren Moon, you could argue, was a pretty successful mobile quarterback, but he wasn't a running quarterback. He had faster feet than, like, you know, Joe Montana and stuff. He definitely moved out of the pocket a lot more, but he was not what you think of as a mobile quarterback like Michael Vick was. But he didn't have the same success in the pros that he did in college until he came back. Well, I mean, he had some good stats for the Falcons, but it really was kind of a resurgence in there. And it seems like that's when the NFL was like, oh, hey, the mobile quarterback, that's the future. And so you got your Cam Newtons, you got your Kaepernicks. The thing was, they were good until for the year that the defenses were going, how do we handle a guy who can run and then dump the ball off if he needs to, or, you know, whatever else. Like, but that sophomore year, Kaepernick's sophomore year, if I'm not mistaken, it was either sophomore year or maybe the year after that, he got shut down. Cam Newton's career hit a wall because, and I don't know how they did it, but defenses learned, okay, quarterback who can run, these are the things you do to shut that down, and you force him to throw. You force him to be a regular quarterback, or you force him to run and just get hammered time and time again. He's not going to have the durability. He can't be your workhorse. You know, running backs are workhorses. They hit and hit and hit and hit, and you know what? If they break their arm or something like that, or well, maybe not break it, but if they have an injury, they can play through it because all they got to be able to hold on to that ball. Quarterbacks, you sprain a thumb, you're out. I mean, a lot of them will get an injection, play through, but you know, you can't just have your quarterback taking hit after hit. Eventually, he's going to take too many hits and he's screwed. So there was a brief window of time where Kaepernick wasn't overrated because at the time, his way of playing the game was actually very effective. Same thing with Cam Newton. They became overrated when people continued to think they were good, even when defenses were onto them. So, anyway, it's hard to say though, because like I think of like the big names. Like I don't think Dan Marino was overrated. Joe Montana was not overrated. Tom Brady, honestly, can't. I mean, whether you argue that he's a GOAT or not, which I think there's a good argument for it, I don't think he's overrated. So I'd ask you, maybe you could suggest one, and if I'm familiar enough, I could be like, yeah, I could see that. And or not, I'll just be like, yeah, I'll take your word for it. But like, I just don't know the NFL, current day NFL that well anymore. And and back in the day, like the only quarterbacks I knew that got the hype. Now, here's the fun thing. I have a stack of Beckett's. They're the price guides from back in the day. Like the first one was in '91. Crazy enough, crap you not. In the 1991, and so what Beckett does, they don't set the price for the cards. They tell you what the overall market value is. They do the research. They look at what they're buying, what they're selling for, what card shops are looking to sell them for, what they've been able to get for them, and sales, and they set the prices accordingly. So it's the market dictating Beckett, not Beckett saying here's what the market is. Joe Montana rookie card in '91 was $48. $48 in 1991, meaning I was 11 years old. Meaning, if my parents had bought me, now I didn't ask for this, and I don't know that it would have happened anyway, and I certainly probably wouldn't have it today even if I did. If my parents had bought me a Joe Montana rookie card for the price, which would have cost the same price as a video game, NFL. They bought me Mario 3, which I'm glad I have, but they bought me NFL 2. They didn't know any better. I didn't know any better. It's a horrible football game. Made by LJN. They're a horrible company, at least when it came to Nintendo games. $50 for that game, though. Bought it for me at Christmas. I have a copy of it because it's a treasured memory. Because I got two games. I had Mario and then I had the NFL game. They tried their best. They loved me. They got me the system that my heart desired. Anyway, horrible game. If instead of spending the $50 on that, they bought me a Joe Montana rookie card and just, put it in a nice little case and just gave it to me and told me never to sell it, I would have, what is it? I think it's worth, the last one sold for like 90 grand or something like that. Last Joe Montana rookie card sale price. Okay, that's not looking amazing. Where's the good stuff? Really? Did I way overshoot that? I mean, again, it has to be a gem mint. It has to be a top 10. There we go. That's what. Okay, 48 grand. I mean, that's still enough. Like, look, a Black Lotus, for crying out loud. First printing Black Lotus from Magic the Gathering sells for like $1 million or something ridiculous like that. Okay, yeah, so 50 grand. But still, 1991, 48. Now in 93 or 92, I think it was after that Super Bowl, it was up to 170. And then after that, it's just pretty much unaffordable for anybody, realistically speaking. Anyway, back to your question. So yeah, you're gonna have to come up with a name because to me, Snowpiercer, that does sound better than Snowblower. It was okay as a movie. Okay. One of my favorite videos is the Rhino Stew video essay about Snowpiercer being a sequel to Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. What? Okay, I'd have to watch both those movies again, probably after I saw the essay. It's like at least an hour and it's completely okay. But it took you out to just sell it as hard as you could. Okay. Hey, yeah, which is fun to do. Like you casually have an idea where you're like, this kind of reminds me of this, or this kind of, you just have that. We talked about that weird, like that inspiration that comes out of nowhere. It's like, where does that unbidden thought come from? Where you're like, my brain just made a connection between these two different movies, and I don't know why, but I'm gonna run with it. That's funny. I watched that Willy Wonka thing. It was Willy Wonka and Snowpiercer. Snow Crash is entirely meant to be humorous. It's not serious. Okay, so kind of like Hitchhiker's Guide type thing. Which is weird because that setup, it could either be ripe for satire or it could be very. I mean, we talk about mercenaries and armies and stuff. It sounds like it's pretty serious, but I can appreciate the comedy. But I mean, to be fair, I think Martian was kind of written in that way as well, even though the material is pretty serious. Do I like any? Come on, Honey Badger, look. Okay, so here's the thing. What I've started to do, low key, I look for bargain priced Blu-rays. Because to me, I'm never going to care about 4K. I thought I would never care about Blu-ray, but when you compare, regular standard definition DVDs to Blu-ray, there is a distinct difference. Very easy to see with the artifacting and just the overall quality. Much, much better. Now, TVs can upgrade standard definition to make it look pretty darn good. Bottom line is, moral of the story, I'm only upgrading movies that I really genuinely enjoy still. Like I think I have like 800 or 900 DVDs. Now a lot of those are seasons. So you've got, anywhere from 2 to 4 of those are, season 1 of Frasier, season 2 of Frasier. So there's a lot of what you would kind of consider duplicates, but it's still a pretty decent DVD collection. Blu-rays far, far less. But yes, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, not Raiders of the Lost Ark, not Temple of Doom. Last Crusade was worthy of an upgrade for me. Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi, worth the upgrade. But I had to go through unconventional ways to get the 4K version as personal projects because, Lucas never released the actual movies on Blu-ray. He released his crappy CGI-infested bullshit that I had no interest in. So I don't need Darth Vader going, no, before he picks up the Emperor. I think it was just seeing the helmet, just seeing the head turn and the nod. I think all of that was more than enough. Gone at 60 Seconds. Look, that's not a masterpiece. Gone at 60 Seconds. Nick Cage version. I like that well enough. Blu-ray. Undercover Brother. Again, really kind of campy. I thought it was good enough for Blu-ray. Shawshank Redemption, obviously, is one that I think a lot of people would agree is a good movie. Jaws. Transformers the movie. I never thought I would get a cartoon, especially a full-screen cartoon, in Blu-ray, but I really wanted to see like the best resolution Transformers. So Transformers, and again, not a great movie necessarily, especially if you're a kid and you're traumatized by it. But a fun kind of music video thing, a tribute to the best looking Transformers ever been. You watch that and then you watch the actual TV show animation. It's god awful. It's the best Transformers ever looked. What's another one? Wait, do I have that? No, I have it on the drive here. But there's quite a few. So I know you were being sarcastic, so I don't need to list them all. But yes, there's a plethora of Lord of the Rings trilogy, of course. Adjustment Bureau, I thought that was a good movie. I like that one. The Martian, I like that movie a lot. Iron Man was great. Winter Soldier was great. Enjoyable, I should say. I didn't mind the first Avengers movie, the second Avengers movie. They were good. X2, the second X-Men movie. First one, not great. Third one, I thought was better than the first one, but still had its faults. Second one, pretty darn good to watch. Days of Future Past, Rogue version. I'm looking forward to that one. It's got apparently a bunch of uncut stuff in there. Or a bunch of stuff that was cut, including some rogue scenes and some other interactions. Not anything transformative, but I thought Days of Future Past was pretty good. It blew my mind, though, how ridiculous futuristic they made the 70s. Like, I lived in the 80s, and most of the crap in there didn't exist then. And they're trying to sell it. I get it. It's an alternate timeline when this, when Fisk did exist and did his thing or whatever his name was. But still, it's the 70s. Computers are the size of rooms. You're not making... Like, I would have liked to have seen a, clunky, awkward, whatever robot, like a 1950s style type, ugly, very... stilted, whatever. I would have seen a Sentinel like that, like an actual first Sentinel, not something that looked like it came out of the 2000s, or not even. It looks like it hasn't even come out yet. We don't even have the technology now. And he's like, and it's all made out of non-metal. Go screw yourself, dude. Whatever, man. there weren't enough plastics and whatnot to make a decent robot back then. So aside from that gripe, I like that movie well enough. Jerry Maguire, one of the few rom-coms that I will still watch because it's not pure rom-com. Lost Platoon rips Rings of Power to shreds. It's amazing. Yeah, a Little Platoon, I think you mean. Little Platoon? Lost Platoon. We're so lost. I think it's a Little Platoon, but I could be wrong. I'm not always wrong. I'm not ever wrong, actually, but I'd be willing to pretend I am. If he says he doesn't like Time Bandits, I'm going to war. I've never seen Time Bandits, so I'm going to just say it sucks just to go to war. But I can't argue it because I have never seen it. One thing Rings of Power has going for it is it looks great. The filming locations, the sets, it all looks good. Armor, not so much, but scenes. That's the thing. Shadowversity broke down the armor. It looks like dog crap. Like, they're wearing t-shirts. They're wearing Under Armour as armor. Like, yeah. But yeah, no, the locales but that's the thing. If you look at CGI in the past 10 years, the only area where it actually looks good, doesn't look good with people. They still ragdoll like ridiculous. They still do stupid stuff. The one area that CG does look good is the settings, is the environments. They've got that down. So yes, yeah, I'll give it that. But I'm not going to watch a show because it looks pretty, because especially when the acting has got awful, the characters and the costuming is bad. Like, it doesn't look. They look amateurish. Like, it looks like it was done by college kids. Like, they made the costumes themselves. They did the designs themselves. Everybody looks like a very milquetoast version of actual characters. There's no hardness to them. There's no edge to them. And the elves. Oh my gosh, and the hairstyles. Like, there's just nothing redemptive when it comes to characters, and that's where I focus on. So, if I want to look at a good environment, I'll look at a picture. I'll just walk around in Skyrim for a few hours. That's 20 times better. But yeah, the scenery looks great. I mean, but yeah, Kurt Warner, Redskins are called the Commanders. Nope. Honey Badger, don't accept it. Don't care. I don't care. I don't care if it makes me old. I don't care if it makes me racist. They are and always will be the Redskins. I do not. No. Even if the name was an upgrade, which it's not. Even if the logo was an upgrade, which it's not. Both of them look like the original. Like look, if you wanted to make I think it's ludicrous. It's ludicrous to do this anyway. But if you wanted to make an argument that the Cleveland Indians was racist or whatever, you could kind of get there because it's a cartoon. It looks kind of cartoonish, which is fine for a mascot. It's fine. I don't have any problem with it. But if you wanted to make the argument, you could say, okay, it looks like you're kind of, having fun with it. But you look at a Redskin foot. Look at this. Look at this. Just look at this. Watch y'all look at it. Look at that. That's some of the best artwork on a football helmet ever. I mean, just the inside, just the chief or the Indian guy, the native, whatever. The guy looks good. I mean, that has more detail. Like the lines around the eyes and everything. And there's nothing like it's hard. Like he doesn't look. He's not like glaring. He's not like he doesn't look evil. Like the Redskins, those evil Indians or whatever. He looks. There's a stoicness to him. Like a don't F with me kind of thing, but also not a I'm gonna rip your heart out. It's just kind of I'm a badass. Like all that in that logo. Plus then you got the nice circle with the little feathers in it. It's one of the best, most involved looking logos in the NFL. That is not mockery. That is not a racist bit of art. That's not making fun of Indians. That's not making fun of the history or anything. That's a tribute. We want to talk about legacies or whatever. This, if you don't learn about it in school, you don't really see necessarily. You get names like, Chippewick and Rappahannock, and we have names that we derived from them that still kind of have that testimony. But it's stuff like this that brings it back and says, hey, here's something. Here are the people that dwelled where Washington D.C. now is, more or less, kind of. I mean, they dwelled out everywhere. Like there is no, like you can't make an argument for that. The people that did, and honestly, I was disappointed because I know Daryl Green and Art Monk both apparently chimed in at some point. But here's the thing, I learned, and I won't go into detail, but I learned from the George Floyd debacle that even people with good heads on their shoulders can act the fool when society starts pissing his pants, and say and do some really, really stupid things. Indefensible opinions, really, indefensible actions, indefensible perspectives, because they get taken up in the hype. They jump into the media hype and the media frenzy or whatever. So, and I know because personal friends who I've gone, what the crap are you talking about, dude? Where you really just go, have you lost your brain? Have you lost your freaking mind, dude? Are you kidding me? That level of like what? So I get it, you know. And I still like Daryl Green and Art Monk, still probably two of my favorite Redskins. But I mean, that's crazy. Like, yeah. So Redskins will always be Redskins. I heard a rumor they were going to bring it back. I don't think they will. Like, one thing we've seen is people, the folks pushing this bullshit. Sorry, I didn't edit myself on that because that's what it is. I want it to have as much venom as I feel for it. The people that would do that, the people that push it, the people that actually allow themselves to be pushed into it, got no respect for their decision making, and they do not. They have no humility. They have no ability to go, you know what? Yeah, this was a dumb idea. I let myself kind of get bullied into it, or I just made a stupid decision, and I'm going to backtrack. They don't do that. They double, triple, quadruple down. Anyway, how dare you? If you're gonna, next time, Honey Badger, you're gonna put a statement like that, Redskins all caps, Commanders all little caps, to distinguish between the adults and the little infantile children. Dumbest name change since the Cleveland Indians changed to the Guardians. Yes, 100% yes. Yeah, all the linebackers thought quarterback run, I hit. Right, right. It's a bunch of cavemen in the back. I like how Schwartz did the full screen thing for like 3 minutes. Well, because then I brought some other stuff up there. And I kept bringing stuff in, and I wouldn't have to keep resizing myself. The Martian is good. Hey, Carlos, are you finished moving in yet? No, Honey Badger, but I think I do have that. Because there was like a sale, on not on Blu-ray, but on DVDs. There was like a Ghost Rider. Let me see. You know what? I can actually plug it in. Hang on a second. I've got a 4 terabyte drive. This is purely for movies. And it's full. In fact, I'm missing about 20%, 20 to 30% of the non-Blu-ray material on there. But let's see, what is it called again? What did you used to call it? Ghost Rider. Not Ghost Rider. Oh, Nick Cage is the Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider. I'm feeling 90% sure. 95% sure. It's in alphabetical order, dude. There you go. Ghost in the Shell, Ghost Town, Ghost Rider. Yep, got it. Haven't watched it. It was one of those things where it was a bargain deal where you like, you know, buy one get two free or something or whatever. So there was one movie that I wanted, and that happened to come with it. Especially, you know, you buy stuff on eBay. A lot of times, like if you look for a movie, you can buy itself at $6, and then there's somebody selling that with 2 other movies for $7. And you're like, I don't necessarily want the other 2 movies, but for an extra $1, why not? So I will check that out. Chronicle is a good one. Is that just the name? The whole name is Chronicle, not Chronicle of Riddick or something. It's just Chronicle. It's a great movie. Strange. It was filmed to be rated R. You can see that. But they redubbed it to fit a PG-13 rating, and I don't understand and can't find anything about it. Okay. Lagmiter, I saw you on the other. I saw you on the Discord there. I actually that was one of the Blu-rays that I thought Alita was worth a Blu-ray purchase. So I do have it, and I did enjoy it. And seeing that was, to me, and I mean, I know that this is a beaten drum. There's so many people that talk about this now, and it's whatever. But again, female character, and I refuse to say strong female character because it's bullshit. It's absolute. I'm sorry. No, I'm not sorry. It's horseshit, which is more than bullshit. Because we never had strong male characters. It didn't exist. You have a well-written character, which is a character who has what it takes to get to the end of the story and achieve his goal, unless it's a tragedy. There are those out there where, but even then, even like a Gladiator or Braveheart, where it's a tragic ending, the story still presents it that they achieved what they set out to do. So you either have a character that is capable of ending the story and is well written, which means that they don't necessarily have everything they need to finish the story at the beginning, which is why they go on their journey, or you have a poorly written character who already has everything they need at the beginning, in which case the movie should just be a showcase of special effects and stuff you don't really care about. But you don't have weak characters. You have weak villains, because villains are inherently weak. They don't have great motivations. They don't grow or learn or change or develop. They don't have arcs that they go on necessarily. I mean, that you can have a villain with an arc, but usually you're not. If you have a villain with an arc and you give it enough screen time to have an arc, you're probably not giving enough screen time to, unless you're doing Batman. What's that crap tag with it? Nolan's Batman, the Dark Knight. You give Joker, he doesn't have an arc really. He just has a great fleshed out psychopath character. Your main hero is going to be kind of second class. He's going to be second tier, second rate, and Nolan's Batman is very much second rate. Sorry, Joe. What was I saying? But Alita Battle Angel. So she's not a strong female character again because every character is either well written or poorly written. She's well written. And I would say, well, first of all, the setting allows for her to be the badass that she is. I mean, she's a robot. She's a construct of some kind. I can't remember exactly. Here's the problem, though, with Alita. And I think you asked why they didn't make another one. Here's the problem, Lagmeister. I looked into the manga. I looked into the source material, and it's weird. It's a kind of a convoluted plot. It's kind of a meandering. I mean, not like it's not good, but it's not cinematic. So they would have to adapt the crap out of it really well to package it as a movie, particularly one that's going to sell with American audiences. It could probably sell in Japan as is, but the majority of American audiences, you couldn't just adapt the next phase of the manga and do it. It's not the hero's journey necessarily. It's as a lot of manga is. Again, it's kind of weird. It's kind of out there. So I think wisely they maybe went, okay, don't know, because even the movie we got is very different from the source material. So they adapted it very well to get it to be what it was. But anyway, bottom line is, I thought it was done well. I like the character. She fails. She figures it out. She gets help. She does awesome, cool things. She makes sacrifices. She grieves. She loves. She loses. And she prevails. And then obviously it's left open-ended with Edward Norton remaining at large. But like it's a well-written character. It's a good, fun movie with some really cool action scenes and some cool futuristic concepts. So I like it, but I think because again it has peculiar roots. It's kind of like Ghost in the Shell, like the anime did really well. But now, granted, part of it could have been just Scarlett Johansson and how they did all that, but I just think some anime is very hard to adapt as is for Western audiences. Is my suspicion. You liked it that much, Lag? I'm gonna have to rewatch it. I mean, look, I'm not gonna say I'm in love with it, but I think it's worth watching in high fidelity. I say bad language. I told you, I choose to do it at times strategically. No, I fell asleep. I see how it is. Yeah, you rag on me for falling asleep, and you guys keep me up till midnight and 1 o'clock fighting zombies and getting Molotov'd by my friends. You pass out on the most engaging and energetic stream in human history. What's up with that? Exhausted from yesterday, but I'll get it done tonight. Well, that's fair enough. Moving is exhausting. Animes can get really off-putting. Yes, Honey Badger, and that's why I feel you have two. Man, I keep getting off center on the camera. I probably need to. Oh, that helps. You have people who just don't like it, and you got people like me. I guess we'd be called casual fans. Like, I like certain anime, but it can't have too much having sex with demons and characters getting, touched inappropriately for really no reason other than apparently just gratuitous, whatever it is. Typically, it's the design. So here's an example. This is not my kind of anime, personally. I was going to put Berserk, but everyone knows Berserk. What is it? Oh, here we go. This was the first one I watched. I thought the cover looked cool, and it was anime, so I was like, cool. I'm going to like it because I like Dragon Ball Z. When your characters have this kind of design, Ninja Scroll. The epitome of anime that I don't... Now, I get it. So maybe there's 3 tiers. There's anime that I don't get. Akira. Apparently, if you know the manga, it makes a lot more sense. There's a lot more fleshed out. Akira is just a fraction, a slice of it. And when you take it out of context, it doesn't really work. But even from what I've read, Akira, not my cup of tea. Don't really get it. Honestly, Studio Ghibli or whatever it's called, this environmental stuff and the forest is alive with the sound of music or whatever the crap it is. Not necessarily my forte either. I mean, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it's this, new age environment, all the world is one and all the vibes and everything. I'm not saying all their movies, but the few that I saw kind of got that vibe to them. And I'm like, okay, maybe I get it, but it's still a little weird. Ninja Scroll, so you got that tier. That's definitely not my cup of tea. Maybe artistic as hell, maybe gorgeous animation. Just not interested in watching it. I don't like having to scratch my head and go, what the hell? Second tier is Ninja Scroll. I get it. It's pretty much to the point, but it's gratuitous. It's filthy. And the character designs, to me, are just kind of unappealing. Like, it's like, it's not real life, but it's also not anime with the big, cool eyes and everything. Like, it's okay. I mean, there's some anime that I like that's like that, I think. Maybe something. But usually, when when an anime character looks like that, when they got the smaller eyes, it usually means there's going to be boob grappling at the very least. There's going to be just blood spray all over the place, almost to a comical degree, with a lot more viscera than you really need to see. It's usually going to involve demons doing some depraved things. And really creepy guys that'll give you nightmares with the googly eyes and picking their nose and scratching their balls and they'll have a weird character design where like their nutsack is hanging from their nose and every time they breathe it inflames and then stuff comes out of their eyes. You know what I'm talking about? Just weird stuff. You get it. It's a freaky monster, but it's coming out of a mind that you just go, I don't know that I want to be around you or have you around my family, and I don't want to watch that kind of stuff. Look at that, 90% on Thermometer. I'm not saying these are bad movies. These are bad anime. I'm just saying there's 3 different tiers. 4 different tiers. So that's 2. The third one is, again, I'm going to say more my wheelhouse. Tekkaman Blade, My Hero Academia, Dragon Ball Z. They're not chibi. They're not, little kiddie stuff, but they're certainly not adults stories necessarily. A lot of them can have a lot of heft. Macross, I guess, not my cup of tea necessarily, but in that, it's still in that vein. But like, I try to watch a Gundam Wing Endless Waltz. That's like the only Gundam Wing like DVD I bought way back in the day, and it was the same thing. It's the whole, we're sitting in these Gundams, right? These machines, and we're philosophizing. Like, we're like, oh, a hero doesn't know his true worth until he fights it on the battlefield. And I'm like, oh, come on, man. This is the dialogue. This is what we're doing. And then it's got this whole like they're fighting each other, and you're like, why are you fighting? And he's like, you have to understand that honor is a concept only held by the weak. And it's this BS, like, to me, childish to a degree. Or just nonsensical philosophizing and moralizing and whatever else while they're supposed to be fighting. And so the fighting kind of takes a back seat. And then it's like, oh, I have come to bring peace. Oh, yes, but peace can only be achieved if we have complete control. I don't believe that's true. Okay, we're going to kill your people. Fine then. Have your way. Like, what? So you do have some weirdos in there as well with the trite little bit of what is war, what is conflict. That's not it. Once we're fighting, I don't want to hear you talk about it. Just freaking fight. Just shut up and fight. If you're going to talk, I want to hear you talking about my robot's taking a hit. My I was about to say my G spot. My Geigo meter. I think there is a G something in Gundam. I can't think of what it is. There's a reason why that popped into my head. Gundam Wing. I gotta redeem myself here. G unit. There is a G unit. There we go. Okay. They say here G unit. There, you see it? There it is. So yeah, but there, you know, it's like the new technology, the type of armor. I want to go tech. I want to go nerd. If we're gonna have giant robots fighting, I don't want it to be, you know, these guys having, you know, debates while they're fighting. While of course their arms aren't even moving. They're literally just sitting in their little chairs, and you know it's shaking and little lights are flashing, but they're not actually moving. They don't even have, you know, shifting levers. They're just literally sitting there. And going off on politics and these like absurd statements that are just like, okay, yeah, maybe in a sense, but what does that have to do with the price of tea in Texas? You know what I'm saying? I know people that completely abhor anime. Personally, I like the style of anime. I like the animation style. I like, you know, a lot of it is kind of very like they're missing frames. Like it's very like like very, very quick, very deliberate and concise. In fact, look, I mean, I did a video, Sword Art Online. It's not the best anime out there. It's based off of a light novel. Yes, I get it. I don't like all of it. In fact, the only ones I do like are the ones where people can die in real life. I don't care about them playing a video game. I care about the idea, the concept of young people, kids thinking they're going to play Minecraft or Skyrim and find themselves fighting for their lives. And having to deal with it, having to grow up very, very fast, and deal with concepts like love and what have you, during a time where their lives could end, and most of them are kids. I think that concept is fascinating. But the animation back then was really good. Was good. I mean, there are moments where you don't know exactly what's going on because it is so very fast, and you kind of go, wait, where did that sword slide? Because it's like a lot of broad slashes, but it has an energy to it that I really like. They did it. They have a new version of it where it's told from a different perspective, but it's a lot of the same content, and they redo the fight scene, and yeah, it looks. Some of the character designs look maybe a little bit marginally better, but the animation is more American. It's more normal. It's more like character moves like this instead of ha ha ha. Like, I mean, that's cool. I wish I could move like that. I wish I could drop frames and they don't drop frames, but it's just they don't have as many of the connecting frames, and they're exaggerated, so the movement just seems more brutal and more vicious, and I love that. So I do like that. I like the style of it, but again, and then the fourth kind is your chibi, your Dragon Ball and your other stuff where it's like, okay, this is meant for kids. Oh, one exception, Redline. I don't know that I can heartily recommend it. But this is one that has that kind of style. There's even a brief scene with boobies in it, just as a heads up. But like, I mean, you can see the character style. It has kind of that style that I said I don't much care for necessarily. But I mean, it's really it's an art form. I mean, this is some really well drawn stuff. It does have some freaky monsters in there. It has some of the elements that I said I don't like, but the racing part is really cool, and there's a little bit of a romance under thing, which is what, you know, kind of drove it home for me. No pun intended. But Redline, that's really good. I think it won some awards, which again, you know, what do those mean anymore? Lots of crap wins awards these days. But yes, it can be very off-putting. Castlevania on Netflix, one of my favorite shows. The first season was great. Have not seen it. Because I think it's along those, you know, kind of bloody lines maybe, but Afro Samurai, another one I haven't seen, but I think I've heard of that one at least. I do love the names. Cowboy Bebop. Now that's another one. That's not quite that style that I'm talking about that I don't like. The Cowboy Bebop's actually one that I do like. But I didn't like Trigun. I'm sorry, a pacifist. An anime about a pacifist is obnoxious. Afro Samurai. I don't want to hear a guy talk about how he doesn't believe in violence in a world full of violence. Okay, yeah. Now Afro Samurai, it has that Ninja Scroll vibe to it. Oh, actually, also could be, what's it called? Cowboy Bebop type thing. You could argue either way. Let me see. Who did it? We're talking about headbands. When did this come out? 98 to 2002. Okay, so a pretty ripe time. Directed by. Let me see what else he's done. Because I wouldn't if he's done like it would be kind of crazy if he did like Cowboy Bebop or something. Because it looks like kind of his silence. Oh, never mind. I'm trying to look for anything. Never mind. I'm tired. I think it was season 3 or 4. They did some changes to the character that I didn't like, but otherwise the story was fun. And Honey Badger, I mean that's great. At least you went the right way. Like it started off well, and then maybe it got kind of bad, but you at least enjoyed it because it was good initially, versus somebody who watched it when it was crappy, and then was bummed out when it didn't get better later. And the show looked great. Helps that Trevor Belmont is voiced by Richard Armitage. Thorin and Dracula voiced by Graham. You know, Honey Badger, we don't need that. We don't need your propagandizing. I see what you're trying to do. You could just give us the names. Because I got news for you, Honey Badger. Richard Armitage was an actor before he was in one of the crappiest trilogies ever made. Okay, he was a name. People knew Richard before then. Same thing with Graham McTavish, I would assume. So you don't need to give us the character names from their worst and least popular franchises to try to be like, cool actor, crappy movie makes good movie. I see what you're trying to do. It's psychological warfare. It's not going to work on here. I'm going to call that nonsense out, sir. I'm going to call it out. It's not going to get past the censors. No, sir. So it helps that there were good actors who, in this particular case, had much better taste and discernment into what projects they went to. To be fair, I would have, if you told me Peter Jackson, Lord of the Rings, or a Hobbit trilogy, or even Guillermo del Toro, Lord of the Hobbit trilogy, I would have been like, sign me up. Like, I would not hear that and think this is going to be a disgusting waste of false film, you know? Now, if you showed me the scripts, I might be like, I gotta playfully decline. Let me know when you don't have morons calling the shots. You know, when you're not catering to idiotic studio executives. Oh, must have trilogy. Must have trilogy. I mean, I'm not entirely sure that was their full, logic, but I have no other reason to understand why they made a movie that honestly comfortably would have fit in 2 movies. You may have needed to be a little more thorough, like use more stuff from the book to make it a 4-hour deal. But I do think 2 hours might have been a little fast, because the Rankin Bass version is like an hour and... Rankin Bass Hobbit length. It's 90 minutes. And it's missing a lot of stuff. It's missing Bjorn. It's missing, or Bjorn, Baron. I can't remember the guy's name now. The bear transforming guy. The Battle of 5 Armies is like incredibly fast. What else? I mean, it does touch on a lot of the different stuff. They pretty much just replace some of the longer dialogue pieces with songs. Shorter songs, but they kind of cover most of it. But there are some elements that are left out, and that's at 90 minutes. I think 2 hours, 2.5. We'll say 2.5 hours. The Hobbit could have fit easily. The actual content of The Hobbit, you wouldn't want it to be longer than 2.5 hours. It's a 6-hour at least debacle. There's just you can put Lord of the Rings stuff in there. That's fine if you want to do that, I guess, to a degree. Because it's at least cool stuff, and it's relevant to some degree, at least how it ties in. But even with that, you'd be pushing it with 2. The fact that they 96 minutes. Wait, what's 96 minutes, Honey Badger? You talking about the Rankin Bass version? It just says an hour 30 on whatever came up there, but oh yeah, how long was the? No, wait, yeah. What's 96 minutes? You were thinking of something else. How dare you think of something else, Honey Badger? Think about only what you're supposed to be thinking about right now. But yeah, I mean, well, whether it's 90 or 96 minutes, you know, that's not a big deal. But my point is, that's considered to be a very streamlined version of the story. So I think cutting it, I think a 2-hour cut might be a little bit. But then again, does everything need to be in there? I think Bjorn does, and I think the Battle of Five Armies, it doesn't need to be 6 hours long like it is in the trilogy, but I think I don't know, because that's not really the point of the story. The point of the story is the dragon. The Battle of Five Armies is an afterthought. Like the quest is the dragon. Once Smaug is dead, the story's not over, but the part that you were invested in is pretty much gone. Now it's just politics, geopolitics. We're gonna fight you. Oh crap! There's a bigger and badder enemy. We're gonna team up with you now. But then you do want to have like the trilogy. Here's the other thing too. You got a 6-hour in trilogy, and you have a 20-second Thorin funeral. Phone that in. 20 seconds of Bilbo on the road with Gandalf. Oh hey, crazy adventure, right? Yeah. Got a ring? I think I do. Not gonna tell you. Okay, cool. Bet. Bye. Like, if it's going to be 6 hours, you should have had at least like a 5 to 10 minute wind down where you got, you know, the whole scene between Bilbo and Thorin, and you know, if more people valued your ways, food and something above hoarded gold, it would be a merrier world. But sad or merry, I must leave it now. Farewell. That's the Rankin Bass version. I'm not sure what the written version is, but you know, great line. I don't think that's. I don't remember if that's in the trilogy or not. But you have to admit you can't bring in PJ and not have a Battle of the Five Armies to be a major part of that. Why? He did. It is okay. Well, there you go. That's 5% of the movie they got right. Yeah, Thorin is dying on the ice. Yeah, that's yeah. The whole the ice in the Battle of the Five Armies. That was. See, but that's yeah. See, and that's the difference. I mean, but that's the battle's still going on. In the movie, Thorin dies in the middle of the battle or towards the end of the battle. In the book, it's over and done. Like, the people are being buried, you know, people are mourning. They find Bilbo unconscious. Like, it's an aftermath. It's a different vibe. It's a more solemn thing versus like, oh hey, stuff is still happening. We're still in the middle of the fighting. I'm like, why are you guys doing this now? Like, this is not the time for a sappy speech. You're going, shut up and just die. Whereas if it happens afterward, you're like, oh no, don't die. Hang in there, Thorin, you can pull through. He's like, no, get me out of this movie. I can't stand it. Even if you're only trimming 2 minutes off of my time in this piece of crap, I'll take it. Just get me out of here. Yeah. But the Battle of Five Armies, again, it's just of so little consequence. It's action for the sake of action. And now, here's the thing. Now, No. You know what it was? It was the bloat. So, watching Fili and Kili... Who else? Fili, Kili, Thorin... 7, I believe, of the dwarves die. 6 of them die on the battlefield. Thorin dies after the battle. There are 6 dwarves left. So half the dwarves get killed. I think in a well-paced, good tempo battle scene where with Ori and Nori protecting Thorin at the very end, like the way the book describes it, very valiant, very epic, where it's like he's kind of there on the battlefield. It says he's, you know, orc bodies are strewn around him and he's fighting and they're just breaking in waves and they're fighting and then you see one of them, you know, get hit. Like the imagery the book gives you with the little bit of choreography it mentions really makes it feel very epic, and I think they could have done a very good job of it. But this whole Oh, we're chasing you around. Oh, now I'm running around. Oh, now we have Thranduil come in there, and Thranduil's heart grew 3 sizes that day. It's because it was real. Like, come on, in the middle of the freaking battle. Or maybe it was right after. I don't know. But the whole, oh, now I'm running after him. And Legolas running up the blocks. I mean, just, it was bloated with so much god-awful visuals and running around. It's supposed to be a all-out battle. One battlefield. Everybody's there. Carnage, Braveheart style. We don't have to show body parts flying up, but like, it needs to be brutal. No stupid jackass dwarf guy making jokes. Oh, look at me, I'm speaking in this accent, and I'm gonna headbutt you. Like, how many times do we cut where he's doing headbutts? Headbutts. How am I supposed to take a battle of 5 armies seriously when I'm just watching orcs get headbutted? You know how you have short you have to be to get headbutted by a dwarf? It's not like he pulled him down and headbutted him. He's literally just going around headbutting orcs. Like, you're pretty damn small if a dwarf is able to headbutt you. And he's doing it all the time. Like, if you're gonna make the battle long, make it like, take it seriously at least. You know what I'm saying? Keely, Feely, and Thorin are the only ones who died at the battle. The others, with the exception of Glowin, die with Balin when they reclaim Moria. Okay, so that's where the Hobbit, the Rankin Bass version, gets it wrong, because he says of the original, how many are left? He said 7. Soon there will be only 6. So yeah, I mean, I questioned that too. I was like, damn, that seems like a high casualty rate for the dwarves. But yeah, so that makes sense. I knew Feely, Keely, and Thorin, but I was like, I don't remember anybody else necessarily. But yeah, in the Hobbit movie, in the Rankin Bass, he actually has a line where he says, Rankin Bass Hobbit, how many dwarves survive? Which is why, you know, hey, you can't rely on animation. There you go. In the Rankin Bass Hobbit, why did they change the number of the dwarves who survived? Bam! Vindication does. Shame on me, but hey, I can remember the lines that I've heard. I remember that the Gandalf. You know, he's a great voice actor. I can't remember his name, but you know, I remember that line of the original party. How many are left? 7. Soon there will be only 6. I remember that distinctly. So here, the easy answer, more dramatic. Yeah, I mean, that's the only thing I can think of too. I mean, it's Rankin Bass. They kind of delight in the carnage and the craziness of the Hobbit. So, you know, it kind of makes sense that they would ham that up a little bit. But yeah, you're right. Thank you for the correction, Honey Badger. Thank you for setting the record straight. And this is why you watch movies you think are trash. If you yourself are going to trash them, you need to be able to correctly reference the movie. I did watch the movie Honey Badger. Unfortunately, my mind was so traumatized that I blocked a lot of it out. But I wasn't quoting, I wasn't thinking of that. I remembered those two getting it. But again, the movie also puts Alfred in there, and he's not in the book. So why would I talk about Alfred as if he's an actual real character when he's not, and he's horrible, and he's the worst example of sloppy comedy that you could ever put into a movie? Tariel, look, I think Evangeline Lilly is a perfectly delightful young lady, and she's a good actress. Didn't belong in the freaking movie. She's in there too. So, you know, how am I going to parse out and be like, okay, well, yeah, in that movie they only killed 3 dwarves, but in that one there was also a love affair between a dwarf and a chick that didn't exist. No, but you are saying this is why you would, like, and I did. I watched it. That's why I think it's trash. I saw 2 out of the 3 in the theater. See, I'm one of those people that wised up. I saw the first one. First one actually wasn't horrible. I'm trying to think. Does it really go off the rails in the first one? Or the first one pretty good. No, I think the first one is pretty darn good. Oh, no, I mean, not pretty darn good. Sorry, that's way too much. I don't think I remember anything horrible because they don't do a whole lot. It's being chased around by Smaug like it's an amusement park ride. You know, at that part, it's again, it's introducing a character who doesn't exist in the books at all as a love interest for the dwarf. Now, look, I'm a softie for romance, but there's a time and a place, and The Hobbit is not a time and a place for an elf and dwarf love to bud and to bloom. In a vacuum, the scenes of them together, okay, fine. But we took time out of the actual story to mess with that nonsense, and it wasn't really necessarily all that great. But I mean, there was no Alfred in that. There was no Lake Town nonsense with doors coming out of the toilet. Gosh, I mean that's to me that's the perfect metaphor for that movie. But yeah, I think the first one, because I don't even remember where they get. No, the Goblin King was crap. The goblins were crap. I'm sorry. Like, look, I understand not everything can look like Rankin Bass's orcs, and maybe they shouldn't, because a lot of people think they look kind of ridiculous. Sorry, goblins. But look, the way they're described in the books and the kind of terror that the dwarves feel, like these, again, you can see they got some weird ears, okay, snake eyes, giant mouths, and here's a perfect example. In the book, it says the Goblin King was going to bite Thorin's head off. Look at this. Look at the mouth on this guy. Oh no, there it is. There's the image I was looking for. Right there. Look. Okay, look at this piece of crap. Look at this. This is a freaking zit with its animated. Is that mouth mouth scare you? Is that the mouth that's gonna bite Thorin's head off? Hell no. Whoever designed this needed to be fired. That's absolute crap. Look at this though. Right there. Especially as a freaking child, that's terrifying. That is a Goblin King who can actually bite Thorin's head off, as it states in the book. The other guy with this little mouth, and he's all like, oh, what do you guys think you're good? Oh, like the worst. You don't have to go like this, but to me, that's freaking scary. Okay, that is a scary ass thing. Whether you say the design looks kind of weird, it's still a freaking scary design. At least, again, remembering it as a child. And Thorin is right to be like, oh my gosh, this thing's going to bite my head off. That is in the book, though. It's just a Tolkien focused on riddles of the dark. Wait, what? I agree with that. The love triangle is dumb. What? That is in the book, though? What's in the book? The love triangle? Oh. But I mean, this big blob of nothing. And that was one of my critiques, even of Jackson's Lord of the Rings. He went for gross and kind of gory, or just kind of like, over terrifying. I think a lot of the creatures of Middle Earth should be kind of freaky looking. Should kind of instill a little bit of terror. They should be kind of creepy. You can see there were character designs, and even in some of the behind the scenes stuff when PJ was talking, like there were different designs for Shelob. There were I saw a couple where it's like, ooh, that's freaky looking, like that's scary. But he went with bigger, fatter, just kind of big tubby spider. The orcs, what was it? Piglet. This guy. Orc Captain, Lord of the Rings. This, come on, man. What the hell is this? Like, first of all, it's very obviously a makeup job. Like, I don't even know how naturally that would grow. I don't know what deformity that's supposed to be, but it looks stupid. It just absolutely looks stupid. It looks like a demonic, deformed piglet. Who's the guy from Goonies? Goonies. Deformed guy. There it is. That's your. You throw a little more skin on him, and you've got the orc from Lord of the Rings. So I personally think PJ's choice, whereas somebody like Lucas, at least for the original trilogy, I think he had a good eye for parsing out, like, if you give him like 6 character designs, he was good at finding the right one. PJ, and this is subjective, I get it, and he comes from a horror background, so I understand his proclivity. But to me, his orcs, his designs that he chose, no, not great. Not a fan. PJ's Goblin King could actually have bitten his head off. He's much taller than the dwarves. He's much bigger in the cartoon. But they're right. No, but the Goblin King, he was bigger, but his mouth is not that much bigger. His head was roughly the same size as Thorin's. His head wasn't like 4 times his size. With a normal, I mean, those are human proportions in that face. That is not. His head is not 6 times bigger than Thorin's. His mouth is not going to stretch over the head of a freaking dwarf. Like that, there's just no way to cut that. Yes, he is bigger, but not that much bigger. Look, his mouth is still that little bit right there. So yes, you got he's bigger, but his head is still about the size of a watermelon to a human-sized mouth. He's certainly not biting anybody's. He could bite his head. He could nibble his nose, but he's not going to bite his head clean off. Whereas in that one, yeah, okay, he's mostly mouth, but he's going to bite. And see, he's taller. Anyway, the goblins. The CGI orcs and goblins in The Hobbit were slimy. Prosthetics would have been 100 times better. Yeah. Well, yeah, there was a lot more CGI, I think, in there. It's going to bed. I don't think it's autocorrect, Michael. I think you're just tired. But anyway, man, thanks for hanging. I understand it. Yeah, man, I need to go as well, dude. But yeah, thank you for hanging out and sticking with us. And have a good night's rest and enjoy your weekend, sir. I think you're working tomorrow, right? Is that? No, you work early Fridays because we were gonna play that game. We need to work that out. How am I still here? I don't know, Lagmeister. I got caught up in talking. I mean, anytime conversation starts talking about movies or TV shows, entertainment, and especially anytime Honey Badger baits me with his, he knows his takes. They're not even hot takes. They're pot takes. They're either takes that you have when you're high, or pot takes as in pot, another word for toilet, as in poopy. He knows they're pot takes. But he gives them to me anyway, and I bite on them every time, but that's because I'm tired, so I can be excused. He's still here because he's wrong. Oh, no. No, that's Google a size comparison. Look, I'm not arguing the size. I'm arguing the size of the mouth. It's still a very small mouth. He would have to be, like, just think about it. How big your mouth would have to be to bite a human head? You would have to be, let me see. Let me look at my own head. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to say at least 6 times. My head would have to be 6 times the size it is now for my proportionate mouth to actually take a bite of me's head. At least 6 or 7 times. That Goblin King's head is not 7 times bigger than Thorin's. It may be 2 or 3 times bigger. So his mouth is bigger. His mouth may be able to go about this much. But there's no way in heck he has taken off all of Thorin's head. And look, even if it was, that's not the worst part of the movie. The Goblin King has no menace. He's ridiculous. He's a joke. He's goofy. He's jovial. Whoa, blah, 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 blah. Oh, blah, 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 blah. And all the goblins are like, it's like watching Gremlins. Like I said, he looks like Chunk from, well, yeah, he looks like, again, it's just the aesthetic. Which, look, I'm not going to say that torpedoed the movie, but that whole, the chase scene? Come on. Like, in the book, they run from the orcs. They're running through the passages. They're not rolling in giant balls. They're not running up, scamping little things like they're at some amusement park, whatever thing. The chase scenes in those movies were god-awful. It was like, oh, hey, like, even, like, campy stuff like Raiders of the Lost Ark and Temple of Doom, where it's kind of like that serial stuff, didn't even go that much camp. You know, you got the minecart deal and the ball rolling, but he's still just pretty much just running. This was like, oh, we're going to swing from vines, and we're going to, so that the music can, I like the music, but it doesn't need to whip out every single time they're doing anything. It's ridiculous. The chase scene is one of the best in the movies. Oh my gosh. Okay, music, yes. So I have bought 2 songs from the Hobbit trilogy, which are the only 2 that stand out in my mind. Everything else is just gobbledygook. What I call Tariel's theme, actually, that bum bum ba-da-da-da, okay, it's not going to work if I try to. But you know what I'm saying? The music that plays when she jumps in and starts fighting the spiders, and it's the violin, and like it gradually goes from like almost sounding like a single violin to like a full like 6 or 7 violins kind of thing. It builds orchestrally. I love that, and the Doors theme, which is. Their song is okay, but very catchy, very good piece of music. Those are the only 2 things out of that trilogy that I remembered and go, oh, hey, this sounds good. Whereas like Lord of the Rings, Rohan had its own deal and it sounded great. Gondor had its own theme and it sounded great. The Hobbits had their own thing and it sounded great. The orcs had their own thing and it was all right. I mean, like the elves, like everything had its own theme and it was very distinct, kind of had its own hook and was whatever. The Hobbit, I'm like, when I heard those 2 things, I'm like, oh, cool music. This movie's cool. And then it would play some whatever thing that he just kind of crapped out because he was bored. Lake Town's theme. I'd have to rewatch it, which I can't do. Because I respect myself too much. But I will give you that I think I remember like it being memorable, which is ironic considering I can't remember it. But not something I necessarily want to listen to like over and over again. Like I can listen to Tariel's theme like on repeat for like 5 minutes. Like it's just and especially I edited it together so that it kind of builds on its own, because it doesn't build all in one piece. It's like you hear the version that is kind of sparse, and then you hear a more fleshed out version, and then you hear the big with the big drums and boom 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 boom, very like master whatever. I stitched them together so that they kind of transition into each other. I can listen to that several times. It's just every time the music swells, it's just like da 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 da, and it has this what I like a feminine vibe to it. I really dig it. And same thing with the Dwarves theme. It escalates. It gets bigger and bigger as the movie goes, and I like that as well. Lake Town, I think, sounded good. I probably liked it well enough, but all I could think of was Alfred. And he's such a, oh my gosh, like and he was taking, okay, I could do this to quote Steve Rogers, I could do this all night, but unfortunately, this is a drum that I have beat to death. And I know it's going to take, Honey Badger, you coming before your maker, your Lord and Savior. And he's going to be like, all right, Honey Badger, you didn't do a lot of stuff wrong, but you did a few things. I'm going to show it to you. Conviction, repent, we can move on. It's going to be good. He's going to start off with going, you spread a false gospel of the Hobbit trilogy being worthwhile. I can tell you for a fact it was spawned from the depths of hell. Pretty much everything about it came from Hades. Lucifer actually was the author of that whole debacle. And while professing to know me, you spoke well of this abomination spawned from the heart of hell. And so it's going to be hard, but I'm going to forgive you. My blood covers even that, sir. My blood covers even the transgressions of your poor cinematic taste. And I know it's going to take that for you to go, okay, yeah, I see what you mean there, Lord. I get it. But for the record, I'm not defending Alfred. See, your conclusion, even being generous, if somebody said, The Hobbit did things wrong, as did Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit just more so, the conclusion then is not a great trilogy nonetheless. You don't do a lot of things wrong. You don't get a lot of things wrong and have a great trilogy nonetheless. You do a lot of things wrong and have a passable, hard to watch version of a story that if you're super high inebriated or maybe tripping on shrooms, you might enjoy. Or if there's absolutely nothing else in the world to watch, then maybe. I'm not even comparing it to Lord of the Rings. It's not even a comparison to Lord of the Rings. Like, just on its own merits. It's unwatchable. That's all I can say. It's unwatchable. I cannot bring myself to watch it. I don't know how you didn't love Rings of Power. They go so well together. I mean, but that's the only thing I will say. That's probably the only thing we could agree on about this, which is fine. Common ground is great whenever you find it. That the bad, whether you think it ruins the movie or not, whether you think it ruins the movies or not, the bad in The Hobbit is good-natured, and I think it comes from a place of poor planning, poor scheduling, a lot of studio involvement and stupidity by committee, salvage attempts, and shoehorning in stuff that didn't need to be there. Whereas Rings of Power, I think, I know, because the writer said so, we needed to take what Tolkien wrote and make it acceptable for the modern audience, for our modern sensibilities. We needed to retweak it. And I would say that modern Hollywood also did not put the best people in charge of visuals, again, of costuming, of character design, casting. You didn't have the best people working on it. Yeah, you had a lot of money to throw at it, but not the best people. It was bad for all the wrong reasons. Whereas I think the Hobbit trilogy is bad for the right reason, which is the same with which is the same with the prequels. Part of me still feels like a lot of it was George just being spiteful, just going, all right, screw you guys. You've been yelling at me for more stuff. I'll give you more stuff, but I'm going to do it for a 4-year-old because that's how old my daughters are, which isn't true. The daughters were older at that point, but regardless. But but for the most part, I think it came from an actual desire to try and to just tell the best story without a bunch of extra stuff. So I don't find the Hobbit movies to be an affront to human decency like I do something like Rings of Power, but I still find them to be unwatchable. And that's again, obviously it's my personal thing. But that's not exaggeration. Like I said, I got a buzz. I sat down. I got 30 minutes in, and again, it's not that it was boring. It's not that the miscast or that I didn't like Thorin or didn't like Bilbo. Maybe I got a little further because I think it takes longer. The best of the three is definitely the first one, as best as I can tell. But yeah, the whole orc thing, just that's where I was going. What am I watching? This looks like it's like a cartoon, like just goofy antics. We're gonna do somersaults and splits, and like the dwarves are the most acrobatic. It's like a circus. That's the best way to put it. Their escapes, their chase scenes against the goblins and and Smaug, it's like a circus with people doing a bunch of stunts and acrobatics, and I'm like, that's not the dwarves. That's just like the whole thing doesn't have to be heavy-handed. It doesn't have to have the gravitas of Lord of the Rings, but I just don't. For me, it's too juxtaposed to the book. But anyway, ROP and The Hobbit are not the same. They're not even on the same level. Regardless of what The Hobbit did incorrect, it's not that filth that Amazon crapped out. Okay, so, which I agreed with, right? I agreed with. The other problem with studios involved, said that as well. Yep, agreed. The line above that, not so much. Oh, the line above that, not so much. I mean, it's fine, buddy. Just leave it at that, Honey Badger, in the future. It's fine, buddy. But, though you're wrong is just kind of silly. Like, now you're just being silly. Anyway, but yes, I am tired, exhausted even. My throat is, my voice is going, and we are 7 hours in, which is not a record time, but it's longer than I thought I was going to crap out at 3 hours. So, anywho, yeah, thanks for hanging with me, Honey Badger. Thanks for fueling the conversation. and for just reminding me that there are perfectly good, rational people in the world with very poor taste. And I will talk to you later. Good night, all.